so you take just the order of what the king says. Anybody who does what the king has not said fails. Are we ready? Are you ready? Are you ready to warm up? Okay. The king says clap 1. The king says clap 2. Clap 3. All of you failed. Thank you. Sit down. All right, you clap 3 at my order, not the king's order. So thank you so much for that quick exercise. We're so happy to see you all once again today. It's been 3 intensive days of the Cameroon International Tech Summit, and we're bringing together great innovators, entrepreneurs, investors, young people, startups with so many beautiful ideas. And our hope is that you can connect with each other and get inspired to be the change that we want to see in our country, in Africa, and why not in the world. So it's a great honor to have you coming all the way every single day, and I hope that you're going to take a lot more today than even the 2 previous days. So without any further waste of time, I'm going to call up somebody who is very special to me, because someone I've known for over a decade, someone who has been my classmate, and someone I've seen grow on a very exponential rate. And she's going to be talking about resume building. And as she would say it, your resume or your CV is your first handshake with your employer. So you have to get it tight so that you can be able to convince whatever employer that you're seeking. And so in this moment, I'm going to call up somebody who is an educator. She's a writer, very seasoned educator, and also very passionate about inclusion, because she is a sign language teacher as well. She teaches in sign language, those who are deaf and dumb. So this is somebody that you should pay the most attention to listen to all that she has to say. Take out your notebooks, take out your pens, and get ready to jot some very key points that will help you in building your resume, your CV for that dream job that you've been looking for. So please help me make welcome Gong Sandra. Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, as she makes her way out to the stage. Get clapping until she gets here. She's an amazing person, and if you are on social media, you will know she's a great influencer, and this is just the kind of person you want to be learning from. So thank you very much, Sandra, for coming today.
Thank you, Beverly. Hello. Hello. Good morning. Okay, Beverly said something and I would like to rephrase it. I depend a lot on how people react around me. So if you're not happy, I'm not happy. So hello. Good morning. Okay, that sounds better. Beverly, I don't think you should go down yet. All right, you give me a moment. Let me see how presentations are in this form.
All right, while she's preparing to get the slides ready, I don't know if Abel can help us play again the thrilling 10 regions video, just for a quick interlude while we wait for Sandra to put her presentation together. The 10 cities video that shows the road from January till today with our amazing, bold and visionary entrepreneurs and what they've been doing. Thank you.
participe à la dynamique gérée par but et le défi est de générer un maximum de solutions pour une architecture. Nous avons participé à organiser dans le cadre de l'innovation et syndicat de Cameroun. Décidé de venir participer à cette compétition pour pouvoir essayer de mettre en valeur toutes les connaissances. On connaissait autant de personnes à la réunion qui savent utiliser l'outil informatique. Donc,
this has been a revealing experience for us because we saw that if we put ourselves into full potential mode, we can produce extraordinary things.
l'expérience est plutôt très bonne, parce que je m'attendais à quelque chose d'assez stressant, surtout pour le contracter.
Oh my God! It's the food that they're paying us too much. We are weak.
According to the authors of the curious and the visionaries of the Cameroon International Technology Summit, this was leading the
This is actually a special program, a 48-hour hackathon, where we are focusing on providing solutions to dans la région de l'Ouest du Cameroun. Et je participe à la dynamique gérée par but et le défi est de générer un maximum de solutions pour une architecture.
Hello.
Nous avons participé à organiser dans le cadre de l'innovation et syndicat de Cameroun. Décidé de venir participer à cette compétition pour pouvoir
Okay, technical team.
mettre en valeur toutes les connaissances.
I think we need some silence right now. Is it that they can't hear me or this video doesn't stop? Okay, once again, good morning. Good morning. All right. I'm very sorry for that delay. We're trying to sort out IT things, and you know how they can be sometimes. But we will be getting into our presentation in a few moments from now. And can somebody help me with this mic? I don't know. All right. Yes, I need this kind of mic because I'm not used to standing in one position while talking. I believe almost all of us here have done a CV at some point in our lives, or are planning to do one, are working somewhere. One way or another, you've heard of CV and you know that you need one, right? Right? I don't know if I like the energy in here, but I'm hoping that the energy will get better. All right, so this morning we are having a brief conversation on CV writing. The time I have is not very much, so we are going to take it as a marathon. I'm happy to be on the stage and I'm happy to have all of you in the room, and I'm believing that your notebooks are ready for us to get going. So first of all, if I can just have the slides, please. First slide. First of all, I am Bong Sandra. Many people know me as Nyana Sani, whichever is correct. I am a writer, I am a spoken word artist, I am a skills trainer, and I am the director of Maxwell Training. All right, so first of all, yes, I said I'm a skills trainer. I train people. Who knows me from Facebook? I want to see my Facebook friends. All right, at least I can see my Facebook friends here. All right, so I train in digital skills, that is digital marketing, anything that is around using social media for personal development, and I've had a couple of trainings in CV writing. So I run a brand along with my friend called Career Compass, and in this brand, what we are doing is building young people, working with young people to build their careers. So it's like a career incubator where we just take you through this journey of developing yourself, developing your career journey, learning things that are going to help you in your journey. Then I am the other things, any other thing you know about me is not important here. So today we are doing CV writing, and I would have sent a mic around, but let me just read this. Who finds that meaningful? Who believes in me? All right, at least there are some people who believe that in that. The truth is, the CV is not just a document. I've seen so many people who are like, oh, I just need now. My uncle said I should send a CV. I'm just doing it now. You cannot do a CV like you are signing a signature. A CV is not just a document, it is like your ticket to your next opportunity. So how you put together that CV really matters, and that is what we are going into today. So the first thing is, of course, what is a CV in the first place? How do we talk about CV when you don't know what a CV is? Who doesn't know what a CV is? Who doesn't know what a CV is? Oh, there's somebody who knows what a CV is. Some people don't know, and they still are not in the line of those who know. So where are you? Okay. All right. I know that maybe you are afraid to say you know what it is, because I'll ask you what it is, and you'll start struggling. So a CV is a written document that showcases your qualifications and convinces your employer that you are right for that opportunity. Probably you've seen definitions that say a CV is a document that shows your experience, your skills, and things like that. I don't like defining a CV like that, because it ends up looking like just minutes of meeting. It ends up looking like you're just putting together everything you've done and then you're passing it across. That is not it. A CV is a technical document. That is why I call it a document that showcases and convinces. So convincing means that you don't just write, because if everybody just writes, it ends up being just a random document. But if you're able to use whatever you know to convince somebody, it stops being just a simple document. So I believe from here now, everybody knows what a CV is, so we can move ahead. Next slide, please. All right, we are diving right into key components of a CV. How do you start your CV? If I were you and I have a notebook now, what I would be doing is, you'll not be writing what I'm saying, You'll be taking what I'm saying and translating it in a way that fits into you. So if I say the first part of a CV is your contact information, I don't want you to write down what you're seeing on my slides. I want you to write down what is yours. So if I say the first thing is the full name, do not write the full name, write your name. Does that make sense? Does that make sense? Okay, because we are literally building your CV together now. So the first thing on your CV is your name, your professional email. I do not say email, so if your school name is, so if your social media name is Risky Queen, and then you decide to have an email that says riskyqueen@gmail.com, then that is not what you should use on your CV. Have an email that is you, that is professional, that you will not, that somebody will not look at it and ask questions. You people understand what I'm saying, right? We've all passed through those phases where your name is baddest girl in town, dollar, money boy, big boy for Boya. So, but that is not the kind of Gmail you should have for yourself. I'm assuming that all of us are using Gmails. Those who work with institutions who have websites can have professional emails, but you are not lashed to have a professional email. You can use your Gmail account, but let it be professional. Let it have your name, or let it have something that represents you. So on the top of your CV, you have your name, you have your email, and you have your phone number, of course. And we know there is always this thing of, every time if I ask for your phone number now, you're going to start right back is 67570, right? Right? But on your CV, don't start without the +237 or the country code of whatever country you are from. Always include your country code, because if you give me a number without your country code, it makes it, and maybe I'm from Nigeria, I will not be able to contact you. If you're applying for a job in the US, you need your country code so that the people can be able to call you. So always include your country code. And then the next thing is your LinkedIn link. I did not say LinkedIn link. LinkedIn link. Who doesn't know how to copy their LinkedIn link? Okay, nobody. I'm speaking with very smart and techy people. This is a tech summit, so we don't have a lot of people who are not tech savvy. Yeah, so include your LinkedIn link. Do not put your name or something. People do not have the time to go over there and start searching or putting your name into the search bar. Remember, people have just like 8 seconds type, please. Okay. All right. Okay, so now we have the profile of our CV. You have what goes on at the top of your CV. We are getting now into the real thing. Personal profile or objective. I just put the objective because I know many of you have some objective, but are of the opinion that they don't care about your career objective anymore. They don't care what you intend to achieve in the next 5 years. They care about what you're bringing into their company. They care about what you're bringing into their brand. So don't tell them your career goals. Don't tell them anything about yourself. Don't tell them about your vision. Rather talk about your professional summary. So in this case, we say it is a single paragraph summarizing who you are, your experiences, and what value you're bringing into the workplace. So you're not talking about yourself and what you intend to achieve in the next 5, 10 years. You're talking about who I am. I am Sandy, I am creative, I am this, I have this number of this years of experience, I have these skills, and this is the addition I'm bringing into this workplace. That is like what you are talking about. Give some adjectives that describe you. Interestingly, give your years of experience. Almost all jobs we see something must have 2 years of experience, must have 5 years of experience, must have 8 years of experience, right? Right? So nobody is going to go and look at your CV and try to sum up every experience that you have in order to know how many years of experience you have. Give them room to understand you right from here. So if you say, I am this, this, and that, I have this number or these years of experience, just make it happen right there at the top. And then you're going ahead to talk about some of the skills that you have and make sure that your skills align with the job. Don't come and tell me how you know how to sing, you know how to dance. It's not important. I don't have a music band. So if you're going into a company, think of the skills that you have that add value to that space. That's what you're putting in there, and you are finally talking about what value you're bringing into the workspace. So when you see a job opportunity, you are not just picking up your CV and dumping it there. You are thinking of, okay, this is what they are looking for. They're looking for a software engineer. They're looking for a cybersecurity expert. Every other person that is applying has a portfolio that looks like yours. So how do you bring out yourself from the crowd to make sure that you stand out, to make sure that when they see your CV, they feel like you're going to add value to their space? It is through what you state about yourself here, what value you are bringing to the workspace. And then I just had to write this note here, that this is mainly for job applications. So if you're applying for fellowships or for scholarships, this professional summary is optional. It doesn't add a lot of value to you. It is important for jobs because it is where the CV reviewer sees they see almost everything about you. When you're writing a business plan, there is something that is like the summary of your entire business plan, right? Who has written a business plan before? Tech people don't write business plans. Yeah? Okay. How about people know about business plans? All right, if you don't know about business plans, but it's the same thing we are saying here. When you have your entire CV, this professional summary is like the summary of almost everything that is happening within your CV. And it is that sometimes people just read this and know whether they should trash your CV or read further. So take this fact very seriously. Don't rush over it. And note, your professional summary should be different for every opportunity you're applying for. Are we together? Are we together? So if you're that person who has one CV from the days of whatever, since your uncle said you should send your CV when you were in high school, you send the CV and up to your date, you're still using the same CV to send wherever you are looking for a job, you are part of your problem. You will not say that Cameroon doesn't have jobs. Probably it's your CV that is not good enough for employment. So every time you're applying for a job, make sure that you have a new professional summary because each workplace is different. Each job advertisement is different. They have the qualifications, they have the roles you're going to, or whatever you're going to do at that job. And you have to make sure that you align with that. So if you do not align, if you go take whatever, you use a CV to apply for a receptionist job at a restaurant, you're using the same CV to apply for a digital marketing role, you're using the same CV to apply for a cybersecurity role, you're not serious. You're not serious. So your professional summary should be tailored every moment to fit the opportunity you're applying for. Are we good there? Can we move ahead? Okay, next. All right, the next part is the work experience. Many people think this is like what you need, this is what the CV is for. Every other part is important. But this one is also very, very important because every time they are saying, oh, we need somebody with 5 years of experience, even if they're saying they need a 20-year-old girl, they'll start saying they need 5 years of experience. Unfortunately, that's where we are. But when they say that they need years of experience, this is where you fit it in. And before I start, I want to say that experience, most times we want our experience to be too serious. Your experience doesn't have to be serious. So somebody will say, oh, Ma'am Sandy, I don't have experience, but I saw this job, I can do this. Look back, it must not be that you worked with some big company, it must not be that you were an employee at Maxwell Training, it must not be that you were working at any company that you know. It mustn't be like that. There are times that you've done things within organizations while going to school, and those things should fit in as experience. Were you a team leader? Were you maybe the president of your student organization? Were you the general organizer of your students' union? Whatever. That is experience. I just needed to say that so that you don't go and leave an empty CV and tell me that you don't have experience yet. You have experience. Were you selling bobo in school? There were some of us who sold, even when they said we should not sell things in school, we were able to sell chewing in school, right? Do you know that you can use that as experience on your CV? Yes. In as much as it will show that you are stubborn, it will also show that you are resilient and that you're able to find a way when there is no way. So yes, the whole point I'm making is to not minimize your experience. Any little thing you have done, if you were going and cleaning your aunt's house every weekend or helping your aunt in their restaurant every weekend, then that should be experience that should get into your CV. Now that you know that, let's get to how you present that. So your work experience is like you list the jobs you've done in reverse chronological order. I used to hate words like this. When you start saying reverse chronological, my brain has to start thinking, what is reverse? What is chronology in the first place? But reverse chronology just means you're starting from the most recent to the oldest. So if you're working with, somebody should just tell me where they're working. Shouting. Are we together? Then why? Hey, I can hear a voice. Where do you work? Oh, okay. It's all right. So it's just Maxwell Technologies that is active. Maybe you work with Maxwell Technologies, and you're working now with Maxwell Technologies. Before coming to Maxwell Technologies, maybe you're working with Bayern. And before Bayern, maybe you were working with Silicon Valley. Silicon Mountain. Okay. Silicon Mountain. So if to list this, you're not going to start with Silicon Mountain maybe because it was your first job. No. You're rather going to start with Maxwell Technologies because it is your most recent job. Is that clear? I've been a teacher, so I'm going to be asking questions. Is that clear? Do we understand? Because I'm a teacher, I'm so used to that. But I need us to be responsive. I need us to engage. Do we have students in the room? Okay, then I expect people to be the ones responding to me since you're used to a teacher, right? So do you now agree to be my friends? As students? All right, great. So let's be engaging just so that I'll be sure we're going together. So yes, you are mentioning one, your job title. Your job title helps, especially when it aligns with the kind of role you're applying for. Maybe you were a teacher and then you're still applying for a teaching role. Oh, put that teacher there boldly. So you start with your job title, you start to put the name of the company, the start and the end date. If you're still at that company, you're going to say maybe 2022 till present, July 2022 till present, or July 2022 to June 2024. It depends on the time. So you put the name of the job, the name of the company, and your start and end date. Now, the next thing is that you need to list your achievements. I would not want to say responsibilities because, no, please don't go yet. I would not say you should list your responsibilities because many of us, every time we're writing our CVs, we're just like, carry plates from kitchen to the restaurant, cleaned the house every morning, did this. You're just saying the things that you did. It feels like you're a robot. But if you want to make yourself stand out, think of what value you were adding to that workspace. So you were saying assisted in organizing the International Tech Summit that brought together 15,000 young Cameroonians. Does that sound like a role or an achievement? An achievement, because that is something that was accomplished. But if you just say that volunteer for the International Tech Summit, does that say anything special about you? Does that? No. No. So think of how do I make myself, how do I ensure that I added value to this space? That is how you're giving your experiences. So if your CV has a list of things that you did for your company, just go back to it. You don't need to change it, but just think of, okay, if I'm saying that I was a salesperson, okay, say maybe received customers every day, how do I change this to make it look like an accomplishment? Maybe you're talking about received 5 customers every day or 20 customers daily, giving them great customer experience and helping them achieve A, B, C, D. You are using numbers, 1, and you are talking about the value. So it's like if we remove you from that equation, it means something would go wrong in that company, right? These are young people. Is this AC too cold? Oh my God. Organizers, AC is too cold for us, so we cannot talk. All right, so rather, if the AC is too cold, be talking so that you warm yourself up, please. Okay, so you're talking about your experiences. I was saying that you're putting your experiences in a way that show the value you added to your workspace. Every job that you do, even if you are just the person who put these chairs here, you added value to this space. If you didn't put the chairs here, this place will not be as organized as it is. So think of yourself like that and always present your accomplishments like that on your CV. And the next thing is that you should always start your point with an action word. Remember the definition of a verb in Form 1, right? What is a verb? Somebody says the name of a thing. You see that you've forgotten your Form 1 knowledge. What is a verb? Okay. A verb is an action word in a sentence. And you should use verbs when you're presenting your accomplishments on your CV. So you are not saying that I was carrying chairs. No. You're just going to say carrying chairs from point A to B. Assisted in doing this, and that. Participated, spearheaded, led a group that did this, managed, executed, organized. Do we get? Use words that show an action. Your first word should be an action word, and you alternate them. So let me not see your CV and then have everything that says assisted. You're still not understand my dear. So look for words that show action and use them when presenting your experiences. All right. Okay, one stupid example. We'll say coordinated a team of 5 writers in the ghostwriting project of a book called Eat First, whatever. So that's just to say that coordinated is the word you're using. The main word there is coordinate. And if it is an experience that has already passed, you're putting everything in the past tense. I know some of you will just go and ask ChatGPT to do it. But I bet you most HRs know ChatGPT. They know ChatGPT when they see it. They know AI when they see it. So if you're not a creative person and if you do not understand what we're discussing here, you're still going to have a bad CV. So even if ChatGPT did something for you, you would want to edit to fit this context. ChatGPT will always put it in continuous form. Executing this, coordinating this, even if it's a job you did in 2010. That's how crazy it can be. So just make sure that you're putting your experiences in the right tenses. Next slide, please. All right. I don't know what's on my slide. Oh, it's this screen. Okay. All right. The next one is you're putting in your education. And in your education, you're literally mentioning your degrees, maybe the schools you attended, the graduation date, and of course reverse chronology again. So you're starting from the most recent. If you have a master's degree, you're going to start with master's degree in this, the University of Yaoundé 1. Then you include the start and end date. In this case, if you're applying for a job, that is enough for you. But if you're applying for a scholarship, and most likely the scholarship is in line with what you did at your master's level, then you would want to put your thesis, what you worked on as a project, and if you have a good GPA, you put it. That's a trick. If your GPA is not good, don't put it. If you're struggled to go out, don't put it because it's going to work against you. But if you know that you have a good GPA, that is going to speak positively for you, then you add it there. So this just means that some of these things are flexible, and you're also consciously thinking of how do I make sure this serves me? Because if it is not serving you, it's serving against you. There's no in between in this case. All right, so you're putting your degrees, and in most cases, it is best to just add the end of your first degree. If you have a master's, you put your master's, you put your first degree. If you have a PhD, you put your PhD, your first degree. 2 masters, you put your 2 masters first degree. But if you are somebody who doesn't have a first degree, yes, you may want to include the others just so that your space will not be empty. 5 is your skills. Your skills are what you can do, include both hard and soft skills, relevant to the job. I highlighted to add everything that you know. Say, I can do this, I can do that, I can cook, I can clean, I can dance, it's not a housewife. Think of the things that you can do that align with the job. So my recommendation here is usually when you're applying for a job, go back to the job description. Go back to where you saw that job. There are skills that the center needed specifically. So you're going to look through the list of skills that they gave, and you see which ones in that place you have. Those are the skills you're putting in your CV. And do not try to be too creative in this place. If you know that you have data analysis skills, and they have included data analysis in the job description, do not try to turn data analysis and say it in some appealing way. It's not necessary. Don't try to change words a lot, especially in your CV, because there is something called keywords. I guess we're still going to talk about that. There's something called keywords, and if your CV is passing through an application tracking system, it means the application tracking system is looking for those keywords. So instead of saying data analysis, if you want to go and talk about data reviewing or data something that is not analysis, the application tracking system may not know that it is the same thing they are looking for. So when you go through your job description, pick the skills and put them in your CV exactly the way they are on the job description. It serves to your advantage. And then you're including soft skills. Soft skills are basically, maybe I was hiring you as a software engineer. Yes, maybe your web development skills, app development skills are your hard skills. Your soft skills now are those things that are within you. What can you do? Can you work effectively with a team? Are you excellent at leading a team? Do you have excellent communication skills? These are skills that are transferable. You can take them to any other job. Anywhere you go, you can use those skills to execute. And it is important because every job needs a certain level of soft skills. So also use your brain here and think of, if they're getting me for this role, if they're getting me for this role, what do they expect me to do? And what are the skills that I think I can have or that I should include here that are going to serve positively for this opportunity? We are good with skills, right? Are we good? All right. Certifications, additional training, awards. This is if you have them. If you have taken courses on Coursera or online courses, maybe online Harvard courses, Udemy, Google, LinkedIn Learning, wherever, this is where you're adding those courses. additional training, maybe you attended trainings at a certain place, whatever. You add them there, then awards. Some of you will be winning awards at events today. So this is where you include your awards. You just add them there if you have them. Then references. References, this is one of the areas that debate has not ended in as far as civil rights is concerned. Some people want references, others don't. But my recommendation here is read. Before you apply for a job, look at that opportunity. Look at what the safe that you should be. There's some opportunities that do not need your references. If they look at your CV or they look at your documents and you fit in the kind of thing they want, they're going to ask you for references. This is especially for international opportunities. People who are applying for nursing jobs, for carer jobs, those jobs that hire in the UK, the US, and Canada. In most cases, they don't need your references. They're going to ask your references as another document. And then also, some organizations ask for a reference document. This means you don't need to fill your CV adding references here. Just leave that space, say references available on request or something. And you have now your references list, which you're going to attach in your submission. So always have your ears on the ground, or always read in order to know exactly what that organization wants. But if you're applying for a small company or to a small company, especially in Cameroon, just add your references. I mean, if it is not a very, you know that it's not an international standard kind of company, just put your references. Because in our context, we don't evolve a lot. We like it when things are just stiff. So don't risk it trying to do it differently. Just put your references if you're applying for a small job within the country. All right, so next slide, please. We are going to just go over. That is basically your CV. If you're able to put all of those together in the right way, I'm rushing this because we don't have a lot of time. If you're able to put all of those together, you have an excellent CV. But what are some tips that you need to have in mind when you're putting your CV together? One, your job description, make sure that it matches the job description, which means you're customizing your CV to reflect the requirements of the job. I said it already. Don't carry one CV and send it to all job opportunities you find, like you're just sitting on your laptop. Say, I applied for 50 jobs today. How did you do that? If you say that you applied for 50 jobs today, I can already start thinking that you did something wrong, because it means you were just taking documents and sending it without making sure that they align with the job. So always make sure that you edit your CV every time you're applying to fit the opportunity. Then use keywords. I said this when we're talking about skills. Look for the key skills and phrases in the job description and include them in your CV. There are certain things that companies are always looking for. They say those things, they highlight those things in their requirements or in the role that you're going to fit into. They will describe the things that you need to be doing. In that role, look at keywords. There are always those keywords that are specific to them. Pick those keywords and fit them in your CV. You don't have to have them in one place. Just make sure that wherever you're mentioning something that sounds like that, you use exactly their keywords. This is especially because of the application tracking system. I'm not going to get into that today, but just go and Google application tracking system and how to adapt your CV to fit the application tracking system. You're going to understand what I'm talking about here. Then you are going to highlight your achievements. I already said it when we're talking about your experience. You're not just giving the things that you did. You're talking about the value you brought into that space. And then you're using a clean and professional format. Don't add unnecessary pictures or unnecessary color, trying to design it because a layout that we've never seen. It's not important. People don't have a lot of time and they don't care about you trying to look artistic. And unless you're applying for a creative role. If it is not a creative role, let your CV let it have a standard format and you're good to go. Next slide, please. All right, font size. You don't want your CV to look unnecessarily unappealing, maybe by being too small or too big. So let it be between 10 to 12, and use common fonts. Don't use something that some people have to stress to see. Look at me, my eyes are not even good. So you give me, assuming that I have like 1,000 applications to review, and then I'm looking at your CV and you use the fonts that I cannot even see. It may just be the reason I trash it. So think of using something that is very visible. Then consistency. Consistency just means if you were using 14 font size in your subheadings, make sure that you're using it throughout. Just let me see some level of consistency or chronology in whatever you were doing. Length, ideally 1 to 2 pages, especially for those of us who do not have a lot of experience. Yes, I exempted those who have like 7 years plus of experience, especially across different positions. You may go up to 3, but in most cases, make the most effort to have your CV fall within 1 to 2 pages. Then use bullet points, of course, to make your points clear under each subheading. Always proofread. You see that thing you're writing and thinking that you're writing it well. The moment you come and read over it, you realize that you wrote nonsense. So please don't submit your CV without proofreading. Remove outdated information. If there is something you did 5 years or 15 years back, it must not be there. So make sure that you are eliminating the things that are not important. Lastly, name your file correctly. Don't give your file one random name, 001, 002, like edited 15,000, you leave it there. Go and rename your document. Let it have Bon Sandra CV, Charlotte CV or something, and save it in PDF format. Thank you guys very much. I've exhausted my time and I may not have a lot of time to take questions. I can take just one question. Am I seeing your hand? Okay. We have one question. Good morning. Okay, the difference between a CV and a resume. A CV details everything that you are, while a resume is specifically for a job. And in most cases, this is country bound, because in the UK or in the UK standard, let me not say UK, like, you know that we are under the UK system, right? So in the UK standard, they use it interchangeably. But if you're applying for jobs in the US, they're asking for a CV or for a resume. It means they don't care a lot about your education and all those other things. They care about the things that fit into that job specifically. So resume mostly adapts for the job context, while a CV goes in for fellowships, scholarships, and all those other things. All right, thank you guys very much. And if you have any extra questions, you can meet me after and we have a conversation. Thank you.
Cette présentation détaillée, comment rédiger un CV, quelles sont les erreurs à éviter pour la rédaction d'un CV, la différence entre un curriculum vitae, je crois que c'est ça, et une lettre de motivation. Mesdames, Messieurs, distingués invités, nous allons passer à la deuxième présentation de cette matinée qui va être donnée par Monsieur David Ekwambi, directeur marketing Maviance. Il va nous entretenir sur le thème « Comment la FinTech peut-elle aider ?» Vos ovations, s'il vous plaît, Monsieur David Ekwambi.
Ok, bonjour tout le monde. Alors, excusez la présentatrice, mon nom est très compliqué à prononcer, je le sais. Donc c'est David Ekwambi. Je vais vous entretenir sur le thème comment la FinTech peut améliorer l'inclusion financière au Cameroun. Est-ce que... Okay, merci. Ok, premièrement, je vais m'exprimer essentiellement en français, mais les slides seront en anglais. Ça dérange quelqu'un? Est-ce que je peux avoir la tendance francophone et anglophone dans la salle? Francophone? Ok. Anglophone? Ok, bon. je vois l'effort que j'aurai à faire, parfois en termes de traduction. Ok, premièrement, disclaimer. Ce que je vais dire, ça n'engage que moi, ce sont mes analyses personnelles sur le marché de la fintech, parce que ça fait 15 ans que j'opère dans la finance. Et donc, ce sont mes petites conclusions. Et je n'ai pas la prétention d'avoir tout mis. Donc, ça va être un peu... Je vais créer ici, en vous, des petits insights et vous allez aller approfondir plus tard. Ça marche? Non, vous êtes endormis. Ça marche pour tout le monde? Ok. Donc, ce n'est pas un cours d'un amphithéâtre ou quoi que ce soit. Ok? Donc, premièrement, ok, c'est important que je me présente avant. Ça donne un peu la crédibilité. Vous voyez, elle venait de parler de CV, de trucs et tout et tout. Donc moi, je fais souvent ce petit résumé de mon CV qui, c'est à partir de ça que j'ai les conclusions que je vais vous présenter tout à l'heure. D'accord? Donc j'ai commencé ma carrière en 2010-2011 chez Nestlé. Tout jeune comme vous là, je crois, j'avais 22 ans et je vendais du café. Ouais, je faisais le café. Donc souvent, il y a des stages où faire du café, c'est très bien. Moi, je vendais du café. Cette année-là, j'avais la responsabilité de vendre du café avec une jeune équipe de à peu près 150 personnes. Vous voyez les gens qui poussent en route là. OK? Voilà. Donc c'est ce projet-là qui a lancé ma carrière. Ça s'appelait le Self-Financial Service. Donc, on aidait les jeunes de la rue, très souvent défavorisés, à avoir un salaire décent en vendant du café. OK? Donc, mon travail en tant que jeune marketiste, c'était de faire en sorte que chaque fois qu'ils vendent une tasse de café qu'on achète aujourd'hui à 150, à l'époque c'était 100 francs, chaque fois qu'ils vendaient une tasse de café, ils avaient environ 40 francs. Donc, y compris l'eau, tout. Et il fallait vendre ça avec de l'eau potable et tout ça. Je sais, je vous dis ça parce que ça va faire un lien avec toutes les autres expériences de ce qu'on se dit aujourd'hui. Donc, après Nestlé, je suis parti à la BISEC, qui est une grosse banque, et je faisais le marketing là-bas. Et la BISEC venait de faire un partenariat avec Orange Money. Qui connaît la BISEC ici? Dès là. Voilà. Tout le monde connaît Orange Money. N'est-ce pas? Donc, la BISEC venait de faire un partenariat avec Orange Money pour avoir un peu plus de proximité avec ses clients et pour avoir un peu plus, on va dire, de revenus. Ça m'a mis le pied à l'étrier de la fintech, ça m'a permis de comprendre à quoi peut servir la fintech pour les clients de banque. Parce que très clairement, c'était les premiers pas puissent faire des transactions avec des gens qui n'ont pas des comptes bancaires. Est-ce qu'on voit le lien déjà? Ok. Donc, la première expérience, je travaille avec des personnes, voilà, ce que j'ai oublié de dire, c'est que les gens de Nescafé, là, on les payait comment? Chaque vendredi, je devais m'assurer qu'ils se retrouvaient dans une cuisine Nescafé, dans tout le Cameroun, et on les payait manuellement. Ok. À la fin du projet, je pense que c'était 1150, un truc comme ça. Ensuite, je suis parti à Société Générale. Société Générale, c'était une grande banque qui avait juste 250 clients, mais qui se disait que, bon, leur problématique, c'était d'être une banque avec un peu plus de clients, mais ils savaient qu'ils n'avaient pas assez d'agences pour toucher ces clients. Ils n'avaient que 25 agences pour 250 000 clients. OK? Et donc, de fil en aiguille, on a travaillé là-bas et on a créé une fintech qui s'appelait YEP. Qui connaît YEP ici? Levez bien la main, s'il vous plaît. Ok, je voulais évaluer si j'avais bien fait mon travail à l'époque parce que j'étais responsable marketing et communication de YEP. J'ai lancé et j'ai fermé en même temps. Donc la stratégie, c'était simple, c'était qu'on crée une marque pour faire en sorte que ceux qui n'ont pas de compte bancaire puissent faire des transactions avec ceux qui ont un compte bancaire dans la Société Générale. Ok? Et donc là-dessus aussi, on va évaluer plus tard. Ça a marché comme ça a marché. Et à un moment donné, on a décidé d'arrêter. Donc après, j'ai fait un petit shift. à Malliance parce que j'ai découvert Malliance quand je travaillais chez eux. Et après, je suis d'abord allé chez Yuki un instant parce qu'il y avait un projet qu'ils voulaient lancer. J'ai fait 2 ans et me voici devant vous. Je suis chez Malliance, donc depuis près d'1 an, et en tant que directeur marketing. OK? Next slide. Donc, de fil en aiguille dans ma carrière, le problème qu'on essaye de résoudre, ou alors que j'aide les entreprises à résoudre, c'est résumé un peu par cette slide. Vous voyez cette maman, j'aime bien cette photo. C'est une maman qui a le téléphone et qui a une carte bancaire. Selon vous, quand vous avez votre grand-mère à la maison, il est plus facile pour elle d'utiliser quoi, les 2 objets qu'elle a? Encourageux pour une personne. Il n'y a pas de bonne ou de mauvaise vie, madame. Non, madame, vous avez levé la main, vous avez... Qu'est-ce qui est plus facile pour la grand-mère là? Le téléphone, n'est-ce pas? Ok. Donc, l'Afrique a créé sa propre finance. Je pense qu'on le sait tous depuis quelques années, on voit les tendances. Les banques existent depuis près de 60 ans au Cameroun. Mais aujourd'hui au Cameroun, on a à peu près quoi? Grand max 3 millions de personnes qui ont un compte bancaire. Le téléphone existe à moitié, peut-être depuis 20 ans. Le smartphone tel qu'on le connaît existe peut-être depuis 10 ans, n'est-ce pas? Mais il est très clair que si on fait un sondage, il y a plus de personnes qui ont le téléphone que les comptes bancaires, et encore plus même les cartes bancaires. Et de plus en plus, il y a plus de personnes qui utilisent le téléphone pour l'argent que les personnes qui utilisent le compte bancaire ou la carte bancaire pour l'argent. Est-ce qu'on se comprend? Et donc, quand on regarde dans le monde, les mobile money, donc les porte-monnaies électroniques, qui sont nés ailleurs, sont nettement plus utilisés en Afrique que partout ailleurs. Dans le monde, si ça représente 600 milliards de dollars, rien qu'en Afrique, c'est 150 milliards de dollars. OK? Et donc ça montre très clairement ce que certains professionnels aiment appeler l'adoption. L'adoption qu'il y a dans quelque chose. Et ça, on ne peut pas commander ça. J'ai envie de dire, c'est du hasard. Donc, du jour au lendemain, on s'est réveillé, les Camerounais ont adopté, ou alors les Africains ont adopté le téléphone comme leur outil préféré, comme la plupart des personnes dans le monde. Mais plus encore, ils ont adopté le téléphone comme leur outil financier préféré. OK? Et ça ouvre déjà la voie à un marché certain. Next slide. Excusez ma voix, je suis un peu enrhumé. Donc, le next slide, ça vous montre maintenant, on entre dans le détail de l'Afrique en 2023, ce que le mobile money réussit à, ou alors permet de faire. OK? On a à peu près, on dit 1,7 milliard de 7,7 milliards de comptes mobile money en Afrique aujourd'hui, pour des transactions d'environ 1,4 trillion. Donc, 1,4 000. Trillion, c'est quoi? 1000 milliards, c'est ça? 1 million de milliards, c'est ça? D'année en année, ça fait une croissance de 14%. D'année en année, le nombre de mobile money qui se crée, c'est une croissance de plus 12%. Okay? Donc, on n'est même pas encore à la cible, le marché n'est pas encore saturé. Et on estime que sur les 30 jours, il y a à peu près une croissance de 9%. Donc, chaque 30 jours, il y a plus 9% des personnes par rapport à l'année dernière qui font des transactions. OK? Et le trait d'union entre ces personnes qui font des transactions et ces personnes qui n'en font pas, c'est les points des agents. On les appelle comment chez nous? Les agents, alors, on les appelle comment chez nous? Les call box, n'est-ce pas? Ça, c'est une invention totalement camerounaise, par exemple. Le call box avec le chewing-gum, le bonbon, les chips, nanana, et le téléphone pour faire les transferts. Ça aide la vie des gens, n'est-ce pas? Ça n'aide pas. Le premier truc que je fais, si je fais mon travail, c'est que j'ouvre d'abord mon call box. Avant le taxi, avant quoi que ce soit. C'est pas vrai. Qui a le call box ici là? Qui a un call box ici là? Personne n'a un call box ici. Et vous voulez être entrepreneur au Cameroun? Ah, il a un call box. Ouf. Il faut avoir un call box, les gars. C'est là où tout se passe. Le point de vente, c'est là où tout se passe. Parce que c'est dans le call box que quelqu'un va venir vous dire, tu n'as pas le nouveau chewing-gum qu'on aime là. Et puis tu peux acheter un paquet et ça te donne de l'argent. Quelqu'un va venir vous dire, tu ne vends pas l'eau. De plus en plus, on voit les call box et les pousses là. Ils vendent de l'eau, le jus. Ils ont même dit on a déjà customisé l'eau. Vous voyez souvent les poussins là. Ils sont garés. Un gars, il ouvre, il se met devant le portail. Mais dans son pouce, il y a tout. N'est-ce pas? Voilà. C'est le point de vente, là où tout se passe. Et de plus en plus, ces personnes font Orange Money, MJ Mobile Money. Et c'est eux, hein, les milliards dont on parle là, ça ne se fait pas forcément dans la banque. Il y a une partie qui se fait à la banque. Une grosse partie se fait au bord de la route. De 1. D'accord? Donc si vous êtes tech, premier conseil, et que vous voulez favoriser l'inclusion financière, ou alors que vous voulez lancer un produit dans l'inclusion financière, je vous conseille fortement, n'ouvrez pas forcément un call box, mais allez souvent vous asseoir avec un d'eux qui font des transactions financières pour comprendre les habitudes de vos futurs consommateurs. Est-ce qu'on est bon? Non, c'est comme si je viens de dire connu. Est-ce qu'on est bon? Vous allez aller vous asseoir avec un call box. Allez vous asseoir avec un call box. Vous allez apprendre bien plus que ce que vous pouvez apprendre ici en discutant avec des professionnels. Parce que eux, ils sont dans la réalité. Le soleil là, quand le soleil a tapé chez quelqu'un, il dit pardon, donne-moi un sachet d'eau. En même temps, fais-moi le transfert, fais-moi le caching de 5 000. Envoie aussi les 10 000 qui à ma tontine. Il vient de créer, il entre dans les 435 millions de transactions qu'on fait en Afrique tous les jours. OK? Et c'est ça qu'on appelle l'inclusion financière. Pourquoi? Parce que l'argent qu'il va envoyer, soit il envoie à sa grand-mère, qui va recevoir un SMS, et elle saura qu'elle peut aussi partir dans notre compte de l'argent. Soit il va envoyer ça même à quelqu'un au bureau. Peut-être que c'est l'argent de quelqu'un d'un bureau qui est dans un bureau qui veut remettre. Soit. Il y a beaucoup de possibilités. Et vous, en tant que développeur, c'est vous qui allez élaborer le maximum de possibilités. OK? Donc, les autres chiffres, on a aujourd'hui ce qu'on appelle le remittance. Qui a reçu un transfert de l'étranger ici? Qui a reçu un transfert de l'étranger depuis la France ou bon, de l'étranger? Est-ce que tu as reçu ce transfert? Tu allais prendre l'argent en cash? Tu allais prendre l'argent en cash quelque part? Tu as reçu via ton propre mobile money? C'était ma alliance qui t'avait envoyé le message, n'est-ce pas? N'est-ce pas? Voilà. Donc, quand vous recevez de l'argent de l'étranger, avant, quand il fallait aller prendre l'argent, on t'envoyait un Western Union. En tout cas, moi, à mon époque, quand on était à Ange Raphaël, quand on t'envoyait un Western Union, tu photocopiais d'abord ta carte, tu soulèves d'abord ton matelas, tu prends ta vieille carte d'identité, tu photocopies, tu signes 3 fois. C'est ce que nous on faisait d'abord. Tu photocopies 3 fois, tu signes 3 fois, c'est les 3 fois. Et tu partais maintenant te mettre en rang devant Express Union, en attendant que ça ouvre. Il était 6 heures quand tu avais les 3 photocopies là. En même temps, on était libéré de 1000. Chacun devait prendre son argent pour payer soit les cours, soit un fascicule. Aujourd'hui, lui, il est dans sa chambre, il dort, cling, il gars, il peut décider d'aller retirer ou il peut même décider de payer tout ce qu'il a payé avec son téléphone. C'est ça. C'est l'inclusion financière. La même façon que lui reçoit ça, quelqu'un dans un village peut recevoir, quelqu'un qui n'est même pas dans une ville où il y a la banque ou un point de vente peut recevoir. Ok? Et donc c'est ça, c'est ce rôle que vous, en tant que personne, vous qui travaillez dans la technologie, vous êtes censé créer ces ponts, les ponts entre les communautés. Et maintenant, nous, les vendeurs, les gars du marketing, on est censé vendre ça. D'accord? Donc, il y a ce produit-là, qui est le remittance, qui évolue fortement parce que plus on a des gens dans la diaspora, au Canada, plus il va y avoir des transferts du Canada vers le Cameroun. C'est une opportunité pour nous. C'est une opportunité pour nous. Demain, vous allez créer des produits qui vont permettre à ces Canadiens ou ces futurs Canadiens de payer les factures de leurs parents ici, de payer, de répondre aux besoins de leurs parents qu'ils ont laissés ici, de payer l'école, de payer quoi encore, toutes sortes de besoins qu'on peut régler grâce à la technologie. Et donc grâce au J'ai 2 slides, donc. Ok. Le dernier point, et je vais terminer par là, c'est quelles sont les questions qu'on doit se poser pour sortir d'ici. Parce que si je viens ici simplement vous dire, voilà comment la fintech peut faire, peut machin, c'est pas mon rôle. Mon rôle, c'est de venir créer une étincelle en vous et de venir vous dire, tiens, vous pouvez régler ce problème, vous pouvez faire ça parce que il y a encore un gap, il y a 2 mondes qui ne communiquent pas et les seuls moyens pour communiquer aujourd'hui, c'est ça. Donc vous, en tant que développeur, en tant que financier, en tant que innovateur, en tant qu'entrepreneur, vous pouvez relier les 2 mondes. Next slide, s'il vous plaît. Non. Ok. Globalement, on a 30 millions de Camerounais, adultes, mineurs, bébés, grands-pères, tout ça. Globalement. Ok. Les 30 millions de Camerounais là représentent que c'est la raison de notre économie. Tout tourne autour d'eux. Tout ce qu'ils mangent, tout ce qu'ils portent. Les bateaux qui viennent avec la friperie, tout tourne autour de ces 30 millions de Camerounais. S'ils n'existent pas, il n'y a plus de marché. Et pour leurs besoins, ces 30 millions de Camerounais sont gérés par, on va dire, des institutions financières. Ok? Premier rang, on a les banques. Il y en a 18 au Cameroun. Je crois qu'il y a un qui est certainement d'être créé. Les 18 banques qu'on a au Cameroun là, ont 578 à peu près agences. C'est beaucoup ou c'est petit? Si on regarde les 30 millions de Camerounais, on a à peu près 10 millions, 20 millions qui sont adultes. Et on a à peu près 3 millions qui vont dans les agences pour leur argent. Vous voyez un peu? Et il n'y a que 578 agences de banque qui peuvent recevoir ces 3 millions de personnes-là. Si vous faites le ratio, vous voyez si c'est beaucoup ou c'est petit. Mais ce que je vais vous dire, par exemple, c'est qu'il n'y a que 14 villes qui ont une agence bancaire au Cameroun. Sur environ 75. Donc le reste vous appartient, vous pouvez faire au callbox là-bas qui vont faire les transactions financières. Vous voyez le point? Deuxième ligne, on a les microfinances. Elles sont un peu plus nombreuses que les banques et il y a beaucoup plus d'agences. Il y a à peu près 2000 les microfinances partout. Généralement, les gens n'aiment pas. Il y a 2 catégories de personnes. Il y a les gens qui aiment les microfinances et il y a les gens qui aiment les banques en fonction du degré de prestige. Mais les microfinances sont aussi importantes que les banques. On a de plus en plus des entreprises financières qu'on appelle les asset managers. Quelqu'un connaît un ici? Arvest, quelqu'un connaît? Bref, allez faire vos recherches aussi, c'est aussi ça qui est important. On a des assurances qui permettent d'avoir une police d'assurance santé. Dans tout le Cameroun, il n'y en a que à peu près 300 points de vente. Donc, moi, ce que je veux qu'on retienne ici, c'est qu'est-ce qu'on va faire pour que les deux communautés, ou alors pour répondre aux besoins de toutes les communautés. Parce qu'il y a encore beaucoup de personnes ou de communautés non desservies. Il y a des gens qui sont nés au Cameroun qui ne sont jamais entrés dans une banque. Parce que leur ville n'a pas de banque. Il y a des gens qui sont nés au Cameroun, ils ne savent pas ce que c'est qu'un RIB. Il y a des gens qui sont nés au Cameroun, ils n'ont jamais fait un transfert d'argent, même de 100 francs. Ah oui. Tout ce que vous dites ici, là, vous, c'est le chinois. Vous racontez, c'est que vous, là. Lui, gère son cash. Sous son lit, il y a 4 caisses. Il y a 4 millions. Racontez ce que vous voulez raconter, là. Ça l'inquiète seulement le jour où il commence à entendre que telle microfinance a fermé. Il prend dans son carnet. Il regarde que c'est pas ça. Ou alors on va lui dire que l'argent n'est plus autorisé. C'est là où il commence à avoir la panique. Ok? Donc, je vais vous laisser dessus, sur cette réflexion. Il faut garder en tête les chiffres. Il faut garder en tête le besoin auquel la finance répond. Et c'est ça, en réalité, qui fait que la FinTech a un boulevard devant elle pour, en termes de création d'emplois, en termes de création de revenus. Ça va faire de les futurs Mark Zuckerberg. OK? Allez, bonne journée et j'espère que vous avez appris quelque chose. Il y a des questions, excusez-moi. On prend une série de 3 puisqu'on a un retard. Ouais.
Innove pour pouvoir pallier à ce problème.
Ok, belle question, merci. Je ne voulais pas forcément parler de ma viande, mais si l'occasion m'est donnée, je m'en donne à cœur joie. Alors, ma viande, mon DG était ici hier ou avant-hier. Je pense que, je ne sais pas si certains d'entre vous étaient dans la salle. Ma viande a commencé son histoire, c'était le 3 novembre, en 2012. Mais le premier produit que Maviance a lancé sur le marché, c'était il y a 10 ans. Ok, ça s'appelait Mobile Pay. Je crois. Et donc, Maviance a commencé son histoire. Sa première transaction a eu lieu le 2 novembre. D'accord? Et tout bête, c'était les callbox. Il y avait un problème. Vous vous rendez compte qu'à l'époque, pour faire un call, lorsque vous aviez un callbox, pour faire les différents opérateurs, il vous fallait avoir quoi? Si tu voulais faire Orange, tu avais un téléphone. Si tu voulais faire MTN, tu avais un autre téléphone. Maviance est venue avec une application qui permettait aux gens de se dire, OK, je peux avoir un seul fonds et j'interagis avec les personnes de Orange et les personnes de MTN. En plus de ça, il y avait un problème chez une entreprise qu'on aime tous, qui s'appelle Eneo. Et Maviance s'est dit, bon, je vais t'aider à faire en sorte qu'il n'y ait pas de queue dans tes agences. Pourquoi? Parce que le PDG de Maviance était venu payer la facture de son parent et il s'est retrouvé en train de faire 3 heures dans la queue. Et quelqu'un est venu proposer de payer 500 pour avancer. On a tous connu ça, on est dans la même époque. Voilà. Et c'est ça qui a donné l'idée. C'est pour ça que je vous dis, allez sur le terrain, allez discuter avec les gens. Et donc, Maviance, son approche, c'est simplement de répondre aux besoins des entreprises, petites, moyennes, grandes, très grandes, pour amener leurs produits vers les populations mal desservies. Et nous, Maviance prend petite commission de passage. Ça te va comme réponse? Une approche B2B, si tu veux que je dise ça en langage un peu intellectuel, on a une approche B2B basée sur les interfaces technologiques. Ces interfaces technologiques, on les connecte entre nos partenaires et des agents à travers une application. Ça te va comme réponse. Ok. Alors, 2 autres questions et puis on arrête. Oui.
All right. Good morning.
Good morning.
Can I speak in English?
Yes.
All right. So,
but slowly.
Slowly. All right. You did not talk much about asset management and maybe investment funds. I really wish to find out that market space in Cameroon, like more about it. I don't know if you can show more light.
Il a alors gâté encore une fois. Il a bien commencé après, il a gâté. Okay, you want to talk about asset management and fund?
Yeah, so tell me more about the asset management and investment funds management in Cameroon.
Yeah. What I think about it?
Like how the market is, if they are even present. Or...
Je ne comprends pas la question, honnêtement. Quelqu'un peut l'aider? Je comprends ce qu'il veut. Oui. Si quelqu'un peut l'aider. Parce que je ne comprends pas, il faut qu'il formule sa question. Ok, ce que j'ai compris, c'est que tu veux me demander, j'ai fait allusion à l'asset management et aux sociétés qui lèvent des fonds, c'est ça?
Yes, something like that.
Yes. Et ce que tu veux savoir, c'est comment travailler avec cette société-là?
Oui, et aussi, that's if there's a market for it, a huge market, especially investment funds.
Oui, enfin, le marché est très simple. Aujourd'hui, toutes les banques, en fonction de la régulation, elles ont le droit ou le devoir, si elles veulent exercer sur le marché des obligations. The market is very simple, okay? Today, each bank have the right to create his own asset management company, right? Today you have Société Générale has Société Générale Asset Management. So if you want to buy obligation and you want to sell obligation, the CEMAC policy asks you to create your own asset management company, right? It's the same for the capital securities, okay? But what we observe about the fintech market is that it's the same problem than the bank. If you want that the services of asset management and fund company, if you want to be close with the population, you have to use the same language. And this language is just that. And today, the only market served by the asset management is a bank population. The unbanked population today don't really have access to this product. I don't know if I answered to your question, but you should try to good formulate your question, right? Okay, une dernière question.
Hypothétiquement parlant, je mets en place une application dans le domaine de la finance qui aura pour but, par exemple, de faciliter les procédures entre des institutions financières et des particuliers. Moi, ce que je voudrais savoir, dans le cas, par exemple, je vais prendre un exemple simple, entre UBA, par exemple, et des particuliers. Moi, je décide de mettre une application dans le domaine de la finance pour faciliter les procédures entre les deux parties. À quel moment est-ce que je suis permis de le faire? Est-ce qu'il faut que je passe d'abord par UBA avant de faire la solution, ou bien je suis libre de faire la solution et de la commercialiser?
Alors, j'adore ta question, déjà parce que, félicitations, même si tu as dit hypothétiquement parlant, ça veut dire que tu es obligé d'avoir un produit qui va répondre à un besoin. Non, tu n'as pas besoin de l'accord de qui que ce soit pour lancer ta solution. Maintenant, si tu veux faciliter l'accès des services d'UBA avec des populations qui pourraient avoir besoin des services de UBA, oui, tu dois plus ou moins avoir un partenariat avec eux, sinon, ok, je crois que tu comprends ce que je veux dire. Maintenant, on est quand même, heureusement, dans un pays où on est libéraliste en termes de commerce, donc tu peux te lever, tu crées ton produit et tu commences à le commercialiser, mais il faut avoir une proposition de valeur, et cette proposition de valeur viendra du fait que avoir une marque comme UBA dans ton produit va certainement attirer une clientèle. Donc, ça peut être la recharge des cartes payées, ça peut être la recharge des comptes, ça peut être l'envoi d'argent à l'extérieur. Je dis ça comme ça, je dis rien, hypothétiquement parlant. Donc, je vous remercie pour votre attention et bonne journée à vous.
Alors, c'était M. David, je vais y arriver, et Kwame. Je m'en sors. Comment la FinTech peut-elle aider à l'inclusion financière et sociale au Cameroun? En d'autres termes, gérer vos cash, autrement, aller dans le banque. La FinTech a donc un boulevard pour créer l'emploi et faciliter les opérations, ceci afin de répondre aux besoins des usagers, et ce ainsi, peu importe la nature et la taille. Mesdames, Messieurs, nous allons passer à la présentation suivante. Il s'agit de Madame Joké Raïssa. Les 20 prochaines minutes, elle va nous entretenir sur le thème « Exploring the intersection between climate change and cyber security ». Madame Joké Raïssa, s'il vous plaît.
Hello. Hello. I know the building is cold. Can we just stand up and warm up a little bit, please? Please. Can we? Yes, just a little warm up. Yeah, stretch a little bit so we feel warm and get straight into our presentation. Thank you very much. Okay, you can have your beautiful seat. Thank you. I wish to ask the presentation on here. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Joket Kamulai. I'm a cybersecurity analyst, currently a CH in the making. I happen to be the Youth for Climate Ambassador who was selected by the UNFCCC in 2021 to represent Cameroon at the Pre-COP Summit in Milan. And I've contributed in the formulation of over 5 climate policy documents. Most especially, I think the Youth for Climate Manifesto, which was a policy document, a foundation document at the COP26 in Glasgow in the UK. And today, our presentation is going to be on, it's I don't want to call it weird, but something which is a bit new. It's a novelty, more or less. Which is exploring the intersection between climate change and cybersecurity. Who said about climate change, first of all? Just raise your hand. We just want to interact with climate change. I see hands. Thank you very much. What about cybersecurity? Okay, a whole bunch of hands. Thank you so much. Can we get ready with the presentations, please? Oh. Is it a video console or the audio console? Please, can you get ready with the presentation? With the slides, basically. Oh, there's a problem? Is there a problem? Oh, how do we kill this dead air in the room? Okay, let's just dive in. While waiting for the slides, we just dive in. I realized, what knows about cyber? I mean, I've seen a couple of hands to indicate that people know a thing or two about climate change and cybersecurity, which is really cool because statistics show that these are global concerns. You know, climate change happens to be number 13 on the list of UN SDGs, that's Sustainable Development Goals, but it's number one global emergency at the moment. And you know, it cuts across many facets of the SDGs. And cybersecurity also happens to be a growing concern, which just doesn't affect the West or Western countries, but affects Africa. And it'll please you to know, or it might interest you to know, that 90% of cyber crimes are perpetuated as a result of human interaction. For example, you could click a phishing link, you could be socially engineered into giving concrete information, you could open your phone on public Wi-Fi and get, how do I call it, exposed to vulnerabilities or be hacked, to say the basic. So while waiting for our presentation to see some statistics, I want us to also know that statistics from Antic show that over 12.8 billion francs is lost every year to cyber crimes in Cameroon. Therefore, making it very difficult for climate funds or for climate initiatives to be funded because almost all the funds are siphoned due to cybercrime. Oh, thank you very much. Here is a presentation you can follow closely. First slide. Okay. Yeah, next slide, please. All right, like I said, related to sustainable development goals, SDG 13 happens to be climate action, and SDG 16, peace, justice, and strong institution, an SDG which is a direct umbrella over cybersecurity. Next slide, please. All right, we're looking at the severity level. How severe is climate change in cybersecurity? Climate change and cybersecurity, like I just earlier mentioned, are growing concerns, not only on an African level or a Cameroonian level, but on the global level in general. And climate action happens to be number one global emergency. It will please you to know that Cameroon or Africa in general only contributes 3.8% to greenhouse gas emissions, but we suffer the greatest brunt. It's very unfortunate. And cybersecurity now, since we're talking about exploring the intersection, cybersecurity happens to be a threat to world peace, security, and a current example has to be the Hezbollah. I don't know if you've listened to the news recently, where pagers were used to bomb Israel somewhere, but you can write down that name and take it home as an assignment. Thank you. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, I mentioned that already. I said statistics from Antic show that Cameroon loses 12.8 billion francs annually to cybercrime. It could be social engineering, it could be clicking phishing links and what have you. And with such exorbitant losses, you realize that funds which could be used to support climate change initiatives are deducted to fight cybercrime. Next slide, please. So, we dive into the crux of the matter, climate-related cybersecurity risk. The increased vulnerability to cyber attacks due to climate-related disruptions. For example, we have examples like natural threats or disasters like earthquakes, floods, typhoons, violent winds. Now, just imagine that we are in, let's say we're working in Silicon Valley, and there happens to be, let's call it an earthquake. How many laptops, or what's the measure of information or data, to say the least, will be lost in such an attack? So basically, you realize that if our planet is safe, we're not just saving people, we're also saving data. And natural threats, earthquakes, like earthquakes are a huge threat to information security. Next slide, please. Cybersecurity threats to climate change mitigation. Attackers can exploit vulnerabilities on renewable energy systems. The world right now is actually gearing towards what they call the it's going through what they call the green transformation. People are replacing inorganic forms of energy with solar, wind, because it's more sustainable and more eco-friendly. And attackers are also, at the moment, building very sophisticated technologies to invade these systems, to steal data, and just to disrupt in general. And also, this intellectual property theft. And for example, we have climate-related research and development can be stolen and compromised. Therefore, giving falsified reports that alter climate policies and decisions. For example, if you just imagine that we work on a project or we collect data from a certain community that's climate-related data, and the system is hacked and data is falsified. And when data is falsified, the reports automatically are wrong. Therefore, they do not present concretely what happens on the ground. And it's going to affect how decisions are made. So, next slide, please. Next slide, please. Okay, it's really unfortunate that I could not get data about these network breaches in Africa, but I could have concrete data from the USA. And from what we have there, network breaches and distributed denial of service attacks on renewable energy systems. I have concrete examples. In 2017, there was a cyber attack on climate energy systems that resulted in data theft. And in 2019, hackers compromised the control system of a solar farm, I think in the US and in Vermont, and this destroyed the power supply. This destroyed the power supply and it slowed down that institution. And I think most recently in 2020, researchers developed vulnerabilities in solar panel inverters, which allowed remote access and control. In tech language, or let's say the basic form, vulnerabilities happen to be weaknesses that can be exploited for whatever reason by threat actors. So next slide, please. So what mitigation strategies? Realize that we cannot talk about a problem without at least mentioning a solution or something that can curb the problem to a basic minimum, because it's fair to say problems cannot be eliminated, but they can be reduced. So we have mitigation strategies. For example, we came up with mitigation strategies like institutions, like could be solar panel institutions or renewable energy institutions, should then implement robust cybersecurity measures like intrusion detection systems, intrusion prevention systems. They could also, next one, you can conduct regular vulnerability assessments on their systems. And I had to write the 6 stages of the vulnerability management life cycle just to throw more light. For example, companies could first of all identify their assets and create a baseline, scan, do a vulnerability scan, assess their risk to know the severity and to know the urgency of what problem to solve, remediate that remediation, verification, and then set up systems to monitor, could be the energy systems or water systems or power supply systems in general. Most importantly, cybersecurity training and awareness should be mainstreamed in institutions, should be mainstreamed in institutions that deal with data on climate change, climate policies, or anything related to climate change in general. Because 90% of cybercrime is as a result of human weakness. It's as a result of human weakness. It doesn't matter how complex your passwords are or how complex it just skipped my mind. No matter how complex your systems are in general, as long as you just click a phishing link, you can give access to hackers or to attackers on the system, and they can do so much harm that could ruin the reputation of institutions. It could cause financial losses, and it could be sued. So, ladies and gentlemen, We'll move straight to the next segment, a Q&A session, 2 questions maximum, so we wrap up quickly. Thank you very much. Two questions, please. Oh, you have a question. Sorry, je ne parle pas bien français. Can you speak in English? Okay, what did I study? Okay, my professional part, both. Yes,
And how you link the two?
Okay, how do I link the two? Okay, for example, I'm a climate change advocate, of course. Yes, currently, and I'm a CH in the making. So I'm doing both alongside, and I also provide like consulting services to maybe to climate change bodies that need me, and we contribute to policy documents. So whenever I get the opportunity to work on this, these are the items that I bring up to ensure that systems should be fortified. I don't know if I'm making sense to you. Does that answer your question? I juggle both careers. Does that answer your question? Yes, I do both. I do both. So whenever I'm called up to work on policy documents, I raise issues like this. Yeah. So next question and final question. If there is there? Okay, there's a final question.
So my question is, as a cybersecurity expert, the users or the tech innovators here who are looking into cybersecurity, what is the advice you can actually give us to study at the university level, or what career path is best to make you best in cybersecurity?
Or what career path is best? I wouldn't want to say this anything called best, because cybersecurity happens to be a very broad horizon. You could choose to be an ethical hacker or a pen tester. You could choose to specialize maybe just in malware analysis. You could choose to work in GRC, that's governance, risk, and compliance. It's just very vast, and you can run through choices. But I chose the networking defense part. I've done digital forensics, and I'm currently a pen tester in training. So you can always switch yourself, or we could speak after that. So I present to you the plethora of things you can choose from. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your kind attention.
Je pense qu'on peut applaudir plus fort. Merci aussi pour nous réchauffer et remercier notre speaker pour cette présentation. Le climat et la cybersécurité, des sujets d'actualité qui nous concernent tous. Nous allons donc la prochaine présentation qui sera donnée par Aidiz. J'espère que Aidiz Benin. Je crois que ce matin, peut-être que c'est moi qui dois faire les exercices. How young innovators can stand out and stay relevant in a fast-changing world. Pour les prochaines minutes, la prochaine présentation, Madame Benin, s'il vous plaît. Est-ce qu'on peut applaudir? Est-ce qu'on peut applaudir?
Thank you. Hello everybody. Good morning. C'est les jeunes qu'on a dans la salle. Bonjour à tous. Nous sommes des jeunes, il faut qu'on really have to pretend to be young people. I'm so glad to be here this morning. My name is Alice Bezankeng, Alice Benin, for those of you who know me by that name. I am a lot of things, but I've carved out my niche to be in project management and communication specialist. Today, I will be talking to you as a personal development expert and sharing with you some strategies that I have firsthand seen to work out for young people who are standing out and staying relevant in their niche. I can communicate in French, so if at some point I'm going a little bit fast and you need me to slow down and speak in French, please just raise your hand and I'll do that. Please, we have a mic in the audience. Est-ce que nous avons un micro dans Okay, awesome. Okay, who knows what niche means? What is a niche? Who knows what their niche is? Okay, please, yeah, there's a hand here. Just tell me what your niche is.
Like for me, I think my niche is the place I occupy, wheresoever I'm found.
Okay, for
And the role I have in that place where I'm.
For you, what is it? What role?
Okay.
Like for me now, my niche, I see more to improve my society.
Sorry?
My niche is for now, I need knowledge to improve my society.
Okay, who else wants to answer?
Okay. I can speak in English. I'm French. Okay. Une niche, c'est un secteur particulier d'un marché dans lequel on veut se positionner. La fintech.
My niche is actually my place of focus. Like, for example, I'm currently focused on sustainable agriculture. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I think that for young people, in as much as we have and that's what makes it different for us. We are young, we are versatile, we are flexible. So most of us are doing a lot of things. You're good at so many things, you're creative at this, you're good at achieving this or getting this done. But then I just want to announce to you that in this world that we live in now, as a young person, it is important for you to carve out your niche. What are you known by? When someone mentions your name, what can your peers or those who work with you, what can they say that you are good at? It's extremely important. If not, we go through a professional path or a career path where you cannot find yourself, and in the long run, you find that you don't know what you're good at. You're good at everything, but you're not known as anything, or you're not known by everything. Who can relate to that? Right? Yeah, you do so many things and you don't know finally you're good at communicating, you're good at cybersecurity, you're good at agriculture, anything that you decide to do, you can do. And before we begin, I just want to put out some few tips on how to be able to carve out your niche. It's important to know what you're passionate about because it starts from there. If you find yourself working in something that you don't have passion for, it will not be long-lasting. So it's important to keep passion at the forefront of everything that you do. So if at some point you see that there's something that I'm really passionate about, see that let me show people let me show everything, but you try even more, then that's something that you can consider to be your niche. If there's something else that you feel like you can talk more about to other people, because we're all good at something, right? We're all good at something, and it's not necessarily the same thing for everybody. And that's what makes the beauty of the youth, of young people like me and yourself. So, please, can we go to the next slide? Okay, so I want to talk about the importance of relevancy in your niche. Now, it's very important in your career because when you keep a consistent value-adding, problem-solving skill, it permits you to be known, and that's what I've talked about. Let me see the people who spoke. Please, what's your name? Cindy. Okay, you said you're into agri. You advocate for sustainable agriculture. For how long have you been doing that? For 5 years. Okay. So what's the full name? Jumbo Cindy. Okay, can I have 5 people in the hall who know Jumbo Cindy as someone who advocates for sustainable agriculture? Est-ce qu'il y a 5 personnes dans cette salle qui connaissent Cindy? Like if you hear about advocacy for sustainable agriculture, you think Cindy. Okay. Okay, that's good. This is why I ask. You are very good at what you're doing, but who knows? Does it count where it matters that you are good at cybersecurity? Est-ce que ça compte? Est-ce qu'il y a des gens qui savent que si on parle de pôle, on pense de la cybersécurité, on pense de l'environnement, on pense du changement du climat? That's what matters. You can be doing everything or even nothing, but be known for it. Because that's how you stay relevant. We have young people who began things, and today it's almost old stories. You know, when we look back, we cannot find them, we don't know who they were, we don't know where they have gone to. That's because they didn't find ways of staying relevant. And we all agree that our trends are changing. Everything, like the world is fast evolving. We talk about things today that we didn't talk about 5 years ago. We didn't have Google meetings. We didn't have Zoom meetings. We couldn't talk to each other from different geographical areas in one place. And today, all of that is possible. But how do you stay relevant in all of that? If you're someone who is into advocating for sustainable agriculture, how do you stay relevant? How do people keep remembering you? That's what we're here to talk about. Next slide, please. How? Next slide. Now, the first point, and I want to say this, it's a little cliche, but as young people, we ignore it. It's very important to find your voice. I know it sounds cheesy, and I say this because as young people, we have that tendency to look up to others who are above us, and we are always trying to do like them. We are always trying to copy them. We are always trying to emulate them. It's good to have lessons learned and work with them, but it's also very important to find yourself. What are you good at? Yes, this person is into law. It's the same thing that you do. You advocate for human rights, or you're trying to push cyber security or climate change. But what is your voice in that? How do you make it different? The last speaker spoke about an intertwining between climate change and cybersecurity. When cybersecurity came up and when climate change began, nobody knew that the two could be intertwined. And today we talk about it in one line. If you see the Sustainable Development Goals that the United Nations is promulgating, all of those goals relate with each other. But 5, 10 years ago, you could never talk about women's rights and include rights to water or environmental rights. But today, we can join the two and talk about it. That's what makes young people different. Find your unique voice in what you are doing. Whatever it is, and trust me, it's there. You just need to sit down for a second.
forget the world. Ask yourself, why are you doing this and what do you want to achieve through it? Create an identity. That is your voice. And if someone hears it somewhere, whether they know Cindy or they know Paul or they know Cedric, they're like, this resembles that girl or that guy who is into cyber security. And that's very important. So we already talked about identifying your niche and what makes you different in the field. So yes, if we want to do a little scaling here, we see that we have so many people who are interested in environmental management. We have so many people who are maybe into law, ICT, and all of that. But then, with that, where do you stand out? Are you just that one person who is also into cybersecurity, like how all the others are? That's what you have to start thinking about. And that's why we are having this talk now, because that's what pushes you to be relevant. Next slide, please. Am I going too fast? Okay, our French speaking bodies, is it okay for you? Okay, so skills development. Là, je vous apprends bien. C'est vrai qu'on est en train d'aller à l'école, on est en train d'étudier, on va avoir ce master, on va avoir tous ces certificats. Mais ça ne s'arrête pas là. Ça ne s'arrête surtout pas là. Il y a encore plus de connaissances qu'on peut acquérir par rapport à ce que nous faisons. Today we have online courses in everything, just so that you can boost yourself and learn more. Who is a program manager here? Qui est dans les projets, qui fait project management? Okay, so if you do project management, then you know about monitoring and evaluation, right? Now, M&E is a subject that came up not up to 10 years ago in project management. It came up as monitoring and evaluation. But today, we are at monitoring, evaluation, accountability, and learning. And it's still M&E, but it has evaluated over time. And also, if you didn't know, you're like, you see MEAL, meal somewhere. You're like, which one is this again? It's still the M&E that you know. But then, it's important to stay with the trend in the most positive of ways. Which means that everything we are into is evolving. I did a training when cybersecurity literally just became a thing. And we had a lot of talk around, cybersecurity, how people can stay safe online, digital safety, and everything. And then I did another training this year, again on cybersecurity. And I learned about black hackers, white hackers, blue hackers, red hat hackers. I mean, all of you are in cybersecurity relate, right? So over time, there's been a shift. Like, okay, yes, you can be a hacker, but you're a white hat hacker, which means that you're hacking for good and not like the person who is hacking to steal from someone else. That's how the trend just keeps going. It keeps changing, and you need to stay in the trend of your niche. If not, you get lost and you have no relevancy. Nobody knows you. If you sit somewhere and we are talking about cybersecurity and we are talking about the evolving trends, or we are talking about project management and talking about M&E, or we are talking about environmental climate change together with cybersecurity, and you cannot relate, you see how nobody is listening to you. So it's extremely important to stay developing your skills. Find out what is new. And I tell you, every day new things are coming up.
Find out what is new in your niche. What are people talking about? What is trending in terms of project management? What is trending in terms of ICT? Why is it trending? How can I get on that trend? That's what is important. Next slide, please. Now, building and maintaining a personal brand. What is your story and why is it important? That's something that most of us as young people we take for granted. You think that branding is just for that person who is doing marketing or who is doing publicity and advertisement in school. It concerns you. You need to be able to brand yourself. Cindy, are you on LinkedIn? Awesome. No, call me artist, please. So, how you brand yourself is important. I know someone who is into cybersecurity, and all the mini videos that he does to educate people have a particular color, which means that if you have known him and you see this video from somewhere, even you know his name or not, you know that it's from him. So that's very important. What is your brand? What is your identity? As young people, we neglect the stories that are behind what we do. Do you do cybersecurity just because maybe you went to school and that's what they're teaching you there? No. What is your story? Why did it interest you? Find a story. And usually those stories have to be around a problem and a solution, which means that you had this experience and it was problematic, and then you thought of a solution, and that is why today you are into what you are doing. So branding is a whole other thing by itself. We can, for those who are interested, you can see me later for some more tips if you're interested in that. And you see I mentioned identity, logo, design, strategy, and marketing. Be unique in your style. There's some people whose Facebook posts, when you see, it's completely different from every other person's own. You must read it. And you already know that, okay, this is what Stella usually does. When you see that post, whether you know Stella or not, you're like, I've seen this post before. And it draws you to want to know what the person is saying. So branding yourself is extremely important. Next slide, please. Networking and collaboration. Out of the box thinking. Now, you are in Yaoundé, you hear that there's this major event, Cameroon International Tech Summit. It's free for young people, just come. But you're sitting at home and you're yourself who wants to have some relevancy, who wants to be known. Do not, as a young person, miss out on any networking opportunity. Never. Anywhere people are gathered and you can come there and introduce yourself and say, hi, I'm Cynthia and I advocate for agriculture. That's enough. That's you being relevant. That is you holding on to what interests you and continuing with it. It's extremely important. I cannot say here how many people have been able to go far just because they went up to someone and introduced themselves and what they are interested in. Do not take it for granted. I know some of us are shy. Like, how do you go and talk to somebody? You're a young person. Be proactive. Be alert. Move. Because that's what keeps you relevant. Now, collaborate with people in and out of your niche. Sorry, I'll keep coming back to you. How many people do you know who do the same thing that you do? Do you connect with them? Do you collaborate with them? Yes. It's also very important. Because sometimes as young people are like, no, I'm good at what I'm doing. I don't need this other person. That's not being relevant. It's very important to find young people who are in the same niche as yourself. who have the same interest as you, collaborate with them. That's within your niche. But then let's take it out. Imagine that Cynthia who is in agriculture decides that, okay, she wants to partner with someone who is into ICT. Can we build a website where people just get to know the importance of agriculture, how plants can help us, how farming can push development here and there? Can we do that? You see how collaboration is important. And tomorrow someone is sitting somewhere, oh, I collaborated with this girl who does advocacy for agriculture. Her name is this, we can bring her in for this. It's not magic. That's literally how some people find their way, just because you find ways of collaborating with your peers. It's extremely important. Highlight your peers and your mentors when possible. As young people, we have that tendency to always be like, I do this, I'm good at this. How about at some point, you highlight someone else? You take another young person's hand, go up and say, hi, please, this is my colleague or my friend Paul. He is also very good at cyber security. I learned this and this from him. I think that he has a lot of knowledge in this. You have highlighted that person. And to that person, you remain relevant. To the person you introduce them to, you are even more relevant. And so it's important to highlight other people. Next slide, hopefully the last. Okay, create value and solve problems. It still comes to the same thing. What are the problems that you face in your niche? Other people face. Something that I personally do is that I would send out random surveys on whatever it is I'm working on at the moment, just for people to tell me how they feel about this project or that project. And it helps me to be able to come up with innovative solutions to share, or with different project ideas or different communication strategies that I can put out there. So it's very important to be a problem solver in your niche. Don't just be in that niche and be passing time. No, solve problems on a regular and communicate about it. Yeah, next slide. Give back and mentor. As a young person, you're never too small to give back. You have done this for 5 years. How do you bring up other young people who are interested in the same thing? Have you organized a free Google Meet meeting for those who are interested in your niche, just to share with them your journey and your lessons learned? Have you done that? That's what makes you relevant. There's this guy who is always creating opportunities to learn more about cybersecurity for young people, and he say, you too. That's how people start getting known. And we have all of these tools to our disposal. Most of them are free, so use them to the best of your advantage. Next slide, please. Yeah. So think innovatively. That's just the summary of everything that I've said. If you leave from here today, just keep it in your mind that there's a lot you need to still do. Yes, you're doing so much, but what more can you do to add value so that people know that when they are talking about agriculture, they think about me. When they are talking about cybersecurity, it is me that comes to mind. Next slide. So let's continue empowering ourselves as young people. Do not be left out. Please stay relevant. Let's get to know each other. In this space, don't leave without knowing at least 10 people, what they do, and how you can collaborate with them. Next slide and the last. Any questions? Okay. Thank you very much. It was a pleasure.
Merci, Madame Bénédicte. Identifier sa niche, chercher sa voie, se démarquer, utiliser les outils qui sont sont à notre portée pour faire la différence. Merci. Nous allons passer au prochain échange. Innover pour un avenir durable, tirer parti. De l'innovation et de l'esprit d'entreprise pour accélérer les objectifs de développement durable. Pour cet échange, je vais inviter Madame Anna Ebote Nao et Jean Ojon, autant pour moi, et Madame Janine Audrey Monéan, toutes les deux responsables de la cartographie des solutions au PNUD et responsables de l'exploitation au PNUD pour le prochain échange. Merci. Bonjour mesdames. Je répète le thème qui nous réunit ce matin. Innover pour un avenir durable, tirer parti de la technologie, de l'innovation et de l'esprit d'entreprise pour accélérer les objectifs de développement durable. Madame Anna Ebote Nao Ojong, responsable de la cartographie des solutions au PNUD. Qu'est-ce que c'est exactement la cartographie des solutions?
Alors, d'abord, bonjour et merci beaucoup, Madame Sono. La cartographie des solutions, je peux dire, c'est le titre que j'occupe au PNUD. Et c'est un titre un peu inconventionnel qui vient vraiment de l'initiation du laboratoire d'accélération du PNUD au niveau global, qui a voulu que dans ce laboratoire d'accélération, il y a 3 responsables. D'abord moi, un cartographeur, si je peux dire comme ça, une cartographeuse, et puis ma collègue Audrey qui est en charge de l'exploration, et puis nous avons un autre collègue qui est en charge de l'expérimentation. Donc, comme le nom cartographie des solutions indique, je fais partie de 7 membres de notre équipe de laboratoire d'abstraction du PNUD Cameroun qui s'immerge dans les différentes communautés. Je travaille avec les différents types d'acteurs et situe avec les jeunes porteurs de solutions et les innovateurs pour identifier et capturer ce qu'ils sont en train de faire dans leurs différentes communautés pour résoudre les problèmes que les communautés font face. Donc, cartographie des solutions, c'est vraiment aider les acteurs de développement, aider les décideurs à identifier ces solutions qui résoudent nos problèmes quotidiens dans nos différentes communautés et vraiment faire en sorte que ces solutions soient visibles. Et ensuite, en tant qu'équipe, nous avons aussi la possibilité de tester ces solutions et de voir si ce sont des solutions qui sont capables d'être mises à échelle.
Merci. Vous avez embrayé sur la question suivante, le laboratoire d'accélération. Madame Janine Monéan, le laboratoire d'accélération, c'est dans tout le Cameroun, et les missions et les principaux objectifs.
Beaucoup, Madame la modératrice. Le laboratoire d'accélération du PNUD, c'est une
unité stratégique qui apporte des conseils sur la base d'un certain nombre d'études factuelles. Un peu comme la collègue Anna le disait, c'est un laboratoire qui existe aujourd'hui dans 91 pays du monde, parce qu'il faudrait préciser que c'est un outil stratégique du PNUD à l'échelle mondiale. Donc, le Cameroun n'est pas le seul pays à bénéficier d'un laboratoire d'accélération. Maintenant, je voudrais préciser quelque chose, parce que généralement, lorsqu'on dit laboratoire, les gens pensent à une structure physique qu'on peut retrouver quelque part et tout, et ce n'est pas le cas. Donc, le laboratoire d'accélération, c'est davantage une structure virtuelle. Ce sont des personnes qui travaillent, mais qui ne sont pas forcément dans une structure où on va trouver des machines et faire des expérimentations très chimiques, par exemple. C'est pas vraiment ça. Lorsqu'on parle maintenant des missions, le second point de votre question, le laboratoire a pour mission d'aider le PNUD et ses partenaires à identifier des pistes pour accélérer le développement. C'est-à-dire qu'on s'est rendu compte que pendant beaucoup d'années, le PNUD développe des programmes et des projets avec les pays pour justement accélérer le développement, mais on fait également face à un certain nombre de changements. On a par exemple tout récemment la COVID-19 qui nous a surpris et il fallait rapidement s'adapter. On a par exemple développé le télétravail, ce qu'on ne faisait pas des années auparavant. On a dû s'adapter à ce changement. Donc c'est vraiment de se dire que le monde est en perpétuelle mutation. Alors nous devons nous arriver, nous devons aller un peu plus vite d'ailleurs que les changements qui viennent. Donc le laboratoire est là pour travailler avec les populations, avec les acteurs, pour identifier peut-être des acteurs qu'on n'a pas suffisamment valorisés dans la chaîne de développement, pour identifier les pistes que nous n'avons pas suffisamment explorées, pour identifier les tendances émergentes en termes de développement. Au Cameroun, par exemple, on aura les élections l'année prochaine, en 2025. C'est déjà un défi. Et nous, en tant que laboratoire d'accélération, nous devons commencer à anticiper. Donc, c'est un peu ce type de mission que mènent les laboratoires d'accélération à l'échelle mondiale.
Merci pour cette précision. Alors, j'ai entendu accélération, j'ai entendu mutation, j'ai entendu identification. Nous sommes au sommet des technologies de l'innovation au Cameroun. Madame Anna, si je peux me permettre, pourquoi innover et qui innove? Alors, pourquoi innover? Je veux peut-être commencer par une de mes phrases vraiment préférées du secrétaire général des Nations Unies, Antonio Guterres, qui dit que sans l'innovation, nous ne pouvons pas surmonter les défis de nos jours. En fait, pour dire que les différents moyens et actions que nous sommes en train de prendre aujourd'hui pour résoudre nos défis du XXIe siècle, ce sont en fait les actions qu'on devait prendre quand on était au XXe siècle. Pour cela que ma collègue Audrey a dit qu'on devait vraiment accélérer la façon dont on fait le développement et aller au même rythme que ces défis si complexes et méchants sont en train de nous amener dans le monde. Pourquoi innover? Nous devons innover parce que nous voulons vraiment avoir de bien-être dans notre communauté. Je dis cela parce que quand on regarde autour de 17 ODD,
les objectifs de développement durable, nous allons constater que ces 17 ODD sont tous connectés. Soit zéro fin, soit l'innovation et technologie qui est ODD 9 qu'on a déjà parlé, soit emploi et croissance économique et tout. Tous ces ODD sont connectés. Et si nous n'innovons pas ou plus, ça veut dire qu'on ne pourrait pas avoir accès aux services et produits appropriés dans lesquels nous avons besoin. Si nous n'innovons pas, on va rester si misérables et nous allons rester dans la pauvreté. Maintenant, nous innovons parce que nous voulons accélérer cette atteinte de 17 ODD. Vous allez voir, nous sommes dans un sommet technologie, innovation. On a eu plus de 350 jeunes qui ont travaillé sur les différents prototypes, des solutions qui vraiment traversent tous ces 17 ODD. Si nous n'innovons pas, comment est-ce qu'on peut y arriver à cet objectif de 2030 de ces 17 ODD? Si nous n'innovons pas, est-ce que vraiment on pourra parler dans un futur plus proche de infrastructures, de industries, je dis n'importe quoi, qui vraiment, c'est ce que nous avons besoin, par exemple au Cameroun. J'ai dit ça l'autre jour, que cette innovation, ces jeunes start-upers sont le moteur de toutes ces entreprises. Donc, s'ils n'innovent pas, nous ne pouvons pas même adresser les problèmes que certaines entreprises sont en train de vivre aujourd'hui. Donc, vraiment, c'est pour ça.
Alors, merci. Innover, en fait, pour avoir accès au bien-être, parce que je pense que tout être humain a envie de vivre dans un environnement convenable pour la société. Les 17 ODD connectés, avoir accès à des services et produits appropriés, l'éradication de la pauvreté qui est un des ODD en plus très important pour les Nations Unies. Action concrète, Madame Janine, sur le terrain où l'implémentation du laboratoire et les technologies et les innovations, est-ce qu'on peut avoir quelques progrès qui ont été faits sur le terrain? Et les innovations et les technologies, puisque
Ok, d'accord. Donc, ce que je peux déjà dire au niveau du Cameroun, depuis que le laboratoire d'accélération a été mis en place en début 2021, nous avons d'ailleurs lancé le laboratoire d'accélération au Cameroun par une activité inaugurale qui a été faite ici au Palais des Congrès en février 2021. C'était de rassembler les innovateurs. On avait rassemblé une vingtaine d'innovateurs dans des domaines différents. Il faudrait dire que le laboratoire d'accélération en tant qu'offre du PNUD s'appuie essentiellement sur les programmes et les projets du PNUD. Donc, au niveau du PNUD, on avait déjà mis en place l'initiative Youth Connect Cameroun en partenariat avec le ministère de la Jeunesse et de l'Éducation civique. Et à travers ce programme, on a eu à identifier un certain nombre d'innovateurs. C'est vrai qu'à la base, c'était encore pour beaucoup des idées, mais avec le temps, nous les avons accompagnés dans un processus de maturation de leurs projets. Donc, à date, nous avons plusieurs innovations qui ont émergé dans l'écosystème avec l'appui du PNUD. Je pourrais par exemple citer une innovation de l'entreprise Light Group. Je ne sais pas si vous avez entendu parler. C'est un jeune homme, M. Bertrand Solanga, qui a participé à notre programme avec une idée. Et aujourd'hui, il a une jauge intelligente disponible sur le marché. Elle permet de jauger la qualité du carburant qui est en station et qui va dans les véhicules et autres choses. Il a également mis en place avec l'Internet des objets un système qui permet aux propriétaires des stations de monitorer tout le processus de l'arrivée du produit à sa sortie et même les différentes manipulations qui se font en station. Donc ça, c'est un peu un projet que nous avons accompagné de bout en bout et dont nous sommes fiers. On peut en citer autant, et je voudrais dire qu'on peut retrouver justement ces solutions ou alors ces produits concrets à travers le triangle national. Donc dans la salle, je souhaiterais qu'à un moment donné, on puisse également donner la parole à un ou deux collègues qui sont spécialement en charge de ces questions. Donc il y a notre collègue Jean-Vincent de Paulouette. Je souhaiterais qu'on puisse lui donner une minute pour intervenir là-dessus. On a également le collègue Raoul Berchamp.
Tout à l'heure. Alors, donc, pour février 2021 à aujourd'hui 2024, 20 innovateurs au début, avec des partenaires de choix, à savoir le budget et autres, identifier les innovateurs de l'idée à la réalisation, concrétisation du projet, en fait, une sorte de mentorat pour aider les innovateurs. En parlant donc d'idées, je sais qu'à l'occasion de ce sommet, une activité phare importante, Madame Anna a été menée avec 350 jeunes, 10 régions, pitch, performance, le hackathon national. C'est quoi exactement? Parce que personnellement, j'étais là dimanche pour la présentation des premiers pitch. J'ai été impressionnée par la mise à comment on utilise la matière grise de la jeunesse, l'intelligence. Voilà, merci. Est-ce que vous pouvez nous dire quelque chose sur l'hackathon, s'il vous plaît?
Alors, l'hackathon national, simplement dit, a été une compétition parmi 350 jeunes, parmi laquelle on avait 70 équipes. Et dans ces 70 équipes, on a eu l'opportunité de travailler avec 7 équipes uniquement féminines. Oui, pour dire nous sommes, en tant que le PNUD, en train de soutenir tout programme qui démystifie l'espace digital. Tout programme qui fait à ce que les femmes et les jeunes sont inclus dans le numérique. Parlons d'hackathon. Vous avez dit que vous étiez wow dimanche parce que vous avez vu tous ces projets qui sont tous sortis en 72 heures. Puisque ces jeunes n'avaient pas cette thématique avant le début de l'hackathon. Oh. Donc, en 72 heures, ils ont pu utiliser tout ce qu'ils avaient dans eux comme potentiel pour réfléchir sur des solutions pertinentes qui résoudent ces problèmes qui ont été proposés par les différents acteurs et parties prenantes. Parce que le but, en fait, ce qui est un peu particulier pour notre hackathon national, c'est que nous n'avons pas voulu travailler sur des solutions de gauche à à ces équipes à être soutenues après par ces structures qui ont demandé ces solutions. Parce que si on fait et que ça s'arrête au niveau d'hackathon, on n'a rien fait. Mais nous voulons vraiment, nous souhaiterons accompagner ces jeunes, ces startups pour avoir 70 tâtons d'ici 1 an. C'est ça, c'est ce que nous avons promis et c'est ce que nous allons faire puisqu'on a déjà commencé l'étape à réfléchir. Mais vous savez aussi, quand on développe des solutions, ce n'est pas tout qui marche. Donc, soit on va réorienter certains qui ne sont pas peut-être allés dans la bonne voie et commencer à travailler avec ceux qui ont qui nous ont vraiment montré leur potentiel. Maintenant, pour aussi dire que ça, ce n'est que 72 heures et on a tout ça. Ça veut dire que si nous donnons à ces jeunes l'espace d'environnement approprié, toutes les ressources qu'ils ont besoin, vraiment, ils vont faire des choses vraiment merveilleuses.
72 heures pour présenter 70 projets qui peuvent être réalisés et améliorés afin de proposer des solutions innovantes et technologiques pour répondre aux besoins de la société. Vous avez parlé d'obstacles, je crois, sur le terrain, je ne sais plus le thème, mais sur le terrain, les obstacles qu'on rencontre. Parce que l'innovation, la technologie, ça peut s'arrêter. C'est vrai que j'ai vu des universités venues vers toi et d'ailleurs, mais quels sont les obstacles et rapidement, comment on fait pour permettre à tout le monde d'être concerné?
Merci pour la question. Je voudrais déjà ajouter quelque chose à ce que Anna disait. C'est que la jeunesse camerounaise est véritablement talentueuse. C'est-à-dire que lorsqu'on parle d'innovation, lorsqu'on parle de créativité, il faudrait le reconnaître. Les jeunes Camerounais sont créatifs. Mais il ne faut pas juste l'idée. L'idée, c'est déjà bien. Qu'est-ce qu'il faut après? Comment est-ce qu'on accompagne? Comment est-ce qu'on réalise cela? Et je voudrais parler un peu des contraintes de part et d'autre. Au niveau des jeunes, on a remarqué une chose, c'est généralement la persévérance. Beaucoup de jeunes aujourd'hui se lancent dans l'innovation, dans l'entrepreneuriat, parce qu'ils sont à la recherche d'opportunités d'emploi. Pas toujours parce qu'ils ont la passion, parce qu'ils ont l'envie de créer, de contribuer. Et lorsqu'ils s'engagent pour une telle raison, ils n'ont peut-être pas le financement qu'il faut, ils ne réussissent peut-être pas, parce qu'on l'a dit, c'est l'idée, il faut la développer, il faut la maturer, et ça pourrait ne pas aboutir à un projet intéressant. Ou alors il peut être intéressant pour nous, mais il n'est pas intéressant pour le marché. Si donc à ce moment-là, on n'avait pas de forte conviction, on va abandonner. Ça, c'est l'une des choses. La deuxième chose maintenant, on est dans une période financière quand même assez tendue. Les ressources se font de plus en plus rares. Et c'est vrai qu'on a des partenaires qui soutiennent, mais les ressources sont rares. Donc si on a de belles idées et qu'après on n'arrive pas à trouver des ressources financières et même aussi techniques pour accompagner, on peut ne pas réussir. Donc voilà un peu quelques réalités que nous rencontrons sur le terrain et qui concernent même les partenaires de développement comme le PNUD et d'autres partenaires. Mais aujourd'hui, on est en train de travailler à des modèles peu coûteux. Comment est-ce qu'on peut parvenir à créer le changement sans forcément mobiliser d'importantes ressources? C'est là où, par exemple, le laboratoire d'accélération va proposer des méthodes comme l'intelligence collective. Ça ne nous coûte pas grand-chose de nous mettre ensemble et de co-construire. C'est également des méthodes de financement comme le crowdfunding. Je peux ne pas avoir l'argent, mais il y a quelqu'un au Japon, quelque part, qui a ses ressources et qui ne sait quoi en faire. Lorsqu'il voit une idée intéressante, il dit « je m'engage avec vous ». Donc c'est autant de solutions que nous sommes en train d'explorer pour véritablement booster l'innovation au niveau du Cameroun.
Merci. Avant de conclure, si on peut passer la parole
à notre collègue avant de conclure. Pour un petit mot, nous avons besoin de savoir davantage sur le sujet. Il n'y a pas...
Merci. Bonjour tout le monde. Je suis Jean-Vincent de Pôle de Fouet. Je suis conseiller technique principal du projet, notamment des jeunes au niveau du PUD, Programme national pour le développement. Alors, vraiment, je n'ai pas grand-chose à ajouter à ce que les collègues Anna et Audrey ont développé tout à l'heure. C'est pratiquement complet. Et je voudrais juste donner aux jeunes qui sont ici, en tant que seniors, quelques conseils. Ce n'est pas vraiment pour commencer le débat, mais davantage pour dire qu'aujourd'hui, tout le monde reconnaît qu'on peut accélérer le développement à travers la technologie. Tout le monde le reconnaît. Et surtout pour des pays qui ont déjà enregistré beaucoup de retard comme le nôtre, je crois que la technologie est une très grande opportunité pour notre pays. Et on voit que les principaux vecteurs qui vont permettre de promouvoir à grande échelle la technologie, c'est la jeunesse. C'est la jeunesse. Et en investissant sur la jeunesse et sur le potentiel qu'il y a dans la jeunesse, notre pays, notamment le Cameroun, donc notre pays au Cameroun, peut faire un bond considérable en matière de développement. Donc il peut faire un grand rattrapage et réduire la fracture numérique, réduire l'écart qui aujourd'hui se voit dans tous les domaines. Quand on sait que la technologie apporte des solutions dans tous ces domaines. Je parle juste d'un des domaines d'application, c'est l'agriculture. Regardez très bien toutes les possibilités, les opportunités qu'on peut rencontrer dans le développement de l'agriculture à travers la technologie, à partir de la production, la surveillance des cultures. Je dirais même au niveau de la fertilisation. On perd beaucoup de choses lorsque on ne sait pas comment utiliser les fertilisants, les engrais. Aujourd'hui, avec des dosages millimétrés, avec des choses contrôlées, on peut développer notre agriculture, même dans des zones qui n'ont pas pour vocation. Vous savez, on nous a mis, quand on était à l'école, on disait que le palmier à huile ne se développe pas à tel endroit, ceci ne se développe pas. Mais regardez très bien ce qui se passe aujourd'hui. Vous voyez les pommes de terre, par exemple, les pommes de France, comme on dit, on les cultive maintenant dans des zones tempérées du Cameroun, dans la Damawa, à l'ouest. Ce qui n'était pas possible les années antérieures. Donc, je crois que la technologie a permis de briser tous ces tabous. Et la technologie nous parle. Et elle parle à la jeunesse. On peut faire beaucoup avec la technologie. Et c'est pour cela que, étant dans ce sommet, le PNUD peut vraiment jouer ce rôle de catalyseur de cette dynamique pour permettre aux jeunes vraiment de s'engager et d'oser, essayer. Et je pense qu'au travers, notamment du laboratoire d'accélération, au travers de nombreux projets que nous sommes en train de mettre en place, que ce soit au nord, au sud-ouest, que ce soit à l'Israël Nord, que ce soit même ici au niveau de Yaoundé, nous avons plusieurs projets. Et vous allez voir que tous ces projets ciblent principalement la jeunesse. C'est les jeunes qui sont les principaux cibles. Et vous allez voir par exemple que nous avons récemment travaillé avec l'IFTEC, pour ne citer que cela, même au niveau des plus jeunes, des enfants. Je ne parle pas des jeunes. C'est-à-dire que des enfants de 8 ans, de 9 ans, nous travaillons déjà à les initier à accéder ou à développer des capacités en termes de technologie. Donc, ils sont capables, je pense que FTech, Nevis est là, il peut témoigner. Voilà, je sais même maintenant que je viens de le voir. Est-ce qu'on peut applaudir pour ce jeu? Voilà, il a tout un laboratoire, un Fab Lab à Bouya, où il est accompagné par une, donc, où les petits-enfants s'initient déjà à la maîtrise, à la compréhension de la chose, de la technologie. Donc, je peux citer ainsi plusieurs exemples, même au niveau de Youth Connect, même au niveau de ce projet. Récemment, je pense que nous avons organisé un camp à Douala. Nous avons identifié, ça veut dire qu'une large gamme, n'est-ce pas, d'idées et même de réalisations qui sont mises en place par les jeunes. Et le but, vraiment, voudrait jouer un rôle de catalyseur pour dynamiser vraiment ce génie créatif qu'on retrouve chez les jeunes et permettre que notre pays puisse rattraper le gap en matière de talent. Merci.
Merci. La jeunesse est donc concernée au plus loin, cible de choix. La jeunesse et l'enfance, j'ai même envie de dire. On va prendre quelques questions et on va conclure. Quel côté? Main levée. Tout a été clair, tout a été dit. Je crois que vous avez été suffisamment précise sur les détails donnés. Ah, une question. Est-ce qu'il n'y a pas d'autres micros?
Hello everyone, good morning. Please, can you throw more light in English? I was lost throughout.
Okay, je peux. Alors, thank you for your question. I understand that there might have been challenges with the language barrier. So, generally, if I have to summarize what has been said, we have actually been talking about the theme of the summit, as in why do we innovate technology? What is all of this we have been doing in the past days? The moderator has wanted to understand our perspective on what we have seen with the 350 hackers and the 17th, like what was our perception. But before going to that, we had to introduce ourselves as colleagues or staff from the United Nations Development Program Accelerator Lab. And as my colleague Audrey mentioned, the Accelerator Lab within UNDP is not the Accelerator Lab that you find in your startup communities. It's not a science laboratory, but one which is there to bridge the gap between innovation and development. If UNDP has been doing development for the past how many years, our administrator, Akim Steiner, thought it wise that putting in place a unit as the Accelerator Lab that will help the organization and partners do development differently, think about development differently, will probably help and change our way of doing things and prevent us from, the traditional or business as usual. This was actually the starting point of our discussion, to understand what the Accelerator Lab within UNDP is all about. And then she sought to ask, what why innovation? We are in the Cameroon International Tech Summit. Why do we innovate? And then I responded and I said that if we do not innovate, and then we cannot overcome the challenges of our time. We must innovate because the world's challenges are so complex and moving fast. And for us to meet up, we need to move as fast as these challenges are moving and even more. And I said that the solutions and the actions that we are taking to address 21st century challenges today are actually actions that we should have used to address 20th century challenges. And so we need to step up. We need to step up our game if we need to meet up with attaining the Sustainable Development Goals in 2030. We are 30 years, we need to innovate because, as I also said, everybody needs well-being. I think that's SDG 3, Santé et bien-être, health and well-being, okay? If we are in this context today, it's also because we are promoting SDG 9, which is innovation and infrastructure. The solutions which have been built a couple of days ago, we intend for these solutions to become workable startups, 70 of them. If all these 70 startups are addressing one sustainable development challenge, and then we can say for sure, we can then tell decision makers that, okay, Cameroon has no problems. And my colleague Audrey mentioned, there is nothing missing about talent in Cameroon. We have all it takes. Cameroonian youths are very talented. We are creative, but we have a problem of scarcity of resources. Even at the level of development actors, we do not have it all. So there is the need to partner for us to come together to be able to make this work. These startups we are building are not for UNDP. These startups we are building are for industries and other institutions that are facing challenges within their institutions, and reasons why we say that the startups are indeed the engines of every industry. Because without these startups, honestly, I'm not so sure we can go ahead or have sustainable enterprises in the future. And so the moderator equally asked to know that 4 years, 5 years down the road with the Accelerator Lab, what have been the achievements in terms of, UNDP support to youth, to young people and innovation? And then my colleague gave an example of young people whom we have supported, like Bertrand Solanga, who has actually created an intelligent gauge, which is used today in petrol stations to track or to check the level and equally give accurate data on the measurement of petrol. You all know, sometimes with the pompiers, what we call them, there's a lot of risk at the petrol station with stealing fuel and all other things. But with this intelligent gauge, he's able to tell us exactly data-wise the quality, the quantity of fuel. These are examples of innovations that UNDP has supported under the banner of the Youth Connect. And we can name a couple of them. Atuzan, for those of you who know Atuzan, he has he developed the Oxynet. Today, when you go to Hospital Central, you go to most public hospitals, and they tell you oxygen is short. It's thanks to Atuzan, we can now have affordable and we can now have how do I put it? What's the word I'm looking? We have complementary sources of oxygen to be able to save lives in hospitals. And he equally, this very guy developed what we call today the cardiopad. These are all solutions that UNDP has supported, digital solutions, and not only digital solutions. Because mind you, innovation is not only technological, it's not only digital. You can come up with something in communities which is new and which can be scalable, but which is not necessarily digital. So to say that this is really like summary of what we've been having here today. Thank you.
Merci Madame Egoteneo, merci Madame Monéan. On va résumer en disant la jeunesse camerounaise est très créative, il y a des talents, des soucis, des problèmes au niveau des partenariats, notamment sécurité de financement, mais ceci n'empêche pas de toujours vouloir être à la quête du développement, du bien-être, ceci par l'innovation et la technologie pour rattraper le retard. Je rappelle que le PNUD est le sponsor officiel quand même et qui accompagne donc le sommet des technologies du Cameroun. Ils ont leur stand à l'extérieur si vous avez d'autres questions. Merci.
Je voulais juste profiter de cet espace pour partager une information avec tous les innovateurs dans la salle, en train de travailler à la mise en place d'un hub d'innovation technologique et numérique qui sera à Douala. C'est un hub qui sera ouvert à tous les innovateurs camerounais d'ici et d'ailleurs. Donc, je vous invite vraiment à suivre l'actualité sur la mise en place de ce hub parce qu'il va véritablement travailler à renforcer tous vos efforts et ensemble, vraiment, on va davantage renforcer cet écosystème d'innovation au Cameroun.
Direction Douala. Merci, merci, merci beaucoup. Je pense qu'on peut applaudir très fort pour alors, nous allons passer à la suite, le prochain échange. New Frontier, Exploring the Potential of Emerging Technologies. Je vais inviter ici Collins Washi et Zometian Neves. Est-ce que les panélistes sont dans la salle? New Frontier Exploring Potential of Emerging Technology et Madame Naïm. Alors, je vous prie de vous installer. Une fois installé, vous allez profiter d'un moment particulier, un peu de détente, parce que nous avons beaucoup parlé de technologie, d'innovation, des choses très sérieuses. La troisième journée, nous sommes là pour nous détendre. Je vais inviter ici Madame, j'espère qu'elle est prête, Madame Lafortune Tchatchoua, pour un moment de détente et de qualité. Est-ce que Madame Lafortune Tchatchoua est... Est-ce qu'on peut applaudir pour Madame Lafortune qui va nous faire un joli poème? Monsieur Collins et Monsieur Domet, vous avez une place de choix pour profiter de ce qui va être fait maintenant. Vous n'êtes pas comme les autres, vous êtes exceptionnels. Madame Lafortune, merci.
Ladies, gentlemen, good afternoon. Standing in front of you is Madame Songo Tchatchoua Lafortune, a participant at the Green Poetry Contest representing the Central Region. The theme given to our reflection is Shades of Green, Evaluating Environmental Consciousness
through technology and innovation. The title of my poem is Game Changer. My poem goes thus. We live in an era where technology blooms, where all the trees are bloomed and innovation the leading room. In an era where the forests of the environment are destroyed and polluted, but innovators are highly motivated to fight and provide solutions that will ensure evolution, really to create a revolution and put an end to all this destruction. Achievable through digital means. In every click and every site, we create peace. From algorithm, we learn and we adapt, reclaiming the balance that was lost and trapped. For every shade hold an untold story, a promise of care, of treasure to hold. From garbage to resources, we make the cycle complete. Possible in a world where innovators' ideas meet. With step in hand, we find new ways to guide our edge for future days. So let us cherish every tree and all what is life and what is free. Thank you.
Des beaux mots pour parler des sujets sérieux. Est-ce qu'on peut applaudir une fois de plus? Merci Madame la Fortune, Chair of Green Innovating Environmental Consciousness to Tech and Innovation. Nous allons donc passer au prochain échange, New Frontier Exploring the Potential of Emerging Technologies, Mr. Collins Ngwashi and Zometian Nerves. Ça va aller, c'est le troisième jour. À vous la parole, merci.
Merci, madame. Why do I feel like that clap was a little shy? Can we clap again? Thank you very much. Are we doing okay? Is everyone doing okay? Yes. So, thank you very much for being with us today, and trust me, this is going to be a very interactive session, and we want all of you to participate as much as you can, because we are here for tech. We are going to be talking on how emerging technologies are impacting our digital workspace and, of course, our economy. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Collins Ngwashi. I am Managing Director for Effect Studios Limited. And what a privilege for me to share the stage with one of Cameroon's finest. I call him the tech guru because he has beaten all odds. Despite his young age, this young man right here is a robotics technologist. He is a makerspace consultant. He is a 3D printing technologist. And he also recently won the Cameroon 40 under 40 entrepreneurs. Can we give a clap for this one? Introducing to you Mr. Nevis Ometia, and today we will be talking about emerging technologies, including artificial intelligence, robotics, and much more. So, Mr. Nevis, how do you feel about your recent award? Let's start from there.
Good morning, everyone. I don't know if you can hear me from there. All right, good. Thank you so much. So it's an honor to be doing this with you, Collins, and I couldn't wait to see you here. And yeah, we're talking about emerging technologies. I'm sure we already have an idea of what we're talking about. So yeah, I've listed some awards already, so I don't know which one I'm talking about again, but I've received several recognitions and awards, nationally and internationally. Nationally, I've received the Presidential Awards from the President of the Republic for the Best IT Innovation 2020. I received the prestigious Future Finders Foundation Award in Nigeria. That was in 2021, handed by the Reverend Dr. Kesuya Kidomi, and also in the presence of the two former presidents of Nigeria, President Olusegun Obasanjo and President Jonathan, and a former EU ambassador to the United States. So I think I can end here because let's focus on the topic then.
Sure. Thank you very much. All right. Artificial intelligence is changing our workplace today. Things which we used to spend 30 hours to do, we can do it in 5 seconds. Things which we used to employ 1,000 people to do, we need just one brain to do it. How do you think artificial intelligence is impacting our workplace today?
You know, the technology has evolved over the years in different stages. So I would like to quickly share that. So the first revolution that we experienced was the steam engines. The second was electricity and mass production. And we experienced from the early 1990s the computers and the internet. And now we're talking about Industry 4.0 with the coming of AI, with the coming of robotics, the coming of Internet of Things, the cybersecurity, blockchain, 5G, and so many of them. I mean, the list goes on and on. And you know, AI, we are really experiencing the boom of AI, and the potential is so huge, and it has an impact in every field. I mean, in every field that you find yourself in, be it in finance, be it in healthcare, and so on. So AI has the potential to facilitate learning, for example. If you have those that are visually impaired, AI can help, communicate to them in a way, so you can, for example, if someone can see and read, AI can be able to, communicate with them through sound. I don't want to go too technical, but these are some examples. It can enable us to transcribe from, let's say, English to a local language. Let's say if you are from Saw, let's say Lamsaw, for example, it can transcribe from English or from French to Lamsaw, for example. That's the power of AI. So enhancing learning, connecting to more communities. For example, now we no longer have so much disparity again because with coming of AI, we can translate or transcribe from English to a local language. That's connecting in those different communities. Say, yeah.
Interesting. Artificial intelligence. You recently launched a robot, right?
Yes.
This young man right here recently launched a robot, which is fully functional. So he has an educational robot that you can be able to use to facilitate learning. And trust me, it's amazing that stories like this are coming from here. In the yesteryears, we relied on the Western world to bring these things to us. But trust me, it's not interesting that it's coming from here, right? So, Mr. Nevis, tell us about this experience. Where did this whole idea come from for you to actually build a robot that is solving one very big problem in today's age?
Amazing. If I could connect to my childhood experience, while growing up, I always loved creating my own toys, right? And I could imagine the number of children that didn't have the opportunity to have their own toys while growing up. But with the coming of technology, we got to a level of toys. We wanted them to have a belief system that they can actually not just build toys, but build things that can be functional and useful. Not just play around with it, but to solve some problems, I would say, maybe in the environment or at school or wherever they try to implement it. So we came up with a product, an EdTech. So if you want to visit our stand after this, we have a product called Entry Kit. And in that kit, in fact, those are the sciences you bear with me that some of you didn't have the opportunity to touch a resistor or to see a resistor physically. I mean, there are so many components, the resistor is one of those components. So we noticed that most students didn't have the opportunity to get in contact with this component. So we have that kit that can facilitate to connect theory with practice, right? You just do theory, but you should be able to see how what you're learning theoretically applies practically. And you just want to do electronics, so we included robotics, so that when you're learning mechanical concepts in physics, you should be able to see how the robots, how to understand that. So we have the N-board robot. It's a very, very interactive robot. And we use another imaging technology, 3D printing, to build that robot. So it may sound like a rocket science, and that is exactly what we are trying to demystify, right? It shouldn't be like it's rocket science to build these things. We just have to embrace these technologies and build this. And actually, we have this robot currently being used in 5 regions of the country, and we have seen the impact of big house states are getting excited, not just to build, but they are seeing the potential in which robotics can bring to maybe facilitating their learning and building their creativity, enhancing their critical thinking ability. And we are sure that with this, they will no longer just feel that they need to travel to America or to drink some special kind of water to become like white to build those things. But they can actually start building, using the robot to create the concepts and build robots in the future as they grow. Thank you.
How many of us in the hall are afraid that artificial intelligence is going to take away our jobs? Just with a hand show. All right. So, Mr. Davis, there is this misconception that artificial intelligence has come to take the jobs of humans, right? It's a huge fear. Trust me, even those who put their hands up, at some deeply there is some little fear that this AI thing, I might not have a job tomorrow if this thing continues to persist like this. We have people who are jumping on AI right now to be part of the trend. We have others who believe that it's going to be something for just a short while. It's going to be short-lived, right? So I want to tap into your brain a little bit. Do you think artificial intelligence is going to take our jobs away?
Question. So, from my point of view, every technology comes with benefits and also, I would say, some disadvantages. And those advantages only are sure depending on how we embrace and use it, right? So AI has the potential to transform how we do or to help us be more efficient and productive. So I don't really see AI replacing, in addition to increase our productivity. But AI will really replace those that don't implement technology, right? For example, a doctor who doesn't embrace AI will be replaced by a doctor who knows how to use AI. A teacher AI will be replaced by a teacher who knows how to make use of AI to enhance the learning outcome of the students. So these are some of the things that we need to look at critically. And how we can embrace this is to be agile, is to be adaptable. Because the only way we can truly move forward with these technologies is to be adaptable and to flow with them and to use it in the best possible way, right? Like for example, before, if you're applying for a program, they will tell you that you need to write very English. They don't tell you like that plainly, but they require to write a certain level of English that will sound very appealing to the reader, right? Because, for example, English is not our first language, I'll tell you, it's a borrowed language. So sometimes we write and feel that we are written very well, but there are some things that are still missing, like composition and everything. But with AI, like some tools like Grammarly, it can help you to check some punctuation errors and so many other things and enhance your writing, right? So you see how it's helping us to enhance our writing. That's an example. For example, again, we have like Google Lens. Google Lens, before, if I have to transfer a printed document into Word form, I'll need to retype it, right? Then with coming of AI, I just need to have a camera, I scan that document, and AI is able to allow me to copy the text from the hard copy without me having to type, Some may be wondering how is that possible. The kids are there. They want to connect with me after this so that we can practically. I will use for the practical session. Power of AI, right? Imagine having to type a 10-page book, just an example. You know how long it's going to take to type that document. No AI, you just scan, you click and you copy the text, you paste, you just imagine instead of using 5 hours, you're using like 30 minutes to do that work. Isn't that amazing? So that's the power that AI has, and so many other ways in which you can use it, and we have the ability and we can use it in that direction. Thank you.
Wow. And just to add, as a photography company, we used to use like 2 weeks to draft, let's say, a commercial script for, let's say, video spot, right? But with the advent of artificial intelligence now, ChatGPT in less than like 30 seconds, we have all those ideas and we just have to make it art. Isn't that amazing? Amazing. All right, we'll move on. So recently I saw this story online of a doctor who performed a full surgery, a full successful surgery using a robot from distance. Did we get that? As in, the doctor, for example, in context, the doctor is here in Yaoundé and is performing a surgery in Boya without him being there. Did we hear that story? So, this all is in line with augmented reality and virtual reality. Nervous. Augmented reality has also helped us to be able to coordinate teamwork. Now we have Microsoft Teams, we have Zoom. Now we can be able to use these things to run team projects successfully without necessarily meeting people in person, right? How do you think these augmented and virtual realities are impacting our societies in today's age?
So I would like to add a bit to what you mentioned about a doctor conducting surgery remotely. So I did mention that robotics is one of those technologies, and that whole concept is called laparoscopic surgery, robotic surgery. So that's embracing 5G technology, robotics, and IoT all put together to actually conduct surgery remotely. For example, that surgery was done in Beijing, China, and so the patient was in Beijing, China, and the doctor was in Rome, in Italy. So you can imagine the distance, about 8,000 kilometers, conducting a surgery remotely. So like I said earlier, a doctor who knows how to use AI will replace a doctor that does not know how to use AI. A doctor that has embraced robotics and 5G and IoT will replace that which just knows how to use maybe, I'll say blades or scissors to do a surgery, right? So you see someone now being able to use a robot, and that comes with you being adaptable to learn the technology to use that machine, because it requires you to have a level of understanding before using that. So talking about VR and AR, VR and AR technologies are no longer just confined to gaming, as we saw it before. Now, VR is integrated in education. I don't know, because that's something that's so deep. It can body before they get to wherever sector that we want to go to. So we now have virtual reality environments that you can actually be in a classroom in the US. You see? So I know of a Cameroonian who has a program, Hakilo XR. He has a laboratory that uses VR, where students who don't have the laboratory equipment actually immerse themselves virtually and conduct some experiments like that. For example, chunky that we are building for students who can physically, we are building a VR system that can enable them to connect those circuits and test them virtually, right? Experiencing that virtually. The same, many of these technologies that are coming, they also have their downside as people, and as those that may not have access to these technologies may have a disparity. But of course, that's why that we go to remote communities to engage those that are there, not to be left behind. Because when we go there, we see a lot of talent, we see a lot of possibility to engage them, and VR, and so on.
All right. Talking about 5G technology, which you just mentioned, it's a story which we in Africa cannot be part of that discussion. Am I right?
I think we can be part. In fact, we are part of it. It's just that the infrastructure has not been put in place yet.
Okay, so in your opinion, what do you think is lacking in Africa for us to adopt 5G technology? Because, for example, we have smart cities, talking about China, talking about Korea. They have, like, when you're on the streets, you're moving on the road, the more steps you make on the road, the more energy is being generated, and the more the city is well lit, right? What do you think is lacking for us in Africa to be part of this story?
Well, I think the private sector is doing a lot. You can see several of them here in Tech Summit doing so much, pushing the boundaries of innovation, technology, new discoveries. But you know, the private sector has a part to play, and the government has a part to play as well. The government is trying their best, but I think that as time goes on, there are supposed to be infrastructures put in place. We're talking about, we can't really experience some of these technologies. For example, what if someone is conducting surgery remotely and electricity goes off, right? Or internet is slow and they cannot connect the two systems together. So you see some of the things that need to be put in place. We talk about infrastructure, we talk about electricity power infrastructure, we talk about telecom infrastructures and affordability as well. So with these things put in place, I bet you we have guys that are already building those stuff, and we'll get there, definitely.
We hope we get there. All right, so the internet right now is a space where we have a lot of data being shared. We have a lot of people sharing personal stuff which shouldn't be shared. But because we want to gain the internet and we want to use it, we really have no choice. How many of us here actually get to read terms and conditions for an application before downloading? None of us. Do you read terms and conditions from top to bottom? Except for, well, you got that right. So my whole point is, we are not sure of our data being secured. Now on the internet, all of us here are victims to this. Of recent here, my WhatsApp has been hacked, my Facebook has been hacked. It cannot be hacked if you didn't share your personal information. So in that case, I want to inquire, what do you think are the threats that this artificial intelligence poses to us as individuals? And also, what do you think cybersecurity is coming to change for us, especially for our personal information being shared online?
Thank you, Queen Collins. So I serve the nation as an ambassador promoting ICTs and responsible use of social networks. Security is very, very critical for our data and our personal information, right? So AI is very good, but there are also ethical concerns as well. How, for example, I'll tell you that if you have had an Android phone for the last 10 years, you have been giving data to people freely, and that's how they are using to build their systems and products for you guys, right? So like you asked about terms and conditions. Most times we're just excited to get the device up and running, the software up and running, and we don't take time to read terms and conditions, right? Even when you visit websites now, you ask you accept cookies. Cookies is not biscuit. That's your data that you want to take. So only accept cookies. Maybe they'll give you like $10. No. But no, it's just data that you want to collect. And that's why when you visit, for example, a website, and the next thing you go on Facebook, you see ads start copying. Where you think that those ads are coming from? It's because you accepted cookies. And now they're using cookies, right? Through ads. So we need to be very, very mindful of how we accept these conditions online. And we should take time to read and to see. Because your data, you don't know how important it's going to be for you in the next 2 years, the next 5 years, and so on. What if you become, let's say, a dignitary tomorrow, a minister, the president? They may say this man has some physical data that we know. Maybe we can use that against him to check him. need to be mindful. And talking about cybersecurity, we need to be careful how we post online, because whatever thing that you post on the internet stays there. Even if you delete it now, it's stored on the server, it can be tried. I'll give you an example. When you delete things from the flash drive, you can actually recover that information from the hard drive or from the flash drive. So be mindful, don't be the one to say, oh, I want to have likes. Don't want to have like, then you end up locking yourself up in the prison or paying huge sums of money because of fines, right? So think before you post, check where the information is coming from reliable sources, and protect your information. Don't say, oh, I'm going to share my password with my best friend. No, your best friend is your best friend when people are talking and maybe a conversation. But your information should be private, right? Just like you don't share toothbrushes, make sure you don't share your passwords as well, right? So there's a lot to say, but because of time, you have further patience and then we can engage after.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Nervis. So, from what I learned, AI will take the jobs of those who are not ready to use AI. Just as you don't share your toothbrush, don't share your personal information online. Ladies and gentlemen, we can call this a close for our session. It's rather sad that we don't have much time in our hands. And keep on following us on LinkedIn and all social media platforms. Zomitia Nervis, call it Wachi. And if you have any questions, don't hesitate to meet us later on, and we'll be glad to share. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Merci à la jeunesse disponible pour la communauté et des propositions pour améliorer notre bien-être, notre confort. Nous allons passer à une articulation très importante. Il s'agit du débat qui a pour thème la technologie, l'innovation, l'entrepreneuriat et les actions en faveur du développement durable. Sont-ils des outils essentiels pour la croissance économique au Cameroun? Je voudrais appeler ici le modérateur qui va modérer le débat qui oppose les étudiants de l'Université de Yaoundé 1 aux étudiants de l'Institut universitaire Saint-Jean. Le modérateur. En attendant que le modérateur arrive, je vais inviter les débatteurs à bien vouloir me rejoindre. Université de Yaoundé 1, équipe opposée à l'équipe de l'Institut universitaire Saint-Jean. À 20 minutes, pardon.
direi mi puxa si può giocare.
My name is Faith, and for this great year, we have four.
Amba.
So, like you earlier heard, we have four contestants here who will be arguing for and who will be arguing against the motion for today. And just a quick reminder, the debate topic is technology, innovation, entrepreneurship, and sustainability actions are key tools for economic growth in Cameroon. For or against. And we have two schools here. We have Saint-Jean Higher Institute.
Okay, St. John is right here. And we have the University of Yaoundé. Please can we clap for our contestants? It's going to be a thrilling moment because I particularly love debates because they are intellectual exercises. And since we are here for a tech summit, why not indulge our mental capacity to, tickle ourselves a little bit and get to exchange on what we think is for or against this motion. So they're going to decide. They're actually prepared to argue for or against.
Nous allons juste faire le temps que ça s'asseye et qu'il récupère les esprits, qu'il respire avant le grand débat, juste le poème et puis vous allez entamer. Donc, je vais inviter notre poétresse, Mounian Rocher-là, si elle est là. Est-ce qu'on peut applaudir pour notre deuxième poème?
Evaluating environmental consciousness through technology and innovation. Can I have the sound? We were promised progress. But what is progress when the other lives are tossed? Let's talk about green. Not the green of envy or the green of greed, but the green of growth. The kind we need a blueprint to be etched in our skin. I stand here amidst the hum of progress. In a world that spins on the axis of tech, where code and circuits paint the streets of tomorrow. But I wonder, where does green fit in this digital dream? Where is the breath of life in this world of machine? Is the green just a shade we see on the screen? Or is it in the air we breathe, the water we sip, the ground we tread as tech takes the green? Do we measure innovation in megabytes and watts, or in the seeds we sow and the trees that grow in forgotten spots? Green shouldn't be just a trend, but a testament to progress, to consciousness, to care. Green shouldn't be just the air we breathe, but in every action, every invention, every intention to leave this earth a little better than the way we found it. The future is not a distant shade of hue, it's the shade of green we choose to paint right now. We tech in our hands and the earth in our hearts. Eco-friendly data centers, lessening the load, sustainable active practices, lighting the road, recycling and upcycling, reducing waste, biodegradable water. Let's embrace this green text. The algorithms we build should know the rhythm of the earth. Code that pulses with code that pulses with the heartbeat of the ecosystem. Not just ones and zeros, but oceans and zones. We are the architects of tomorrow, the stewards of both light and dark. Let every new creation echo with purpose. Let every bright idea leave a mark not just on the screen, but on the earth itself. We are the innovators, the dreamers. And if we can envision a world shaped by pixels and processors, then surely we can imagine and build a world where tech becomes the seed, not for depletion, but for rebirth. I urge you to hope. Hope in tech that moves from the wind and sun. Hope in cities designed to breathe. Hope in solutions as organic as the soil beneath our feet. But it's more than just that.
It's more than just tech. It's about consciousness, an awareness deeper than any data point, a mindset greener than any product. Because green is not just the future. It is the key to ensuring that there is a future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Eileen. Thank you. Welcome back to the debate segment. And for recap, our debate topic is technology, innovation, entrepreneurship, and sustainability actions as key tools for economic growth in Cameroon. Pour contre la technologie, l'innovation, l'entrepreneuriat et les actions de durabilité comme outil clé pour la croissance économique au Cameroun. So our debaters for the day do not know if they're going to argue for or against the motion. So they're going to choose one paper here, and that's going to determine whether they argue for or against the motion. So let's go, ladies first. Okay. So at this moment, you're arguing against. Oh, first of you're the one who will be arguing against the motion, while Saint-Jean will be arguing for the motion. So you have 2 minutes each. We're going to begin with the very first speaker. So the rule of the game is when you take the mic, you introduce yourself and then you push forward with your arguments for. And after you, we're going to get to your opponent to do same, and then the next speaker will come up with a supporting statement. And after that, we're going to have 2 persons from the crowd to actually argue for or against the motion before we call it for the day. All right, so we're going to begin with the team that is arguing for the Saint-Jean Higher Institution of Learning. So who's starting first? The lady, beautiful. So you have the floor.
Bonjour à tous, je suis l'étudiante Béa Jangal Muriel Taïna, étudiante des jeunes ingénieure au niveau 3, système réseau et télécom. D'abord, avant de commencer le débat, il est important de noter que la croissance économique est l'augmentation de la production des biens et des services dans une économie donnée sur une période généralement mesurée par le PIB. Elle est souvent considérée comme un indicateur de la santé économique d'un pays. Il y a divers facteurs qui la stimulent. Nous pouvons noter la technologie, l'innovation, l'entrepreneuriat et les actions en faveur du développement durable. Ainsi, je vais donc m'appesantir sur ces points. Je vais commencer par parler par la technologie. En ce qui concerne la technologie, nous avons la technologie comme pilier de l'apprentissage. À l'aide des plateformes, nous pouvons apprendre et l'apprentissage peut se faire en ligne. Les cours peuvent être payés, ce qui favorisera une croissance économique.
Si. Merci beaucoup. A round of applause for her, please. Thank you for your arguments for the motion, technology, innovation, sustainable development as tools for our economic growth. And right now we're going to listen to the students from the University of Yaoundé 1 to argue against the motion.
Merci de m'avoir passé la parole. Déjà, par rapport à ce que je m'appelle Barbara, étudiant à l'université Yaoundé 2, niveau 3, et je fais génie spécialité génie 7. Alors, par rapport aux éléments que notre confrère nous a confiés, je dirais tout simplement que le Cameroun perd énormément d'argent dans ce type de solution. Je vous prends un exemple simple avec l'épidémie du coronavirus. Le Cameroun a mis en place des cours en ligne, e-learning. Et Ils ont mis ça sur une plateforme que tout le monde utilise, YouTube. S'il y a des étudiants en salle qui ont vécu cette épidémie-là, ils peuvent connaître la plateforme. Alors, mettre en place une telle infrastructure, ça demande énormément de fonds. C'est-à-dire, il faut payer les locaux, il faut payer les professeurs qui ont des cours, il faut payer les techniciens et tout le reste. Et c'est énormément d'argent. Et je dirais, ce n'est pas rentable pour notre gouvernement. Vu que la plateforme existe, c'est sur YouTube, les cours sont là, mais je pose tout simplement la question ici, combien de personnes ont déjà consulté ces cours-là? C'est des personnes, une seule personne, déjà simplement dans le public ouvert. Et c'est énormément d'argent que l'État verse pour financer ce genre de technologie. Et je finirai avec le point des solutions éducatives qui, par exemple, ici dans cette salle, peut me citer, je dirais, 2 solutions éducatives. Oui.
Bon, comme solution éducative, je pourrais citer InnoSchool et IE Academy. Je pense qu'ils sont même présents ici pour le CITS.
D'accord. Vous avez dit qu'on peut acheter des cours sur ce type de plateforme. Est-ce que toi-même, en tant qu'étudiant, honnêtement, est-ce que tu as déjà dépensé ton argent sur ce type de plateforme?
Pas sur les plateformes accès camerounaises parce que du temps où j'étais au collège, ce n'était pas vraiment nécessaire d'avoir accès aux cours en ligne. Mais je vais prendre l'exemple de mes petites sœurs et j'utilise ce genre d'application. Par exemple, InnoSchool, c'est une application qui permet le suivi des élèves via des cours en ligne. Et ces cours-là sont envoyés aux parents. Donc le parent se charge de tout faire, mais la progression est centralisée en fait au niveau de l'application. Donc, à un certain niveau, je trouve que c'est assez rentable. Et ça facilite aussi le travail aux parents au niveau du suivi des enfants.
D'accord. Là, c'est ce que l'association propose. Mais effectivement, quels sont les chiffres en fait? Est-ce que vous avez dit au début, vous avez utilisé les solutions d'ailleurs? Donc, lorsque vous payez, c'est dans leur infrastructure que dans leur pays en fait que l'argent.
Pause. InnoSchool, c'est une solution camerounaise. InnoSchool, c'est une solution camerounaise. Je ne sais pas ceux qui sont familiers avec l'école Honor Bilingual School à Abattoir. Vous pourrez aller là-bas, leur local se trouve dans cet établissement. C'est une solution camerounaise développée par des Camerounais pour le suivi de leurs enfants.
Je dirais tout simplement pour conclure que ce n'est pas rentable pour notre économie.
Okay, wow. The heat is on right now in every segment. A round of applause, please, for our debaters. We are midway gone and getting into the second round, and it's time for us to get to meet the speakers who are going to be arguing for or against. This time, they will be advancing their supporting arguments. So, we're going to begin with the second speaker for.
Moi, je pense que la technologie, l'innovation et les actions en faveur du développement durable ainsi que l'entrepreneuriat concourent à une augmentation de la croissance économique. Pourquoi? Parce que, prenons le cas de l'innovation. L'innovation passe par la technologie et c'est cette technologie-là que les jeunes étudiants essaient d'utiliser pour résoudre les problèmes locaux. Et je pense que c'est à peu près le contexte qui nous réunit en ce jour. Comment utiliser la technologie pour résoudre les problèmes locaux? Je renchéris en disant que les cours en ligne, généralement appelés EdTech, concourent aussi à cela. Pourquoi? Moi, en tant qu'étudiant en 4e année, je fais beaucoup de certifications. Et qu'est-ce que ça m'apporte en fait? Ça m'apporte de la qualité, ça m'apporte une plus-value. Et ces plus-values-là servent généralement aux jeunes entrepreneurs et, disons, à l'État même. C'est-à-dire que l'argent qui est dépensé pour ces cours en ligne à un niveau peut être reversé en fait au niveau de l'État camerounais. De plus, je vais prendre aussi le cas de l'entrepreneuriat. L'entrepreneuriat entraîne la création des emplois, ce qui veut dire réduction du chômage.
Je ne sais pas si vous voyez un peu. Donc, toi, en tant qu'entrepreneur, tu crées une boîte. Tu auras besoin d'une main-d'œuvre qualifiée. Comment tu fais pour vérifier que ta main-d'œuvre est qualifiée? Tu vas passer par ce que nous appelons les certificats et les certifications que ces gens que tu auras employés pourront passer. Et tout ça, c'est en ligne. Donc, c'est-à-dire que c'est une boucle, en fait, une boucle que nous ne pouvons briser. L'un va forcément avec l'autre. Qui fait les cours en ligne, acquiert des compétences et se vend sur le marché du travail, camerounais ou pas. Qui fait de l'entrepreneuriat, crée de l'emploi pour des jeunes camerounais. Qui demande des services, comme par exemple des écoles et autres pour le développement de leurs logiciels. Qu'est-ce qu'ils font? Ils font appel à ces jeunes camerounais-là qui ont été formés dans leurs universités et autres pour venir résoudre leurs problèmes. Donc cet argent-là tourne, il tourne. Donc pour nous vraiment et honnêtement, cela favorise grandement la croissance économique au Cameroun.
Merci, merci. Okay, now to listen to the second speaker against the motion for this afternoon.
Bonsoir, je m'appelle Toukel Magui, je suis étudiante à l'université de Yaoundé 1, licence 3 en génie logiciel. Alors, par rapport à ce que l'étudiant vient de dire, vous avez parlé de la création d'emplois, des jeunes qui sont recrutés, des personnes qui se forment avec des technologies extérieures pour améliorer notre pays. Mais combien de personnes, combien de jeunes ont entrepris pour pouvoir amener ces solutions-là ici? Jusqu'ici, combien de projets ont été financés? Il faut noter que le Cameroun compte énormément sur les financements extérieurs, sur les banques étrangères, la Banque centrafricaine, la FND et plusieurs autres. Je dirais que en 2022, par exemple, je pense que, si je ne me trompe pas, si les chiffres sont bons, le Cameroun avait un PIB de 25 milliards de francs CFA. Ce qui fait qu'il y a eu une inflation de 2%. Quand l'État investit dans des projets qui portent sur la technologie, l'innovation, l'entrepreneuriat de certaines personnes, de certaines entreprises déjà qui essayent d'entreprendre de nouveaux trucs, il y a le fait qu'ils utilisent les financements extérieurs et parfois ça ne marche pas. On se retrouve avec le pouvoir d'achat qui augmente pour des ménages. On se retrouve avec des écoles qui payent des taxes très chères, peut-être pour des gens comme vous qui allez vous faire former ailleurs. Pourquoi nous ne nous formons pas ici pour pouvoir... Pourquoi on ne fait pas comme eux? Pourquoi est-ce qu'on veut toujours, vous dites que c'est une boucle, mais depuis 2022, quand on utilise ces méthodes-là, il y a des inflations, on peut compter le nombre de produits sur le marché qui ne font qu'augmenter. Pourquoi? Parce que l'État essaye toujours d'investir dans des projets, des jeunes qui essayent de faire ce genre de choses, dans la technologie et tout. On veut des entreprises qui existent, qui ont fait leurs preuves. On ne veut pas des nouveaux qui vont utiliser les technologies, essayer, nous faire, on ne fait que s'endetter dans les banques ailleurs. Est-ce que nous connaissons les dettes que le Cameroun a avec des banques extérieures?
Alors, la technologie, l'innovation, l'entrepreneuriat et les actions de durabilité sont-elles des outils essentiels pour la croissance économique au Cameroun?
Non. Nous sommes contre.
Round of applause, please. So, we're going to take two persons in the crowd to argue for or against the motion. Just two, because of time. 1 minute each, please. If you were inspired by the argument brought forth and you'd like to add your voice to what has been shared already, remember it's an intellectual exercise. Please, with a hand show, a mic will get to you and you'll be part. So we want to start with those who will be arguing for, just one person. Who has an argument for the motion? Okay, we have a hand there. Thank you. So the rule is, when you get the microphone, kindly introduce yourself and go right ahead with your arguments. Pour. Vous êtes pour? Non, tu veux quelqu'un pour? Ok. Nous avons une main ici. 1 minute, s'il vous plaît.
Ok. Déjà, bonjour. Bonjour, moi c'est Victor Onana, je suis ingénieur en génie informatique de Polytechnique Douala. Donc, concernant le débat qui est abordé aujourd'hui, et vu que je suis pour la technologie dans l'exercice, on va dire, de notre développement, je trouve que le Cameroun, honnêtement, n'investit pas suffisamment actuellement. Et autre chose, le Cameroun ou bien l'État camerounais n'est pas une entreprise qui cherche, qui a pour principal rôle de chercher du bénéfice. Le simple fait de pouvoir former sa population est pour elle déjà un objectif atteint. Donc, il ne faut pas calculer ça en termes de chiffres, mais en termes d'impact, premièrement. Deuxièmement, au niveau de l'investissement, on pourrait prendre le cas de Google. Google a reçu un financement de près de 40 000 $ de la part de l'État américain en 1998. C'est avec ça qu'ils ont lancé Google. Google aujourd'hui est à elle seule en termes d'impôts toute une ville. Donc il ne faut pas regarder 100 projets, mais il faut regarder est-ce que sur 10 ans, on pourra avoir un projet de la taille de Microsoft. Donc, pas la quantité et la qualité. Et la qualité, on l'obtient en exerçant continuellement. On a plus de 50 ans, voire 100 ans de retard par rapport au pays. Donc, ne nous comparons pas aux chiffres que les pays actuels et développés ont. Mais regardons que sur notre processus d'évolution, est-ce que par rapport au projet de l'an passé, est-ce que nous avons eu des évolutions au niveau de ce que les projets proposent? Merci.
Merci. Très bien. Alors, contre. Merci. Dès que vous prenez le micro, votre nom, et puis vous y allez à votre tour.
Bonjour à tous. Je m'appelle Abdel Karim, je suis étudiant en licence 3 à l'Université de Yaoundé en génie logiciel. Donc, je vais répondre à mes collaborateurs ainsi qu'à celui qui vient d'intervenir. Si on prend par exemple sur la balance, si on pèse des projets qui ont été développés pour le développement et tout ça, ils sont moins impactants, ils sont bien moins impactants que les solutions qui nous sont proposées par ceux de l'extérieur. Je vais prendre des exemples. Je vais parler d'une application qui a été développée et qui fonctionne. Ça fonctionne, probablement rentable ou pas, ça n'est pas la question. Mais on a des applications que nous, jeunes, par exemple, informaticiens, à mon avis. Pour moi d'abord, j'utilise par exemple Alpha, j'utilise Coursera, j'utilise beaucoup d'autres applications qui sont donc des applications développées par des entreprises qui payent les impôts à l'extérieur. Donc, en fait, ça nous aide, mais ce n'est pas rentable pour notre pays. Voilà. Je vais partir un peu, je vais encore aller plus loin, toujours dans le domaine de la technologie. Je vais prendre Starlink, par exemple. Starlink, par exemple, qui est un concurrent pour le fournisseur d'accès, par exemple, par excellence au Cameroun. Il paye ses impôts aux États-Unis. Voilà, donc il n'est pas rentable. Mais ça n'empêche que Cameroun doit continuer, en fait, il doit continuer à se développer et tout. C'est un fait. Et vous avez parlé de beaucoup de choses, vous êtes approfondi sur la technologie, on a parlé de développement durable, ou par exemple des solutions pour favoriser le développement de l'énergie, par exemple. Au Cameroun, c'est des solutions extrêmement coûteuses, mais qui sont très moins accessibles aux personnes qui sont aux citoyens lambda. On va construire des petites centrales solaires là et tout, mais tout le monde ne peut pas se permettre ça. Ça ne voudrait pas dire qu'on ne doit pas continuer, mais c'est moins rentable. Voilà, donc c'est moins rentable que les solutions. Si on met sur la balance, c'est nécessaire de continuer à développer des solutions et tout, mais ça vient un peu au fond. Voilà.
Thank you very much. Merci à tous pour vos contributions. Moi, à mon avis, je dirais que le débat a été très enrichissant. Et le débat continue, bien évidemment, même après, même dans le débat, même dans le stade, le débat continue. So the debate continues, and remember, this later today, we are going to award prizes to the winner. So the judges have been taking down the notes and have been scoring our contestants today, and the results will be made known in a few hours from now. So kindly put your hands together again for all very much for your
Merci, merci à nos très chers débatteurs. Il n'est pas souvent évident, face à une audience, de poser ses idées pour ou contre les technologies digitales, suivi en ligne, impact, chiffres, développement, projection. Le débat continue, comme l'a dit FEM, pour le développement de la communauté, de la société. Avant la dernière activité de cette matinée, je vais inviter notre... Ah, c'est un poète, une poétesse. Un dernier poème, toujours en rapport avec le thème principal, Yerka Desmond. Si j'ai mal prononcé, est-ce que la personne est dans la salle? Ah, c'est un poète. Nous allons avoir donc notre troisième poème de la matinée avant le prochain échange. Yerka Desmond, s'il vous plaît. Est-ce qu'on peut applaudir pour l'accueillir?
Good afternoon to everyone. I'm called Yerka Desmond, representing the Northwest for the Queen Poetry Contest. What about the sun and the stars? What about the moon and the night? What about the leaves and the trees? A moment of silence for every dead tree, for every fallen soldier whose heart is no longer beating, whose roots are no longer breathing. A moment of silence for every fallen leaf, whose being has been used, misused, and abused by you. I stand here to tell their truth. A moment of silence for the dying universe. What if trees could fight for their misused rights? With no swords, but just their soft, sculpted green plates. With no metal shields, but just their blood beautiful leaves. With no rifles, but just their roots and their branches. What if the skies refused to bless us with rainbow smiles, or refused to fight with us against the dying of the sun, when all is empty and dry? What if the clouds closed the doors to rain and the sun? What if? What if? I am a messenger, please hear me. We can still maintain our steeds, the right coats, and the breast keys to save these plants, leaves, and the trees. Believe me, we are better than this. We can still change the narrative. So let's stop being Pharisees, but see that the seas are ceasing to exist, to go back to being Adam and Eve and take care of these dying trees. I am a messenger, please hear me. So in this digital garden of metal and steel, growing fruits of vines and meat with sacred lungs and solar panel eyes, they can still save us. I am a messenger, please hear me. So in this digital ecosystem, growing fruits of vines and meat, we can change the narrative. I am a messenger, please hear me. They say we can't build if we don't destroy. They say we can't build if we don't destroy. I am John the Baptist, not here to baptize, but to precise our destruction. But we have burned down our bridges, and each time we embrace technology and start to rebuild. We have burned down the bridges,
Merci. Nous allons passer à la dernière activité de cette première partie de journée. How to better leverage African Continental Free Trade Area. Voici le thème donné. Je vais inviter ici le modérateur, M. Kader Joya, pour la suite. Sur vos acclamations, s'il vous plaît. Ils ne sont pas encore fatigués, parce qu'on va applaudir.
Hello. Hello. I know it's almost time for lunch, but we are going to do a quick conversation between me and my panelists, fellow panelists. So just stay tuned, and in 20 minutes we'll be done. So I want to invite my co-panelist, Mr. Temba Joshua, to come and join me on stage. Please clap for my brother. So thank you very much. Today we are going to discuss about Temba Joshua. Temba Joshua is a certified business trainer and expert and consultant with the African Union Commission for African University. He is a business developer at Youth Employment in Cameroon. He has been active in training young people in entrepreneurship, recently with a UNG. He has been contributing in personal development in Cameroon for over 30 years. So I want to give the floor to Mr. Temba Joshua in order to explain to us what is the meaning of African Free Zone Trade and then what it's all about.
Thank you, Sanjay. Good afternoon to everyone. The hall seems to be very empty. What I've noticed is that the conference is taking more, the participants are more in the stands than in the halls to get the knowledge. But then that's just an aside. That's what we call the African Continental Free Trade Area. This agreement was signed on the 21st of March in Rwanda, Kigali, during the 12th Extraordinary African Union Commission of Head of States. After entails creating a free trade zone for Africans across all the 54 countries in Africa. This went into effect on the 30th of May 2019, and the first trade started in July 2021. It's been a challenging issue. Let me shock you. Do you know out of the first 500 biggest companies in the world, there is none from Africa? I mean, the first 500 companies, biggest companies in the world, there is none from Africa. And the AFTA came to solve this problem, to remove the barriers that has hindered development in Africa. That is why last 2 weeks, I was opportune to be the Cameroonian delegate at the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa held a conference at Hilton Hotel, and top on the table was the AFTA, Africa Continental Free Trade Area. Look at other Western countries. There are no barriers in Europe. Why are there barriers in Africa? And these barriers have really hindered our development. For you to leave Cameroon to Egypt, to South Africa, you need visas. And all this has helped to hinder development and trade. So, AFTA is there to facilitate free movement of people, goods, and services. And this is a big news for entrepreneurs, young entrepreneurs like you.
Thank you, expert. I want to remind the audience that we're going to use both language, so I'm going to try to give an explanation in French so that we can entertain the audience. AFTA, en français, veut dire ZLECAf, qui est la zone de libre-échange ici en Afrique. Maintenant, les pays africains se sont rassemblés, d'après ce que vient de dire notre expert, pour sortir un agrément entre les pays de l'Afrique pour la liberté de circulation des biens et des personnes. Vous savez, en Europe, comme nos experts nous ont mentionné, il y a ce qu'ils appellent la zone Schengen ou bien la zone euro, où les biens et les personnes peuvent circuler sans avoir besoin de visa. Maintenant, ici en Afrique, c'est compliqué, c'est différent parce que pour quitter du Cameroun, par exemple, et aller en Égypte, il te faut un visa. Et souvent, ça prend du temps pour que le visa sorte. Et l'expert aussi mentionné que dans les 500 plus grandes entreprises du monde, il n'y a pas une entreprise basée en Afrique. Donc voilà pourquoi les chefs d'État ont trouvé important de se rassembler pour pouvoir avoir ce genre d'agrément qui va faciliter la libre échange la libre circulation des biens et des personnes. So I'm coming back to you, Mr. Joshua. I want to know the economic impact. So with this agreement, this new agreement, how the economy of Africa is going to be impacted when we talk about intra-African trade?
Very positively. In fact, AFTA is there to enhance economic development. If you take, for example, there are 2 African countries that are leading now. Kenya and Rwanda have declared visa-free for all Africans. And if you and I judge it, you see that they are developing more than other African countries that are tight. So when there is free movement of people, goods, and services, you see the economy booms. You can have a product in Cameroon, and all you can, your market is just Cameroon. But if Africa is open to your product, you see that you have more turnover. You can send it to any part of Africa and the market increases. These are the economic importance of AFTA. And mind you, in the next 10, 15, 20 years, if AFTA is really implemented, though like I said, there are challenges. Some countries don't want to join. That is why ECA, that's United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, started with Central and East Africa in the last conference we attended.
We are going to talk about challenges. So, for the audience, so regarding the economic impact, avec la zone de libre-échange, votre marché n'est plus le marché camerounais. Vous avez d'abord un marché CEPAC. Je pense que c'est ça déjà, on pratique déjà. Mais avec la zone de libre-échange, vous voulez rester ici et vendre un produit au Rwanda. Après avoir vendu le produit peut maintenant acheter au Rwanda sans passer par ce qu'on appelle la douane. Vous savez que la douane, quand ça doit sortir, quand ça doit entrer, il y a beaucoup de taxes que les douanes commettent sur ça et que ça fait monter le prix de l'article. Donc, en faisant vos produits, vous avez plus un marché de 20 millions, ou bien un marché de, disons, 50 millions pour l'Afrique. Vous avez pour l'Afrique centrale, vous avez plutôt un marché de toute l'Afrique. On pouvait laisser ici les nouveaux produits en Côte d'Ivoire et en Sénégal. So coming back to our panelists, you mentioned obstacles and challenges. What can be the challenge and the obstacle that country or African Union will face in order to implement the AFTA?
Yes, there are so many challenges. We have been talking about these challenges, and countries have been putting their heads together to see that they solve the challenges. First is the border challenge. We are dreaming and hoping to see a borderless Africa someday very soon. The borderless Africa, which means I can leave Cameroon to North Africa, East Africa, South Africa without being asked a visa as the first challenge. The second challenge is the issue of currency, finance. That is where a fintech comes in. We are also looking for that day where Africa can use one currency, so that if I have a client in Niger, I have a client in Zimbabwe, the client should pay me easily.
Thank you. So concerning the challenge of a currency, it's quite difficult to get payment from, let's say, for example, from Kenya, because first of all, we don't have the same currency, and then sometimes you have to convert it to dollar before it's converted back to franc CFA. And voilà pourquoi c'est très important pour les enthousiastes de la technologie ici de développer des solutions fintech. Les solutions fintech ne vont pas utiliser les mêmes outils que les banques. Là, je parle notamment de l'utilisation de la blockchain. Comme ça, on pourra contourner beaucoup de paramètres pour pouvoir acheter un article directement du Kenya sans que notre monnaie soit transformée ou bien soit convertie en dollars, puis reconvertie en leur monnaie. So, now we have talked about how the economy is going to benefit from that after. Now, since most of our audience are from tech background, so how can we use the technology in order to enhance the opportunity offered by after?
First, I will advise those who are into fintech to link up or connect with the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa. You can get them on LinkedIn, you can get them on Facebook, connect with them. Be part of the solution, because they always invite these tech guys so that they can see how they can bring a financial solution to the transborder transfer or remittance of money. The next conference will be in Gabon. I think most of these tech companies, fintech in particular, should apply so that they can be at the decision-making table in Libreville, Gabon next year for the ECA conference of Central and East African states. After is the gradual process, because they say Rome was not built in one day. It will take time, but then, since it cannot really take the whole of Africa, that is why ECA, that's United Nations African Economic Commission for Africa, is trying to go by regions. Central Africa has joined now with East Africa, and then other zones will definitely join at the end. And then at the end of the day, we can possibly see an African currency that can solve that problem of this country having their own currency, this other one having their. This currency differentiation is really a problem in Africa. That is why the Schengen zone is using the euro, and they are prospering.
Thank you. We know it's going to be a difficult task for that one, because West Africa, they have tried. Countries like Ghana, Nigeria, and Ivory Coast. And at the end of the day, they could not come up with a solution the currency. So it's a long way to go. And I want to come in during for the after. You know, another important aspect is the packaging. What can you tell us about packaging issue? What role is the packaging going to play for the free zone trade?
Yes, packaging in business is very important. For those who want to leverage the AFTA zone, that's the African Continental Free Trade Area, make sure your products or your services can compete with the other countries. This is where packaging comes in. My organization, Yes Cameroon, is organizing a conference on packaging of Made in Cameroon at Jega Palace. You can find them on Facebook. Just type Yes Cameroon. You can register, buy a stand, come and learn how to brand and package your products to meet international standards. Because we cannot open the African market to you, and at the end of the day, your products cannot leave Cameroon because your brand is not well packaged. So with the AFTA, we young entrepreneurs, business people should know that branding and packaging is very, very essential in business growth.
So regarding the packaging, je voulais juste essayer de changer pour la salle. Il est très important que les entrepreneurs du pays du Cameroun travaillent sur leur packaging parce que c'est ça qui va compétir avec le niveau international. Maintenant, quand vous allez envoyer votre produit, ou bien quelqu'un qui est au Kenya va vouloir acheter un produit du Cameroun, il va comparer le packaging que vous offrez ici au Cameroun et le packaging qu'ils ont là-bas. Maintenant, dans le packaging, il y a aussi le fait que ça doit traverser des frontières et peut-être passer des jours ou bien des heures à arriver dans un pays. Il faut aussi prendre ça en compte. Donc, voilà pourquoi les designers, etc., doivent vraiment assister les entrepreneurs dans la fabrication du packaging. And we conclude with this last question. Every situation presents opportunity to invest. So, can you tell us more about the opportunity, how you can invest in this situation?
Yeah, like you rightly said, every problem presents an opportunity for a smart entrepreneur to grab and create a business around that opportunity and sell. AFTA is here. As a young entrepreneur or a business person, what opportunities are there for you? First, the first opportunity is growth, a larger market. You have to network, get connected to the opportunities and the conferences that will be going on. Stay connected. Information is power. They say who is not informed is deformed. To expand your business, you don't just need the Cameroon market, you need the African market. And AFTA is gradually coming. With Kenya and Rwanda, you can go there and start a business. You don't need a visa to go to Kenya. You don't need a visa to go to Rwanda now. These are the two frontline countries in Africa that has really embraced the African Continental Free Trade Zone. So go out there, get connected to the right people, the right source of information, and why not? You can be the next Bill Gates, or you can be the next Elon Musk or Jack Ma in Cameroon, from Cameroon. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We are going to take 3 questions only. So the question can be French or English. Our panelist is bilingual, so going to give a good answer. So, question? Okay, we take 2 questions from the back, please.
Can we enter a position again?
Bonsoir à tous.
Bonsoir.
Je m'appelle John Patrick, je suis entrepreneur digital et j'aimerais que vous me précisiez le lien que vous avez donné tout à l'heure là par rapport à le knowledge, comment est-ce qu'on fait pour assurer le marketing. Vous avez parlé du lien qu'il y a sur Facebook et on va savoir, on va sur la conférence quoi. Donc j'aimerais savoir le lien.
Oui, la conférence serait au Jega Palace le 14 novembre. It will be a conference, it's the 10th edition, troisième édition, sur le branding et packaging du Made in Cameroun. C'est une très bonne conférence que vous pouvez apprendre comment faire le branding et le packaging de votre service ou bien of your goods and services. So you can get to me after this, or you just type on Facebook, Yes Cameroon.
Yes Cameroon.
Yes Cameroon.
Y-E-S.
Y-E-S Cameroon. Avec double O.
Cameroun en anglais.
Cameroun en anglais, ok.
Cameroun en anglais. Et vous allez vous inscrire pour la conférence au Jega Palace. Merci.
Ok, merci.
Last question.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm Peter Kerry, I'm an IT analyst. I wish to ask, sir, governments do receive so much from visas. Government do receive so much from trade restrictions, the taxes they impose, and many other things they restrict. Now, creating this free trade area, how will you convince these governments that they will still be economically vibrant? How do you convince this government that by keeping aside all these charges and all these taxes that they have from these people, they will still have something enormous that can keep them moving? Thank you.
Thank you for that very brilliant question. That has always been the question delegates from other countries always ask at conferences. For development to take place, there must be destruction. For this house to have been built, I think there were trees here that were cut down. Africa should be able to look at the bigger picture. If Rwanda can do it, then Africa can do it. If Kenya can start it with free visas, Africa can do it. Africa has other resources, natural resources, that brings money to the government more than visas. And we can ask ourselves, if Schengen is blossoming, why not Africa? They had to take off their visas. So you see that it is something that is very important for Africa. So if we look at the big picture, then those visa fees, we can waive them away and integrate Africa and create this free trade zone for goods and services and people to move freely, because it will bring greater economic development and even the development of the various nations. Is your question answered?
So, thank you. And I just want to ask, when there's no fee for visa, tourists will enter the country and they will buy things, they will visit places, they will take cars, they will pay hotels, they will buy products, and then there's always a way to capitalize on that situation. So, thank you very much, Mr. Josh for your time. And thank you, the audience, for being patient with us. Thank you very much.
Merci.
Thank you for the
Merci pour la présentation de ces opportunités, les enjeux, les normes à respecter, notamment sur le branding et le packaging. Rendez-vous le 14 novembre au Jega Palace. Nous arrivons pratiquement au terme de la première partie de cette journée. Je sais qu'il y en a qui sont là pour le pitch award, patience, les bonnes choses. Pour cela, une bonne et belle introduction. Les prochaines 5 minutes, pour laisser le temps aux autres d'arriver, je vais appeler ici Monsieur Elvis Minon, qui va nous donner une masterclass, The Internet of Value, 5 minutes d'information capitale pour nous. Sous vos ovations, s'il vous plaît.
Bonjour tout le monde. Good afternoon, everybody. Mon nom c'est Chio Inan et je représente une entreprise qui s'appelle Jangi Systems. Donc c'est une entreprise qui est dans le name Jangi. Je vais parler dans 5 minutes, parce qu'on n'a pas le temps, du Internet of Value. Donc je vais faire une petite évolution de l'Internet en anglais. So the internet has evolved from IP addresses, and the IP means internet protocol. So that internet protocol allows computers to connect to one another to exchange information. After the IP protocol, we had the invention of another protocol called HTTP, which is the hypertext transfer protocol. What that means is, after you've connected your computers and the internet, we have to figure out a way to connect documents that are on the internet. So before you go to any website, the protocol that you use is HTTP, Hypertext Transfer Protocol. And then to exchange emails on the internet with the IP protocol, we need another protocol called SMTP, which is the Simple Mail Transfer Protocol. Then we got to some point where it was possible for us to do not just text on the internet, but media. So we started having text and then voice, and then we had Skype, which was the VoIP protocol, voice over internet protocol. We are now moved into the next phase of the evolution of the internet, which is the Internet of Value. Now, the protocol that powers that is called the money over internet protocol. Now, with the money over internet protocol, it's possible for us, just like the previous panelists were discussing, to have regional currencies, continental currencies, and even global currencies. Now, first is one of these global currencies was Bitcoin. I'm sure we've all heard about Bitcoin. And soon after that, we started having different types of protocols of transfer of value, Ethereum, Solana, and all these other things. Now, these different protocols have specificities, but at the end of the day, it is all speaking to the new age in which there is now the internet of the transfer of value. Not just the transfer of information, not just the transfer of voice, but the transfer of money and every other thing of value that comes with it. So we're going to have the internet being a giant exchange of money, of stocks, of bonds, digital assets, land titles, you name it. We're now in an age where your content can be monetized because your content will be assigned a unique address to you, and through the unique address you can be paid for all the content that you put online. In Africa at the moment, in Cameroon, I think we struggle with monetizing our content because the platforms that we're using are owned by Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok, and other folks. Now, we do not have access to the payment infrastructure from the web, but the internet, which we are already using, gives us the opportunity to create our own payment rails, our own payment systems for the content that we create locally. That's a task that the Jangi Systems is earnestly working towards. And I'm hoping that the course of the 2 years we could work together. I have just 5 minutes. If anybody has one question, I could take that. And then I'll leave the stage. Anybody has a question? Okay, cool. Thank you for your time.
Pour ces apports, ces ajouts sur la valeur d'Internet. Mesdames, Messieurs, est-ce qu'on peut applaudir très fort pour ce sommet? Très fort pour ce sommet. Est-ce qu'on peut applaudir pour toutes les personnes qui sont passées, les entrepreneurs, les conférenciers, les masters, la participation, et puis le comité d'organisation qui travaille depuis des semaines. Ça peut se faire. Merci, merci. Nous allons passer à l'étape que beaucoup dans la salle attendent, le Pitch Lion 10. Pour ce faire, j'espère qu'il est dans la salle, je vais appeler ici Monsieur Ayouk Eta, qui est le président du jury CEO Mountain Hub, promoteur du sommet international des technologies du Cameroun. Est-ce que Monsieur Ayouk Eta est dans la salle? Il est en train d'arriver. Donc, en attendant qu'il arrive et qu'on installe la logistique, donc lundi, nous avons donc eu l'ouverture de ce sommet. Nous avons eu le discours de Madame le ministre des Postes et Télécommunications en qualité de représentante personnelle du Premier ministre chef du gouvernement. Nous avons eu aussi l'intervention du représentant résident du programme des Nations Unies au Cameroun. Nous avons eu différents échanges, masterclass et conférenciers dans les différentes salles sur la technologie, sur l'innovation, le digital, le numérique. Nous avons parlé entrepreneuriat, nous avons parlé leadership avec Mami Nyanga. Nous avons aussi introduit le hackathon avec les belles vidéos qui ont été diffusées tout au long des prises de parole. Tout à l'heure, nous avons eu une belle introduction sur ce que c'est que l'hackathon. 350 jeunes qui, pendant 10 mois, dans les 10 régions du Cameroun, et la compétition, 72 heures pour proposer des solutions innovantes aux problèmes de la société. Monsieur Ayouk Eta, je pense que je l'aperçois, je crois qu'il est là, je ne vais pas en dire plus. Je vous en prie, applaudissons très fort pour Monsieur Ayouk Eta, président du jury du Pitch Lion 10, CEO Mountain Hub. Merci.
Hello, everybody good? Okay, I think we've been talking a lot since Monday. Last week we were doing action with the 72 hours hackathon. Then we came here, we have been talking a lot, learning, sharing. Okay, maybe now we should do some action as well, yes? We're going to take 1 hour for the Cameroon International Tech Summit Lions Den. Lions Den is a special kind of pitch where we have lions and lioness. We have 1 lioness in the jury. You have 4 minutes to pitch. 4 minutes to pitch. And then question and answer. If you have a pitch deck, please submit it at the team, the Regie team behind. 4 minutes to pitch, go straight to the point, question and answer. The 10 startups that have been selected are selected from all of those who pitched yesterday, about 50 of them. We've selected the best 10. They are going to come to the Lions Den. In all of this speech, the prize money is $20,000. I know some people were confused whether it's the sixth pitch or the Lions Den pitch. It's one pitch. We just selected the best of them to come to the Lions Den. And the people sitting on the Lions Den are people who are investors. They have money. So apart from the prizes, they can invest directly into your business. So everybody that is sitting on the jury have money hidden somewhere. So while you're pitching, don't just pitch for $20,000. Pitch to raise funds for your business. And remember, we've done the lessons of Pitch Masterclass, yes? Everybody, yes? So you know how the pitch goes, okay? $20,000 is going to be shared first prize, second prize, third prize. First prize, $10,000, okay? Second prize, $6,000. Third prize, $4,000, equal to $20,000. I'm calling this in dollars so that everybody should dream, okay? Okay, I'll call my first lion or lioness jury member, Madam Anna Ojong, Head of Solutions Mapping at UNDP Cameroon. Call my second jury member, Mr. Cho Minang, CEO founder Jangi System, Angel Investor, Mountain Angel Network. I'll call my third jury member, Lawrence Kasmarek, Head of Innovation and Research at JFN University and JFN Group. Loangala, please find my jury member. Okay, it's here. Okay, I think we have all our jury member complete. I think we can start. Organization team, do we have anybody managing the list? Yes? Do you want to read the list in the name of order? So our jury is complete. Ayok Ita, the Magic Man, CEO of Mountain Hub, Chief Vision Officer of Cameroon International Tech Summit, the Grand Papaya. Madam Anna Ojong, Head of Solutions Mapping and UNTP Accelerator Labs, UNTP Cameroon. We have Mr. Elvis Cho Minang, founder and CEO of Jangi System, Angel Investor and Mountain Angel Network. I think our jury is complete. Organizing team, can you get us some pens?
Good afternoon, everyone. So here's a list for the finalists for the Lions Den pitch. First up, Pickup. Second, Lumo. Third, Mali Studios. Fourth, Entry Tech. Fifth, Digital Skills Academy. Sixth, JJ Tronics. Seventh, Mansa. Eighth, SAP AI. 9, Techri Pay, and the 10th, Ubuntu. Please, if you're to pitch and you're seated behind, make sure you come over to the first row. Thank you. Okay, please, just a reminder, for those who pitch, when you're being called, you come up that way to the stage. Again, you have 4 minutes for your pitch, 5 minutes questions and answers from the jury members. I repeat, 4 minutes for your pitch, that includes your demo. And you have 5 minutes for the jury members to ask you questions. Thank you.
Good day, juries. Good day, ladies and gentlemen. It's an honor to be here today with you. And I'm called Peter Finja. I'm the MD of Pickup, and I'm here with my team.
I'm Teresa, and I'm the state manager of Pickup.
I'm Pinja Prosper, and I'm the PR of Pickup. So, unfortunately, we couldn't come all of us, but we are a team of 16. What is Pickup actually? So, we are here to pitch a startup called Pickup. So, next slide, please. So, quite recently, we discovered a problem. There's a problem of when students want to go to university, they have to go looking for vehicles to package their homes. Also, secondly, if you go to the wallet to buy, you have difficulty carrying your inventory to stock your shops in the suburbs. Why? Because you might be new in the area, you don't know drivers in that area. I've gone to buy something, and sometimes I'm looking for the next driver to carry my stuff. Who is willing to go there, right? Go there to be able to, that is to carry your good and transport to the suburbs to your shop. Now, another thing is, usually when you find these people, you're being tied down to pricing because they see through your vulnerability and maybe your desperateness, and they give you a pricing which you cannot refuse. It's usually very expensive. And that's the reason why we thought of an idea to revolutionize, to disrupt logistics. Next slide, please. To connect every single logistics service provider, truck owners, keke drivers, tricycles, to a centralized platform, giving our own market through bidding, and through that, we enable the market, we enable our users to have the power to be able to relocate, to be able to move goods from one place to another with ease. So, we are here to support SMEs, that is wholesalers and retailers, easily work together without stress. And not only that, students can easily relocate. Next slide, please. So, next. So, next. So, who are use cases actually? We use event planners. SMEs like Shikam. Right now, I want to put a very, very key note that Shikam is one of our clients, Kujiki is another, Maison Diplômée is another. We've already started serving in Boya. And so we did the market research for launching this product. We discovered that the globe, that's Africa's accounted for $344 billion in 2020. And we look at just starting a small percentage in order to change and make impact in the logistics industry. Next slide, please. Next. So how do we make money? What's interesting, but how do we make money? We make money just on commissions, 15-20%. So that, what does this mean? For every 10,000 francs, Pickup makes 1,500 or 2,000 francs. Impressively, go next. I have some really impressive numbers to show you. When partner with SMEs, we look forward to bridging the gap between wholesalers and retailers to supplying them, as well as we also plan on targeting the population and also onboarding as many drivers as possible. Please, next slide. So what have we done so far? How much money have we made? We launched in August. Key fact, we're able in August, we launched. In late August, we made 400,000 worth of orders. Early September, 900,000. We're looking forward to making $1 million based on our dream, but we're able to make 900,000. Early October, 1.6 million. Mid-October, we closed up 100 drivers on our platform and 10 plus businesses who are partners to us. This month, before coming here, we were able to close up a deal, 250,000 francs to ship a good from Melon to Kumba. And in that deal, it took us up to, next slide please, we just clocked 2 million francs in deliveries in just 3 months. That's really like one of the fastest growth we've experienced so far since we launched. Next slide, please. So we look forward to doing 2,500 orders. That's 50 orders every week, 10 orders every day to get to. Time's up. Stop.
Yes, good afternoon, Team Pickup. Quick question. I had a lot of pickup, but the truth is I'm not able to capture your problem very clearly. But what I picked out is GCAM is one of your partners. So what I want to understand is what kind of pickup service do you offer GCAM and what is the problem that GCAM faced?
Okay, so big enterprises, GCAM and Maison Diplômée and all these guys sometimes have limited trucks to supply all their customers across the national territory. So if the highest, usually they set the highest bidder that comes to buy for that day. When the truck has gone, they need to look for another vehicle to serve the customers who are coming from other places like Bamenda, Ebolo, and so on to buy from Douala. So at that point in time, they come on an application and they say, "Pickup, do you have a truck?" And we link you up to nearby truck drivers who we vetted, right? And we know that their vehicles are trustworthy, that is, are roadworthy to carry out this delivery. Secondly, GCAM works in Bonadere, does road construction, public works company that does road construction. So every time they want to carry goods like construction equipment to construction site, they just reach out to us or move things from the port. There's this vehicle they call the YAM. They always hire the vehicle through our platform. That vehicle is worth like 300,000 francs per order every time they need that service.
GCAM is registered on that platform?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm very impressed.
YAM should be the biggest assembly of all companies in Cameroon. Is that the one?
Yes.
So literally, you have tapped into that network.
Yes, sir. And he's part of the team. He actually gave us, he's part of our team, that is Chief of Operations for the company.
Excellent. Say no more.
Thank you. So, your problem is really unclear. I don't think it's properly qualified and quantified. We know that people struggle to have cars and all of that. So let me take, for example, Boya. A student comes to town. I guess what the problem we're trying to solve. They could get a car from my 17. It's a problem that they cannot see a car. They try to move from one house to the other. They could show up at my 17, or they could show up at the point where they have tricycle. It's a problem that they struggle to get it. Can you qualify that problem in terms of numbers? Your pitch doesn't show that.
I define our numbers. Quite recently, what's our major problem here? Most of the times, people live in places like Lum, right, coming maybe to Kumba. It's quite difficult to find a truck which is moving towards that direction.
So you're saying the same thing. I want you to give me numbers.
Okay, so we've had 86 plus requests, and we've been able to do 55 of those, some of which are very rich orders, like interurban logistics, people moving their entire house to new places. On average, how much does it cost to move? Usually between the cost of 150 to 300,000 francs.
You're saying the same thing, sir. I'm saying that you could track people moving, right? But can you give us a number, like per month? We have 1,000 people that move, and maybe 400 of them struggle with housing. In such a way that we can project if there's a market in this thing that you're building. Else, it's just going to be you love the problem, and it's not really big enough to serve as a proper market.
Actually, relocation is just one of our things, but the real focus behind pickup is helping SMEs like Ogeni supply to their retail stores, which means on every day there is that request on the market. That's in terms of demand. So we just added this as a sub-service. Since we have trucks, we could equally help people relocate.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Next team Lumo. Lumo. Okay. So, for those who are going to pitch, okay? So we correct it so that others don't struggle. If you're looking at your slide, you're looking at those screens. There are two screens in front of you. Look at pitching. Don't look at this. This is for the people in the crowd. This two is for you. If you come with your team, if you step behind a little bit from the person that's pitching, you can stand in front. Yes?
Bonjour. Imaginez-vous un marché animé par des vendeurs présentant des produits et des acheteurs négociants de prix et des échanges commerciaux. Alors maintenant, imaginez ce marché, pas seulement dans une localité du Cameroun, mais sur toute l'étendue du territoire camerounais. Alors, c'est ce qui nous inspire chez nous, une plateforme qui dépasse les frontières, qui va au-delà de la localité, qui va au-delà de la... Une plateforme qui dépasse les frontières. Alors, je suis la département, je suis ravie de vous présenter Lumo. L'écosystème du commerce au Cameroun est marqué par la fragmentation, une manque de confiance et l'inefficacité logistique. Ce qui empêche beaucoup de s'y prendre, de se lancer dans le e-commerce. Alors, ce sont ces problèmes que Lumo est conçu pour résoudre. Nous avons mis en place une plateforme sécurisée permettant aux vendeurs et aux acheteurs de se connecter en toute confiance. Notre système de paiement protège les deux parties. Nous concevons les frais à notre niveau, nous les livrons qu'après confirmation par l'acheteur de la récupération du produit. Nous avons également un système de livraison qui est mis en place. Alors,
since our users, especially sales and buyers, sellers, business individuals, how do we make money? It's simple. We have transaction fees, or let's say commission fees on every sales on Lumo. We have also delivery fees with our partners for deliveries. We have also sponsoring items or products on our platform and listing plans for some products that cannot directly be bought. So what are the opportunities to grow for Lumo? Now we are working on implementing new functionalities and features to make the platform more bigger and suitable for every users. We plan to have partnership with delivery partners, so like Lumo and Olatrons, payment gateways like Mavians. And next time, we plan to implement Lumo delivery services and be the #1 of e-commerce in Cameroon and why not more in the world. This is strategically Lumo. What do we need today? We need $30,000 to implement all these functionalities. Thank you.
How much money has Lumo generated so far?
So far, right now we come to implement the e-commerce functionality. So we are just launching the functionality.
Now you guys cannot tell me you're just launching the functionality. I was in the north, pitched Lumo, and I asked the same question. How come from the north to Yaoundé we've not had not started generating revenue? Are you guys working on the startup? Yes, how come we're not generating revenue?
Because we just have started the e-commerce functionality. It's that.
When will the e-commerce functionality go live?
Before we was just have a platform for listing like classified, and then we moved the e-commerce functionality, so that can allow seller to post to create a shop inside the application.
Okay.
The platform is online on Google Play Store, and also we have a website, lumo.cm. Yeah.
Have you generated any income so far?
Yeah, for the promoted item we have generated, because we was using the classified ad. People used to promote their ads inside the application. But for the e-commerce functionality, we haven't yet generated. So we become just to launch the functionality.
Donc l'argent de $13 000, c'est $13 000 que vous demandez Vous avez demandé 30 000 dollars. C'est pour faire quoi? C'est pour ajouter quelle fonctionnalité?
It's all about to grow the user base and then to go to market, like making the marketing is that all about, and to develop more functionality for the seller.
Mais dans la plateforme, je vois déjà que il y a une fonctionnalité logistique, n'est-ce pas? Ou bien ça ne fonctionne pas?
Yes, madam. It's working because right now we are about to partnership with the delivery provider. So, is that?
Have you managed to do any shipping, logistics, transaction through Lumo?
Not yet.
Not yet.
Yeah.
So it means it's not functioning.
It's functioning.
How do you know it's functioning? Have you tested it?
Yeah, we tested because, as I said, we in the beginning we started with the classified application, that the listing application. So the transaction was only between seller and buyer, and right now we are going to do B2C as well.
How many customers do you have registered on?
So right now we have more than 700 users already registered.
700 users. How many actively use?
So the active use is more than 300. Yes.
You mentioned something that I find interesting. You're looking to raise $30,000. How much equity are you willing to give up for $30,000? How much percentage of your company are you willing to sell for $30,000?
So we are thinking about 15.
15. Okay.
Thank you.
Mali Studios, you're up next. Your time starts now. Bonjour, monsieur les membres du jury, bonjour, cher public. Je suis Victor Onana, ingénieur en génie informatique et créateur, fondateur de l'agence Marley Studio. Vous avez déjà sûrement eu des cas où vous faites un travail, un service, une prestation, et après, lorsqu'il s'agit maintenant du paiement, vous devez sans cesse courir derrière le client. Ou alors, lorsque vous êtes le client en question et que vous payez pour une prestation, plus tard, vous devez maintenant courir derrière la personne que vous avez engagée pour pouvoir avoir votre travail. Tout ceci en mettant en avant que vous avez déjà payé. Nous nous sommes plusieurs fois confrontés à ce problème avec nos clients et avec les prestataires et nous avons essayé de réfléchir. Qu'est-ce que nous pouvons mettre en place pour réellement régulariser, mettre une notion de confiance dans les services, que ce soit entre entreprises ou entre particuliers. Et nous avons imaginé Mission. Donc, nous venons donc de ce problème de sécurité, d'environnement, de confiance qui jusqu'ici n'est pas le cas. Et nous avons donc imaginé Mission. Mission est un écosystème sécurisé de transactions de services qui permet d'un côté aux quest givers, parce que c'est comme ça que nous les avons appelés, c'est-à-dire ceux qui donnent des missions, de pouvoir premièrement présenter et publier leurs missions sur notre plateforme, et de l'autre côté, les hunters, qui sont des personnes qui cherchent à réaliser les missions des gens, de pouvoir premièrement choisir les missions qu'ils veulent réaliser, être sûr qu'ils seront payés, car les quest givers payent d'avance sur la plateforme. Quand ils payent d'avance, Mission garde l'argent et ensuite, lorsque le travail est réalisé, le quest giver confirme la validation de la mission et le hunter est payé. Si maintenant, au milieu de tout ceci, il y a une zone de problème dans le service, ils n'ont qu'à signaler la mission et notre équipe de litige va se charger de vérifier que ce que le quest giver avait publié au niveau de la fiche a été réalisé ou pas. Maintenant, comment eux ils font pour poser? Nous avons un système de chat à l'intérieur de l'application qui permet au quest giver, au hunter, d'échanger sans s'échanger d'informations personnelles. Nous avons donc prévu côté entreprise une plateforme web qui permettrait d'un côté au quest giver entreprise et d'un côté hunter entreprise de pouvoir publier et réaliser leur mission tout en étant payé dans la plateforme. Maintenant, comment faisons-nous pour gagner de l'argent? Nous prenons des commissions, que ce soit lors de la publication du quest giver et lors du retrait du hunter. Tout ceci dans la plateforme. Comme vous pouvez voir sur l'écran, le hunter peut voir en temps réel quel est le montant qu'il a dans son compte et le retirer. De l'autre côté, le quest giver peut charger via Orange Money, Mobile Money, son compte et ainsi publier des missions. Maintenant, nous avons constaté qu'il y avait un problème malgré tout. Les entreprises, des fois, ils reçoivent un marché, mais ils n'ont pas de financement. Comment donc faire pour que les banques puissent financer leur marché sur notre plateforme? Nous avons donc conçu une plateforme bancaire qui permet à une banque de se signaler comme étant créancier d'un marché. Donc si j'ai un marché, je viens vers vous, je vous donne un papier de Mission où il y a l'IT. Vous regardez sur votre plateforme, vous vérifiez toutes les informations que je vous ai données sur le marché et vous vous mettez en tant que créancier. Directement, Mission ne chargera donc plus les informations bancaires lors du versement et va se rassurer que la banque soit notifiée une fois le marché validé.
Your time's up. Stop. Thank you.
Merci. Merci beaucoup. On est dans un environnement où on aime savoir avec qui on travaille, surtout en Afrique. Comment on se rassure que le hunter qui va réaliser une mission, il a les compétences, il a le savoir-faire, etc. Comment vous gérez ça?
Ok. Nous avons prévu à cet effet une sorte, au niveau du dashboard, on peut voir le nombre de missions que le hunter a déjà réalisées avant de valider et de donner la mission, voir la notation qu'il a eue et voir les types de missions qu'il a déjà recherchées à partir des mots-clés. Donc, je peux ainsi vérifier qu'il a l'expérience dans la plateforme nécessaire pour réaliser ma mission.
Mais il commence de zéro.
Oui, mais à ce niveau...
Il y a un CV, il y a un profil qui est écrit par lui.
Exactement, au niveau de son profil.
Et comment vous vérifiez, vous, de votre côté?
Lors de l'enregistrement, en fait, nous avons tout un processus qui permet ainsi de vérifier les informations légales, dans le cas des entreprises, des informations même de CV, et nous avons ainsi des formations parce que, vu que le hunter paye de sa poche, il paye, c'est comme un marché, il paye d'abord et s'il valide, on est payé. Donc s'il n'a pas réalisé la mission, il n'est pas pratique pour lui de faire une mission qu'il ne peut pas réaliser. Il paye, tout simplement.
Et votre différence avec une entreprise qui met à disposition du personnel? Parce que vous n'êtes pas loin. Et dans le cas
Merci. Oui, c'est bon.
Hi guys, ready? Ready? The time starts now.
Members of the jury, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Before I start, there is this story that crosses my mind. I would love to share it with you. I'm sorry that I have to share it. There was once a time my sister left. She was going to school. Everyone knew she had gone to school. But it so happened that within the day, the school called my parents to inform them that my sister is in school. My parents called, my sister was in the school and wasn't in the house either. Where was my sister? Now, there are so many of such things that happen in Cameroon. There was only one case that I heard in Douala that the parents left the house knowing that the child would go to school. The child will be in the house and organize a party. You can imagine that kind of party. Now, with increasing number of schools and students, the need for effective follow-up of these students has become more than a necessity. Now, what problem are you trying to target here? Effective follow-up, juvenile delinquency, and lost cases. Now, we provide a solution to that. The solution that we provide are a constant eye on the learner, collaboration platform, and a real-time reporting. Now, what is our app feature? We develop an app called Rod that provides a reporting and tracking feature, a parent dashboard, and SMS functionality. Now, how does our app work? How do we use our app to follow up students? When the child arrives in school, that's the biometric device there. He swipes the card, the parent is notified at the instant. And when he leaves from school, the parent is also notified. By so doing, they have an eye on the student. Now, our uniqueness, we know very well that in this market we are not alone, but we have unique features. We provide independent modules, mobile and webs. We provide a school manager, if after the school would love to also manage their system. And then we provide an API integration, making it very easy for our application to be integrated to the school management system. And our application is lightweight, very important. Now, we have a very, very, very seducing pricing model. 5,000 pounds per student. I don't think that this one is too much, because I, as a parent, I would love my child to be followed 5,000 pounds per student at least the whole year. Now, the market, we started in the groundnut, and the groundnut, we have a servicing market of 25,000 students, and which we are already doing something. And now our attraction is our attraction. In this current year, we are currently at 4,000 students that are using our platform. That is impressive, isn't it? And now, the sales projection for 2024, we target on reaching at least 8,000 students this 2024 by the end, making a net profit by the end of the year of 30 million francs CFA. It is already possible, as we've already had a deal with the regional delegation of secondary education that are just waiting for us to implement this wonderful solution into government schools in the Adamawa region. And then we provide a very selective revenue sharing model. And then to our angel investors, we propose a 20% equity. And then what do we ask? Sorry, we have competitors we know very well. Please pass the slide. Now, our ask is 10 million francs CFA. And the 10 million francs will be used to purchase scanners for marketing, for SMS, and then for further development. That's it, we have a very dynamic team. We have our elect CEO, Monde, very smart. That's what this guy knows. I myself, I'm also smart. Thank you very much for your invitation.
Right? Okay, thank you for your presentation, and also thank you for trying to clarify the problem. But one thing I would like to know is okay, within your journey working on this solution, it would be interesting to know that if you have this data on which are these towns, that face these security issues of, theft or kidnapping of school children, which for me I find very relevant. It's for me the problem is not more about the increasing number of schools, but we should be able to know, the what should go in front as a problem is that in this city, there has been this percentage kidnapping, either at the level of secondary, primary, and partnership Ministry of higher secondary education. I'm asking myself the question: is it at the secondary level where you identified more theft or more kidnapping? Because the two have to go together for you, so that you're not solving a pertinent problem, you're solving it for a different target population. So did you go in depth? Did you take a deep dive to actually, kind of scout or scan the horizon to know which target really needs this solution?
Right. Well, thank you very much for that question. I actually expected it. So the idea is that with the one that we provide currently, it can only be applicable for secondary schools. Because I don't see a nursery school child going with a card and swiping, or primary school. And majority of nursery school and primary school are dropped in school by their parents, and they're picked up from school by their parents. So this one is not so relevant for them. But now, as we get to grow, we are planning as from next year, 2025, 2026 academic year, to get down now to the elementary level. But that one now won't be this one again, because we are planning to implement actually what we are working on right now, a GPS tracking solution, whereby a child will just place a chip into it, whether it's bangle or bank or whatsoever, where the child can be tracked easily. And then concerning the problem that you actually said, kidnapping and all the like, for those who are from the north here, they know kidnapping is of the highest order in the north. That's a very big one that we face there. And then this solution, threat-wise, that starting from the north would be a better entry point to actually get to extend to the whole of Cameroon if God permits us to do so.
Very important, but please try to, when you're in front of investors, give us data. Okay? The north is an area, for instance, where you have a lot of UN agencies, and this is the red zone, as we call it. Kidnapping cases are always, we need that data. When you say very much, like I'm trying to figure out, but that data makes it more specific.
All right, thank you very much. I actually have to summarize my slides, not to actually get to have it lengthy. Thank you very much. I will do that next time.
I don't think that the solution that you're proposing is solving the problem. Some students show up to school in the morning, swipe their card. The system shows that they are in. During the break, they scare their friends and go away. What shows that they're not in school?
All right, that is something that we are actually working on. That we plan on actually getting to see how we can have those cards tracked in such a way that we can use those cards to be able to track them. It's actually a very big problem, and I and my team are actually working.
Have you solved the problem? Have you solved the problem?
But presently, we haven't actually solved the problem. It is what we presented that we have as now. That we work on that aspect.
Thank you.
Nelson Mandela disait que l'éducation est l'arme la plus puissante. Merci. disait d'entrée de jeu, Nelson Mandela disait que l'éducation est l'arme la plus puissante qu'on puisse utiliser pour changer le monde. Et nous, avec mon équipe, nous nous sommes servis de cette citation pour mettre en place la solution qui peut faire bouger les choses en Afrique. Slide. La première des choses que nous avons remarquées au niveau de l'éducation, c'est le changement. Pourquoi je parle de changement? C'est qu'actuellement, au XXIe siècle, ce n'est plus n'importe quelle formation qu'il faut aller faire. Aujourd'hui, le monde s'oriente vers le numérique, vers le digital. Ça veut dire que le monde de demain, si vous n'êtes pas, si vous n'avez pas de compétences dans les métiers du numérique, vous êtes un analphabète. Ça veut dire que actuellement en Afrique, le plus important pour les jeunes, c'est de se former dans les compétences numériques. Malheureusement, ces formations coûtent excessivement cher. Je vous prends un exemple. Un parcours en gestion de projet digital, par exemple, dans une grande université, minimum c'est $8 000 l'année. Qui peut s'offrir toutes ces possibilités? Je ne sais pas. Nous, on s'est dit qu'on donnera ces possibilités aux jeunes Africains qui n'ont pas la possibilité de faire ces grandes études, qui n'ont pas les moyens de faire ces grandes études, et surtout qui ont la possibilité de se réorienter professionnellement. C'est pourquoi je vous présente, membre du jury, la Digital Skills Academy, une application 100% digitale, intelligente, qui permet à n'importe quelle personne de partout dans le monde, et principalement fixée pour les jeunes africains, de se former sur les compétences numériques à un prix très très dérisoire. Parce que pour nous, le plus important, c'est que le jeune puisse avoir cette possibilité-là de se faire former sur les compétences les plus avérées du XXIe siècle. C'est quoi l'importance de cette formation, surtout après? C'est que généralement, quand vous partez dans une entreprise, on vous demande l'expérience. Mais un jeune qui vient de sortir de l'université, il n'a pas l'expérience de pouvoir travailler.
qu'est-ce que nous avons pensé comme solution? C'est que nous avons mis la possibilité dans notre plateforme de faire ce qu'on appelle par des petites missions de tâches. La personne, quand elle finit son parcours, par exemple, en programmation web, nous lui donnons la possibilité de faire des petites missions, par exemple, construire un Google Form, construire, par exemple, un formulaire de contact, construire, par exemple, une page de vente. Ça permet à cette personne de pouvoir acquérir l'expérience qu'elle ne pourra pas avoir quand elle aura fini son petit parcours de 2 mois ou de 3 mois via la Digital Skills Academy. Comment on gagne de l'argent? Ben, c'est simple. Nous avons 2 modèles. Il y a le premium, l'application. Premium, pourquoi? Je vous ai dit que le prix est dérisoire. Parce qu'avec 1000 francs, la personne peut suivre un parcours en programmation web. 1000 francs pendant 1 mois. Intéressant ou pas? 1000 francs. Premier modèle économique. Le second, c'est les certifications payantes. Nous voulons mettre en place des partenariats avec le gouvernement pour pouvoir nous donner cette possibilité, parce que nous sommes une application web, nous n'avons pas la possibilité de donner des certifications reconnues pour l'instant. Nous voulons donc mettre en place des partenariats avec le gouvernement, et surtout dans les pays où nous serons installés, pour que chaque formation que nous allons dispenser dans notre catalogue de formation, qui est pour l'instant à 6 formations bien établies, que chaque formation soit certifiée par les pays où seront implantées la Digital Skills Academy. Et le tout dernier, c'est la publicité et le sponsoring. Il y a une donnée que les gens ont l'habitude d'oublier. Pour une application qui a 50 000 utilisateurs actifs par mois, il a la possibilité de se faire $2000 le mois avec la publicité AdMod. Et nous visons 100 000 utilisateurs après 5 ans. 100 000 utilisateurs après 5 ans. Et le tout dernier, ce sera les ventes de nos produits, parce que dans la plateforme, nous donnons la possibilité aux personnes externes de pouvoir uploader les cours.
Thank you very much. Your time's up.
Merci.
Merci beaucoup pour la présentation et bravo. Je pense que niveau problème et solution, même s'il y a à retravailler la solution, mais surtout, moi j'ai peur sur le modèle économique. Vraiment. Est-ce que vous pouvez en aller un peu plus? Je ne vois pas avec 1000 francs. Si vous ne décollez pas à 1000 francs, vous allez rentabiliser ou louer vos serveurs pour donner accès à l'application. Je ne vois pas comment vous allez faire.
Alors, je vais expliquer, je vais prendre peut-être quelques secondes. Pourquoi on dit 1000 francs? On va faire ce qu'on appelle par l'éducation participative. Nous allons mettre en place des sessions de formation en groupe de personnes. Si aujourd'hui une personne paye 1000 francs, le prix est dérisoire. Mais si nous avons 100 personnes qui payent 1000 francs, ça nous permet, nous, de pouvoir faciliter l'accessibilité à ces formations. En vrai, normalement, les formations sont gratuites. Mais nous mettons en place ce qu'on appelle donc le système de formation participative pour pouvoir permettre de subventionner, par exemple, les professionnels qui vont donner ces formations.
Vous avez déjà testé ce modèle?
Oui.
Vous n'êtes pas obligé d'avoir une application, vous pouvez avoir une chaîne Telegram, WhatsApp, etc., sans développer une application pour proposer ça.
Le modèle a été testé pour la première fois au Congo avec 200 étudiants. Et je ne vous cache pas, c'était 2 millions de retours sur investissement. 2 millions. 2 millions. Oui. 2 millions de retours sur investissement après le premier test. Et ce qui nous a motivés à mettre en place l'application, c'est parce que nous, on se déplace de pays en pays. Ça fait qu'on ne peut pas rester figé. Et ceux qui finissent de se former, par exemple, en présentiel, on aimerait qu'ils continuent le processus de formation en hybride. Donc, raison pour laquelle nous avons mis la plateforme digitale pour les accompagner après. C'est ça le but. Donc, c'est 2 formations, des formations physiques en hybride, comme je vous ai dit, en système groupé. Et après ces formations, nous les intégrons via l'application web pour pouvoir poursuivre donc la formation hybride et à la fin obtenir le certificat et commencer à réaliser les tâches dans l'application.
Merci pour ça. Moi, je reviens toujours sur le modèle économique. J'ai trop de questions là qui passent dans ma tête. Et en fait, je suis en train de regarder ça comme en anglais on dit work smart, don't work what? Hard, voilà. Donc je suis en train de voir un business model qui nous fait work hard et non work smart. Pourquoi? Parce que je me dis avec 1000 francs, ça veut dire que l'inconvénient en tant qu'utilisateur, c'est que peut-être je ne pourrais pas avoir mon cours au moment où je veux l'avoir parce qu'on doit attendre un certain nombre de personnes avant que le cours s'organise. Deuxième préoccupation que j'ai, c'est que avec 1000 francs, en fait, quels sont les tuteurs, ce sont quels cours qui investissent son temps pour 1000 francs. En fait, je suis en train de pouvoir mesurer l'impact de ces cours. C'est quel type de cours, en fait, vous voyez? Et puis après, on passe tout le temps à voyager de pays à pays pour faire certains temps. Vraiment, je veux que tu me convainques.
Merci beaucoup, madame. Merci pour les questions. Je vais commencer par répondre à la deuxième question concernant le type de formation que nous offrons. On a six formations, la programmation web, le design graphique, le marketing digital, la gestion de projets numériques. Il y a deux qui m'échappent, c'est 6 formations. À 1000 francs, comment nous on rentabilise, nous disons comment les efforts que nous fournissons finissent par payer. Les 1000 francs que la personne investit pour la formation, normalement les cours en physique, comme je vous ai dit, quand on regroupe des personnes, ce sont comme des cohortes de formation. C'est-à-dire que c'est 2 ou 3 profs qui partent pour aller former sur des domaines spécifiques. Par contre, sur l'application, ces cours sont déjà pré-enregistrés. Ça fait quand la personne arrive sur l'application, paye son abonnement de 1000 francs, elle a déjà accès aux cours dans l'application. Et nous, le truc c'est quoi? C'est un peu comme si, quand la personne paye 1000 francs, et nous on va plus jouer sur le nombre de personnes qui vont souscrire à l'abonnement. Parce que 1000 francs, je le répète encore, 1000 francs pour une personne, c'est vraiment dérisoire. Mais si on arrive à en faire 1000 par exemple, parce que ce qui nous a plus motivé, c'est la première année avec 200 étudiants, en partant sur un modèle de 1000 francs, 1500, on atteint 2 millions. Alors qu'on avait investi 500 000 avec toute l'équipe. On s'est dit qu'on va continuer avec le même modèle. Je suis totalement d'accord sur tout ce que vous avez dit. Peut-être qu'il y a certaines choses qu'il va falloir retravailler sur le long terme. Mais pour l'instant, on va dire que le modèle marche plutôt bien. Merci beaucoup.
Team JJ Tronics.
Greetings, member of jury. Greetings, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol duly respected. We are the judge trolling team from Bamenda. Statistics has shown that there is high increase of food demand in Cameroon and the world at large today. Despite the application of the available farming technique, farmers still face it very difficult to meet up with this demand. Owing to this, the gerotronic teams make the research and discover the following problem. One of the major problems was poor management of farmland. Secondly, we have lack of crop monitoring system. And also, we discovered that they face difficulties farming throughout the season and poor monitoring system. So the solution we proposed for this, we came out with a device named the Smart Crop Monitoring System. This system is able to test the farm parameter. Meaning you test the soil parameter, provide the NPK, moisture and temperature of the soil. Also, it has an automatic irrigation system in it, giving the farmer the possibility to farm throughout the season. And it is incorporated with a caring system which drives animals around the farm. Then we also use the online and offline monitoring techniques. For the offline, we apply the GSM radio frequency technology, and for online, we use the Wi-Fi technology for monitoring. Our system differs from others in the following. The user interface, it displays the crop name and the images beside it. Secondly, the system has an inbuilt customized database with some commonly cultivated crops, making it possible for farmers who are unable to read or lack farming knowledge to use this device to partake in the agricultural activities in Cameroon.
The marketing of the smart farm control system. We have started sensitizing farmers about the smart farm control system and creating awareness for them by working around and doing the free testing of their soil nutrients. Also, don't know the exact fertilizer to use of their product to have high yield. So, don't need from subsistence farming to large-scale farming, and then as a result, able to have an increase in the supply of product. And then we have also been able to go to the small jacking groups. Since most of the mothers in jacking groups like that all involved in the cultivation of agricultural products, and then they are so excited and they have embraced the smart farm control system. My colleagues will demonstrate how the smart farm control system gets to function.
On the system, it searches for networks. It works both online and offline. And it provides a setting for the user to set a particular crop that it chooses to control. And instead, to choose the moisture content to control crop with. Now, when it enters the setting, it's setting for the parameter of the soil. If your soil is, for example, wet, you must irrigate your farm. That's okay. If your soil is dry, then you pump. You pump water to your farm. And then, if I utilize entry your farm,
thank you very much, Team JJ Electronics.
Thanks, Team JJ Electronics. For me, it's exciting to see this year. I think from Mamida, this was like bits and pieces. I see my savings in the box. Good job.
Thank you, sir.
I'm going to go back to the business model. Is it just made for small, for big scale farmers that can pay for this system, or what's the price, what's the cost price or the selling price of the system to farmers, and how can this, how can we democratize access to a device like this?
Okay, so thank you for the question. For the business model, since we have different people in the society that are able to afford something, so we can offer the direct sales for those who can, those who be able to afford the whole model, which costs 500,000 francs. And for those who are not able to afford the model, also get to provide the soil testing, so they'll be able to know the nutrients of the soil as illustrated in the picture there. That's the farmer in a neighborhood. He's not able to afford the device, so we're there to test the available nutrients of his soil. So we also get to offer this is like to rental services for groups of farmers who are not able to afford individually. The groups of farmers who come and they afford or they decide to bring the product. As a result, the food production is actually going to increase in the society, thereby being able to attain sustainable agriculture and food security.
My next question is, this small device can you run for unlimited acres of land?
So this system only sends a signal. It can be incorporated with big pumps where we include a conductor. With the conductor, it just energizes the conductor lane. It runs any amount of a pump, either a pump, a valve, where you run your water through a pipe or a pump. So
Okay.
it can.
Now I want to know, how many of these have you sold already?
We haven't. At the moment, we are still doing free testing, sensitizing.
How much does it cost to make one of these?
Costs 500,000.
It costs you 500,000 or what you will sell?
No.
To produce the cost price is different.
350,000
350,000.
to produce one module like this, and you sell it 500,000. Would the business model be to produce and sell, or you will rent it? You produce one and rent.
No, when we produce, we can sell, we can rent, we can test.
Okay.
Thank you, Team JJ Electronics. Congratulations. It's more of a suggestion, it's not a question, because when I look at your business model, you don't need to rush to sell, okay? I like the fact that you are working with these farming associations and groups. I think UNDP has supported a similar solution, but this is right way advanced, more advanced, because it covers a lot of farming, addresses a lot of farming challenges, you see. So keep working with these associations, the cooperatives, trying to enhance on the no free testing, please. Free testing has to end soon, okay? Yes, you can create like a taunting model or a janky model which they can use, you know, for those testings for you to be able to, you know, keep testing and ameliorating your solution so you can have feedback, okay? Yeah.
So there's an obvious bias. You know, my company is janky systems, and you're running something in that direction. So I'm curious, how much are you guys looking to raise, and how much of your business are you looking to sell? How much money do you want to raise from investors, and how much of the company do you want to sell?
Okay. For the moment, since we are still starting, we hope to, by 3 to 5 years.
No, right now. How much money do you want right now, and how many shares?
Man, one would ask, please, maybe up to 10. There we will actually distribute.
I don't think you understand the question. You're in business. You're in front of investors. You're trying to raise money for your business. So, how much money do you want, and how much shares do you want to give up to get the money?
Thank you very much for that, sir. We intend to raise 5 million francs, but I and my team haven't discussed how much.
That's it.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have Manson. can start.
Hello everyone, my name is Jim Bakumi and I'm the founder of Mansa. Hello everyone, my name is Jim Bakumi and I'm the founder and CEO of Mansa. At Mansa, we are on a mission to revolutionize the way you as Africans shop across borders, that is on Amazon, Shein, Zara, and other stores. Next, imagine Awa, a student at the University of Royal. She's selling goods online and she's looking for partners where she can buy goods very cheap and bring them to Cameroon and make money. But it's very difficult for her. Why? She's looking on Amazon. She saw a beautiful rig, but are telling her that this rig cannot be shipped to her location. Okay, she was able to find something that can be shipped to her location. But now, Awa only uses mobile money as a payment method. She doesn't have any debit card or credit card. That's a big issue for her. Next, Awa was able to find a friend who was giving her a debit card, and she paid the card. But she noticed that the article will only arrive in Cameroon within 30 days. And it cost her like $20 for a kilogram. That's why we build Mansa. At Mansa, we are building an all-in-one solution for students like Awa and millions of Cameroonians and Africans to browse and purchase items from any international online stores. We do this by giving you a unique French shipping address and also a digital shopping cart that you can use to browse and purchase from all of the stores. Next. Why Mansa today? The global market is a $4,800 billion market, but Mansa is looking to capture 5% of the African market in the next 5 to 6 years. That is $3 billion market. Next. Our business model is very simple. Today at Mansa, we partner with online stores such as Amazon, AliExpress, Shein, and others to become our partners, and they give us 5% commission on average each time you as a consumer you purchase through Mansa. In addition to that, we get a 12% value-added tax refunded from the order value, and also we charge our users 3.5% per transactions. Next. The go-to-market is very simple to that Mansa. We spend less than $1 to get our users, and also we are partnering with platforms like Ayuba, where we are leveraging their base of 30 million users, and also going to trade fairs and events like CITS, Promo, and others, and also targeting social media campaigns and acquiring users through field agents. Next. Why Mansa today? You know, who doesn't love free delivery? Mansa is the only platform in Africa that will enable you to shop on all of these platforms and get your orders within 7 days and for free to your home. Not a pickup location, to your home. We also give you a shopping cart, a shipping address, and we give you the ability to track all your orders in a single application. Next. The team is a huge one. We currently a team of 4 product managers, full stack engineers, UX designers, and front-end developers. We have over 10 years of experience working with multinationals, fintechs, and also venture capital funded startups. Next. We currently have 100 users in our current beta. We had a closed beta for the past 7 months where we wanted to improve the platform and also make sure that we are coming up with what the user needs exactly. We've processed 1,300 transactions in total and have generated revenues of $30,000. Next. Also, we've also processed $65,000 in transaction value. We have partnered with 70 online stores in France, have 100 value added as a front partner, recently partnered with Microsoft and Google for startups, supporting us technically, valued at $150,000. Finalists of MTN Yamo Beach, winner of the Bola Innovation, Bola CTI's regional challenge, and also finalists of the Accelerate program by Africa Global Logistics. Next. Users are Mansa mainly feedback on social media over WhatsApp, and they keep purchasing with Mansa. Next. So, what are we looking to do? Mansa is looking for $200,000. We don't just want to build this solution for our, but we want to build it for millions of Africans.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
You mentioned you're willing to raise $200,000. Yeah. Did you mention how much equity you're willing to give up? Because clearly, did you mention how much equity you're willing to give up?
Currently, we are doing 15%.
15%. I'm asking because clearly you're like the expert. Give me a presentation. $200,000, 15%. Okay. Thank you.
So I'm going to follow up on that question to find out how you came to $200,000 for 15%. Have you already, are you already in the price round? You already know your valuation and all of that, or it's just an educated guess? Or you're raising the money as a safe?
Exactly. So currently, we want to take money as a sale, and based on all the questions you've been doing, users and estimations also. That's why we're going to save.
Okay. When do you leave the beta stage?
So the app is currently out. Like people go on our website, go on South Africa, they're able to get an app and place their orders and get them within the 7 days.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Thank you.
Next up, AI. Your time starts now.
Ok, bonjour à tous, je suis David Kefa, je suis chercheur en intelligence artificielle. Avec la montée en puissance des IA génératives, nous sommes en novembre 2022 avec l'arrivée de ChatGPT, Gemini et Claude. Notre équipe de chercheurs ont pu tester ces modèles pendant 2 mois. Donc, après 2 mois de tests et d'évaluation, on a pu constater certains petits manquements, parmi lesquels au niveau de la contextualisation des réponses en fait. Donc voilà, pour certaines questions qui allaient être au contexte camerounais, au contexte africain, le modèle hallucinait beaucoup, n'avait pas donné de bonnes réponses, ainsi qu'au niveau de la donnée que ça collecte sur nous. C'est-à-dire au niveau de la culture qui s'apprend, et que c'est très sensible aux enfants utilisent ces IA au quotidien. Donc parfois ça prend des cultures, on se plaint que les IA sont parfois de l'homosexualité, l'antisémitisme et tout. Donc il fallait concevoir en fait une IA propre à nous qui prend notre culture. C'est pourquoi nous avons entrepris en 7 mois de concevoir une alternative locale à ces IA génératives-là. Nous avons pris du contenu que nous avons collecté en 4 années pour entraîner un modèle d'IA générative contextualisé en fait, et qui prend notre culture. Et ce modèle en fait s'appelle AI, capable de répondre à vos questions et de vous aider dans vos différentes tâches. Et en janvier également, on a développé un modèle d'analyse de documents qui permet de pouvoir synthétiser un document rapidement en quelques secondes. Nous avons également lancé une solution pour entreprises, capable de créer en fait des chatbots pour jouer le rôle de service clientèle et répondre aux clients des entreprises de façon automatisée en fait. Notre avantage concurrentiel par rapport au modèle que vous connaissez déjà, c'est surtout au niveau de la contextualisation du contenu et de la donnée en fait, ainsi que des réponses, ainsi qu'au niveau également des sources que ça cite et de la culture que ça prend. Nous avons déjà pu le déployer dans plus de 10 pays. Depuis juillet dernier, quand on a lancé la solution, on a pu avoir plus de 30 000 abonnés dans plus de 10 pays en Afrique. Et également, on a bénéficié d'un article des Nations Unies, en fait, qui a permis de déployer également dans d'autres pays, en fait. Et hormis également cela, donc là, c'est l'équipe, en fait, une équipe de docteurs en IA, de professeurs d'université et tout, de chercheurs qui sont mis ensemble pour pouvoir construire cette solution. Et le modèle économique est très simple. Nous offrons la solution à un abonnement journalier de 100 francs par jour et 1000 francs par mois. pour pouvoir avoir des questions illimitées, ainsi que 500 francs par jour, 5000 francs par mois pour analyser les documents illimités. Et nous vendons 1200 des entreprises à 5000 francs. Les différents prix que nous avons pu gagner sur j'ai été lauréat du prix de meilleur chercheur camerounais. Vous pouvez voir en fait le ministre qui nous mettait le prix de meilleur chercheur. Et également dans le top 10 des meilleurs magazines de l'année en fait, en tant que prestataire. Et également, notre besoin en termes de financement, actuellement pour l'année, en fait, c'est évalué à 150 000 euros. Et là, c'est pour avoir 150 000 abonnés, en fait. Parce que notre besoin global, c'est 500 000 euros. Donc, c'est étape par étape. 150 000 euros pour avoir 150 000 abonnés, B2B et B2C. Et développer également une autorité dans plusieurs pays, déployer dans 2 pays en Afrique. Voilà comment ça marche. Vous pouvez lancer la vidéo. Bon. Donc là, c'est l'assistant virtuel, là, vous allez voir comment il y a une question, quelques secondes. Là, on va poser une question qui a été racontée sur le cas. C'est quoi le projet national, par exemple? Et là, il va répondre, voilà, c'est un projet qui est situé au fleuve de la Sanaga au Cameroun, tout ce qui va avec et tout. Donc, du coup, il est très contextualisé, en fait. Donc là, je vais poser la question, et là, il va répondre à quelques secondes. Et également, on va analyser un document rapidement, c'est-à-dire qu'il va avoir importer un document en anglais, il va nous expliquer ça en français. Après cela, donc, il va pouvoir expliquer le document là, pour analyser le document. Là, j'importe un document dans l'ordinateur, un document au hasard, qui est en anglais. Et là, directement, je peux poser des questions à l'IA par rapport au document. Je peux comprendre le document, je me demande peut-être de quoi il s'agit. Là, il m'explique cela en français, en fait. Comment s'agit-il? Et là, il me répond.
Thank you very much.
Merci, merci. 150 000 euros, tu lèves ça comment? Exchange equity ou save ou quoi?
En fait, nous donnons des parts. Donc, la levée de fonds globale pour nous, c'est 500 000 euros. Nous sommes bien en parler avec un fonds de investissement à Dubaï, et là, c'est pour fournir 11% de parts. Donc, ça, c'est 1 000 euros, ça sera moins de 11%.
Ok, merci.
Le réel prend l'ampleur maintenant, donc c'est que complexe, c'est quelque chose qui. Et c'est aussi très intéressant que tu peux contextualiser ça dans notre texte. Donc ça, c'était juste pour t'encourager qu'on n'a pas l'infrastructure de développer des modèles fondamentalement. Mais tu as commencé avec tout ça sur ton slide.
Open source.
Beaucoup de choses. Non, c'est OpenAI que tu utilises.
Open source, en fait, c'est un modèle libre de droit.
Ah, mieux. C'est pas OpenAI, c'est open source. Ah, mieux. Donc, c'est juste pour t'encourager que ce que tu travailles sur, ça va carrément. Et tu as dit que tu cherches, c'était combien?
500 000 euros.
500 000 euros.
En plusieurs paliers, 150 000 euros.
Ok. Bon. Ça va aller. Félicitations.
Next up, we have Technique. Your time starts now.
Morning, everyone. Morning, journalists. Now, we have a problem in Cameroon. I actually took a taxi to come here, and so I told the driver I have 300 in 500. The driver told me about the PS. As you say in English, change no day. So, day to pay is actually here to solve that problem. Next slide, please. Next slide. So this is the problem we have. Next slide. We realize that mobile money has actually solved a whole lot of the problem. But there are other issues that mobile money is having. Next slide, please. Next slide. Okay, now with mobile money, if you want to use mobile money to pay a taxi, for example, you have to dial a phone number. And if you miss a phone number, you send your money to the wrong person. 2, you see this code up here, can you copy it easily? If you miss the phone number or any number there, you have to start writing it over and over again. It becomes stressful. And marketers or business people don't want to give you their phone numbers all the time. So it makes it slow. Sometimes if the network is disturbing, you have to start copying back, dialing *126 or #150. Next slide, please. So DigiPay app will allow you to scan the QR code of the receiver and send the person money in just a few seconds without internet. So what we do is we change your phone number of the business owner into a QR code, and DigiPay will effortlessly dial the USSD code for you and initiate the transaction in just a few seconds without internet. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Okay, so we are able to put these QR codes in taxis, about 200 taxis in Boya. Next slide, please. We have them in restaurants. Next slide, please. We have it in kiosks. So instead of going to dial those numbers, you just scan this thing in 1 second and you pay. It's quite really fast. Next slide, please. Okay, so you can have them. See, many businesses, you have a gym, you have taxis. See people putting their phone numbers behind taxi chairs. You can make errors with that, and you know that you will go to MTN to take your money. You will stand on a very long line before you get your money back. Next slide, please. So you can also generate this QR code on your DigiPay app. So DigiPay app will allow you to click on the amount that you want to pay and scan the QR code, and it will do the transaction for you easily. Next slide, please. So security. You don't sign up for DigiPay app. So when you download it, you start using it. We don't collect your personal details like home, address, PIN code. We don't collect any of your personal details. Next, we don't put money inside our app, because I know that if you put money inside, you want to come and get your money back. If you have a Colombo phone and you are still selling, money will still get into your mobile money easily. Next slide, please. So, how do we make money? We sell QR codes. 2, we have tokens. 3 tokens that people can give us, which we intend to partner with MTN to make it much more easier. We have adverts. So I will present a little video later on to show how adverts are done under the app. Next slide, please. So we are from January to now, we have been able to raise, make 250,000 francs, which we have reinvested it back into our app so that we can get to more places. Next slide, please. Why DigiPay app? With DigiPay app, you don't use internet. Unlike other apps, use internet, and with DigiPay app, thank you. Please, if you can play the video so that you see how it works, I will really appreciate if I answer questions.
Thank you. How do you generate money?
Yes, from the QR codes that we sell. We go to shops, take their phone numbers, we change them to QR codes and print them out. They give us 1,500 maximum.
So is there any repeat business with the shop? When you give them QR code, do you make any other money with them? Or you have to recruit shops by shop to make money?
Please, I didn't get it very well.
Asking if there's any repeat business with a particular shop. So does it mean you have to be closing new shop for you to generate money?
Oh, that is only one particular way of making money, because if you have all the shops.
I'm asking all the ways that you're using to make money.
Yes, that's only what, like if you put a QR code in your shop, you cannot come back there again. 2, we make more money from advertisement. Because if you have 1 million people having DigiPay app and people are using DigiPay app every day, we can go to a shop owner or a big businessman to put up a product on our app, and we can be able to show this product to 1 million people. They'll give us a lot of money for that.
That's tricky though. I'm trying to figure out the cost of acquisition to acquire new customers every day. It's a higher cost of acquisition.
Oh, we get the customers online. Like we do promotion, advertisement. Most of our customers will get them online. It's just that we also have volunteers. And
How long after people be running?
This is going to 2 years now. Last year,
how many QR codes you have installed?
We have more than 400.
So you've installed 400 QR codes in 2 years?
Yes. The issue is that
that's 400,000.
Yeah. The issue is that not 400,000, because we had to make free QR codes first of all.
So how much money have you made every day as of today?
As of today, I can say we have made 300,000 francs.
So that has been made over the period of 2 years?
Yes, sir.
Okay. One last question. So you make money through selling the QR code. Yes. You make money through advertisement. Yes. Is there any other way that you make money?
Yes, we want to actually partner with MTN because since we are really helping MTN and Orange to make more money, we expect that they should give us something small whenever they use the Pay app. So
okay, that brings me to my last question. Yeah. What's unique about this business? Because MTN can wake up overnight and do this.
Okay.
But to make a QR code from your phone number.
But now MTN hasn't done it, and I've done it, and I think I can push forward to it, and they definitely buy from me.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Umutu.
The time starts now.
Les gens ont faim, les gens ont faim, les gens ont faim. If action is not taken today to make Africa a better place, action will be taken for the consequences of those actions we should not take. Mr. Ita Ayub and his team, thank you for the action that you guys have taken. I'm here to show you my action. Next slide. 25,000 people are dying every day because they don't have access to food. Thank God you did not die today. 854 million people are suffering from food insecurity in the world. In Cameroon, 45% of the total crop produced, especially tomato, does not reach the final consumer. See the education in China and see education in Cameroon. See what our guys are eating. Agro-revolution says no to it because we have to start this as from now. Our solution is we are contributing to food security by reducing post-harvest losses with a natural method of processing and conserving agricultural products. Because when you talk about eating, it's not just for eating sake, but eating for your health. We are here to create employment for our country and create a stable income for these farmers, which are the people suffering from post-harvest losses. Why us and not our competitors? Because we are working on natural method of processing tomato. Second, we are on a long-term shelf of preservation because our tomato, the only ingredient in the bottle is tomato, not even a drop of water. They can last for at least a year. The total market today of processed tomato in the world represents 181 billion. And in 2031 is going to represent 273 billion. Where is Africa on this processed tomato? Agro-revolution is coming. Next slide. Today we are making a total sales of about 400,000 plants a month, and before 2025 we are going to double that. Next slide. Today, our milestone is we have already developed a natural method of processing and conserving tomato with an incubator in Cameroon, which I say hi, transform. The next, come back please.
We are working in fact, we got a partnership when we came here in Yaoundé for the hackathon with Hotel Franco. So very soon you get our product from Hotel Franco. We have been a winner of the ITEC grant in the United States from the University of San Francisco, the best innovative and entrepreneur project from NFC, and got a video grant from GIZ. Next slide. Today we are asking just for 10 million francs. What is it for? To double our production and have a total of, next slide please. By 2025 we are targeting just to make 9.6 million, and by 2029 14 million and above. Next slide. With this said, we are a team of 3 young and dynamic youth who have decided to stay in Africa and make it a better place. Composed of Nikiche Valerie, Fonue Brian, and my humble self, Francois. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Francis. It goes back to my question. I think I've asked this question before. Where in Cameroon do they make the most tomatoes?
In the West region and processing food.
In the West region, how do you guarantee your input in terms of having enough tomatoes to be able to guarantee the amount that will transform to scale this?
Okay, today we are already working in partnership with one of a cooperative, which the representative is there, Mr. Nefe Sofoni, which is seated right there. Secondly, we are already getting in partnership with the second producers of tomato processing in the region of Bagandi, which are doing that. And in the incubator, as I said earlier, there are so many entrepreneurs here, and that's how we are trying to network. And our vision also is to get our own proper farm so that we can solve the problem of shortage of tomato when we don't have our raw materials.
And now tell me, how much bottles of tomatoes have you been able to sell since you started producing tomatoes?
Since we started producing tomato, we have already sold more than 1,500.
1,500 bottles? Yes. That's total of how much money?
Making it times 2,000. If someone can just help me calculate. So, and there's also peanut, not just tomato.
Okay, you're also transforming peanut?
Yeah, peanut, natural peanut. That you can use it for your cooking sauce.
So, I'm trying to figure out the process. Does all of this product have a non-certification?
We actually, pardon?
Does it have a non-certification?
Not annual certification, but the lab analysis has already been carried out. We are still in the process of annual certification, and I think it's something that happened just of recent. One of our partners will help us to get the annual certification by 2025. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, thank you very much, Jury. Thank you very much. You can now. Yeah, you go, you've done your job. Okay, we're going to use the next event as relaxation Greek poetry contest. Top 3, welcome. Where's Martin?
It's been a long day and we wrapped it to the end. It's been a pleasure having us here. Let's go on to round 3 or round 2 of our poetry contest. We started sometime earlier and we're taking the very first person. That's La Fortune. Can we have our flyer up? La Fortune, the stage is yours.
Ladies, gentlemen, good evening. Standing in front of you is Songo Chachua Lumbela Fortune, a participant at the Green Poetry Contest representing the Center region. The theme given to our reflection is Shades of Green, evaluating environmental consciousness through technology and innovation. The title of my poem is Green Tomorrow. My poem goes thus. In the dark soft light, when shadow play, a tapestry of green unfolds each day. But amidst the still, a new vision gleams, where technology dances with nature's dream. From solar panel capturing sunlight rays to wind turbines spinning in a timeless embrace. So let us innovate with mindful intent, in harmony with nature. Let our life be spent. With each shade of green, we promise to keep, to nurture our planet, to show what to sow what we reap. Conscious choices in every click for a green tomorrow. We cope and we keep. Thank you.
Thank you very much, La Fontaine Chenchua. That always gives me problems. That's how I didn't pronounce it the first time. Thank you. We're going to call on the next contestant, Rochella Muyang, for her presentation. Is Rochella in the hall? Rochella? She stepped out? Okay, let's take the third contestant, Yika Desmond. Please, can you give him a hand while he takes the podium?
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm called Yega Desmond, representing the Northwest. You came to live without a lead, so you saw your technology to protect the tree. You came to live without a lead, so you saw your technology to protect the tree. I pledge allegiance to the tree that gives me life, to the sun that lights my path, so I will learn to harvest light from nature's key to prepare for dark days that might come. I pledge allegiance to the seas that take me home, to the heavens that cry me rain. Even if I have to cloud seed, I'll protect the Sahara from drowning in the sand. I pledge allegiance to the strength of solar panel rays, to the soft swing of wind turbines. No need to keep burning fossil fuels to the heavens are in pain. So pained that she can't cry, her tears dry. I pledge allegiance to sacred bonds that connect us, to every pixel, to every bit and byte, to every solar-powered lantern that makes me see clearly how beautiful nature is, her mountains and the fountains. I pledge allegiance to smart grids, keeping us alert, warning us of every garden theft, to algorithms that predict floods, for in the wings of drones we will take flight and not end in doom. I pledge allegiance to data streams, to codes, to keys. I pledge allegiance where I believe with optic fibers we can weave back to life our get green dreams. I pledge allegiance to satellites watching over Earth with digital sight. I pledge allegiance to machines and recycle waste, protecting the skies from methane gas, chlorofluorocarbons, carbon dioxide. I pledge allegiance. I pledge allegiance, for I believe in one symphony of technology and the rain. I want you to know, you can't live without a leaf, so protect the tree. You can't live without a leaf, so protect the tree. Tu peux pas vivre sans une herbe pour protéger les arbres. You can't live without a leaf, so protect the tree. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Desmond. I see Rochella just made her way back into the hall. You're up next. Ladies and gentlemen, Rochella Muya.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Rihanna Shella. I'm going to be presenting my poems, titled Shades of Green, for me to catch my breath. Greener lives. Cleaner skies for the child who's never known what a clear sky looks like. Less plastic swimming with the fish. Less carbon staining the air we breathe. See, greener is better. For an environment that's safer, for a future that's brighter, innovation should not become a danger, but a spring that takes us higher. Innovation should not be an escape from the earth, but rather a return. A bridge between silicon and soil, where tech uplifts and doesn't spoil. Technology is a double-edged sword. It could be used for progress or destruction. Our job is to ensure that it serves the environment and not the other way around. Because green is not just the future, it's the key to ensuring that there is a future. Greener is bigger, a profitable opportunity at our door, fueling innovation while protecting the Earth's core. With clean energy solutions and tech that aligns, we can build a sustainable future where growth truly shines. With the brush of my lips, Allow my words paint on the canvas of your mind the most diverse shades of green you've yet to see. Imagine drones planting forests faster than flames can devour. AI monitoring oceans, empowering lives by the hour. Blockchain tracing every footprint, every source, so we can follow sustainability back to its course. A revolution painted in solar gold and wind-swept seas, where the roots of tomorrow's hope run deep in the trees. Tech, they say, is limitless, boundless, and free. But our planet isn't. Can't you see? So let's innovate, not just for the sake of being clever, but to ensure that green means forever. It's about looking at the whole ecosystem from earth to sky and asking, what shade of green do we really need? La technologie et la terre ensemble, créant en vert. The earth is our canvas. Let's honor the palette. Thank you.
Je veux remercier tous les contestants aujourd'hui. Ils ont passé à cette podium. Ça fait très longtemps, on a fait 8 mois jusqu'à janvier dans toute la région pour faire sélectionner pour le poésie vert. On commençait par région du nord-ouest, on passe par l'ouest. On a fait Saint-Malema au sud, on a fait Bétois, on a fait Grand Nord, on a fait Centre, on a parti à Douala, on a fait le finalement à Boya. Et maintenant, nous sommes ici à Yaoundé pour faire le grand final de la poésie vert. Pardon, dans le Lebel. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We will continue with the beautiful program for 624. We've had different master classes. We've had everything that SITS had to offer this year. And we're right into the very close of this program. We're putting together the different winners for the different contests. The pitch, which we just had here today. The poetry competition, which we just witnessed today in 2 sessions. We equally have other special prizes, and most importantly, I'm sure you've been reminded of this through the course of these days that we're here. We have the Cameroon Youth Awards that is also scheduled for today. So we'll have the SITS Awards, and we'll also have the Cameroon Youth Awards. And it promises to be a beautiful time right here at Palais de Congrès. Don't go away, grab something to eat, make some friends, create some contacts, make sure you visit the stands out there, and we'll be right back to draw the curtains on this program. Ladies and gentlemen, I leave it to the DJ.
Gracias.